Chapter 51 Expensive Identification. The word Hyola means horn in Elven language, and many spells of communication and communication use this word as the starting character. Joan's Ring 0 Communication at the moment is a first-level communication spell that can pass the caster's words 100 feet away, and only a few recipients designated by the caster can hear his whisper. The communication distance of this spell is too close. It is usually suitable for indoor secret communication. For example, when a meeting is held, small groups under the stage can use this spell to form a private chat group, even if they speak bad things in front of the speaker on the podium without worrying about being heard by the other party. Joan casts this spell at this moment in order to talk to Candy across the wall. At first glance, it seems that this is simply superfluous, so close. It is not easier to open the door and yell than tossing the spell. Joan's move is mainly to try the magic of this new society, and there is another reason why he does not want to admit that he and people, especially girls of the same age like Candy, always inexplicable anxiety when face-to-face tension, and indirect communication by means of writing letters or spell transmission, because there is sufficient time to consider the wording in advance, plus there is no need to face a living person. His emotions will be much smoother, and the words he says are more organized. I'm going to Dr. Clundy's laboratory, and I sleep there at night. Joan pinched the trembling copper wire, thinking for a while, then added, come back to dinner tomorrow morning, good night. The copper wire resonated with Joan's words like a tiny tuning fork until he finished. After a brief silence, the copper wire trembled again, and at the same time, Joan's ear rang softly. Got it. Wait a minute. I'm going to visit Mr. Tyre, then go to the woods to see Mila and Gray and come back to sleep. You should pay attention to safety in the laboratory. Rest early and see you tomorrow. Joan nodded as if Candy was right in front of him. Waited another minute, and no other words came. Joan folded the copper wire into a coil and stuffed it into his pocket. He carried his linen shoulder bag out of the door. At this time, it was about 8 o'clock in the evening, and under the gloomy night, there were few pedestrians on the street. Joan hurried across the street to the laboratory set up by Mr. Randall in the northeast corner of the town. This is a detached wooden house far away from the residential area. Behind it is the Dring River. The risks of alchemy experiments are well known. The laboratory is located in a remote area near the river. For safety reasons, in case of an explosion, neither will it affect the townspeople. Joan pulled out the key to open the door, walked into the laboratory, and lit the candlestick. The neat laboratory bench is full of various glassware, and the rows of test tubes and beakers glow like a jewel under the candlelight. However, when Joan took out the big pearl gifted from Nickel from his jacket pocket, these glassware immediately became eclipsed compared with the real orb. Joan walked to the experiment table and put the pearl into the mortar. Picking up the stone pestle, he looked hesitant. In these days, in addition to the zero-ring tricks such as luminosity, repair, and communication, he also devotes a lot of energy to learning the newly acquired one-level spells, including magic weapons, magic missiles, electric claws, and identification techniques. The first priority is identification. As the name implies, appraisal is a spell to identify magic items. This spell is special. The normal casting time takes 1 minute. If it is combined with a 10-minute casting ritual, the spell will retain 2 additional benefits while retaining its original function: no need to consume the spell slot, and no need to prepare in advance. Joan now only has 2 one-level spell slots, which naturally saves money. Besides, the identification technique is not a combat spell. It takes no more than 10 minutes to cast the spell. What really makes Joan feel the pressure is that this spell requires quite a lot of casting materials and ritual details. Each casting requires at least 1 pearl, broken into a powder, mixed into wine, and fully stirred with an owl feather drink. Pearl? That's right. Every time you cast an appraisal technique, you must consume at least 1 pearl. What's more terrible is that the appraisal effect is closely related to the quality of the pearl. The information identified by using inferior pearls is more vague, and may even cause the spell to fail. According to the advice given in the spell book, a pearl worth 100 gold is a safer choice. Joan had 3 unidentified magic items from the Lizardman Shaman, so it would logically require 3 ordinary pearls worth 100 gold coins, or a large pearl worth 300 gold coins. Joan was hesitant to play with the beautiful and round pearl in his hand. 300 gold coins is not a small number for his embarrassing economic status. If the value of the identified items can't catch up with this pearl, wouldn't it be a loss? Joan's eyes turned to the experimental bench. On the stage were 2 small medicine bags made of snakeskin and a leather belt engraved with magic runes. These 3 things are all the loot that he and Gray obtained from killing the Lizardman Shaman Chud in the swamp a week ago. Joan can sense the magic fluctuations from it, but he can't see what magic effect is contained. In this case next, the appraisal technique is the best choice to solve the mystery. The premise is that the value of the item to be identified is at least not less than that pearl, no matter how much. Joan finally couldn't resist the temptation of curiosity, throwing the pearl into the mortar and smashing it up with the pestle. Snapped. The pearl shattered, and Joan's heart twitched. Strongly and you regret grinding the pearls until the original full and round orb is ground into an white powder. Joan poured the powder out of the mortar, put it in a glass beaker, then poured in white wine, and gently stirred with owl feathers until the liquid in the cup became cloudy. Throwing away his feathers, Joan drank the mixed liquid from the cup, and it felt like drinking a cup of spicy mud, and the rubbed throat was slightly tingling. Joan put down the glass and wiped the corner of his mouth. Don't forget to recall this 300 gold cocktail, and immediately start the appraisal spellcasting ceremony. With the spellcasting gestures for a long time to chant the spell, it is a great test of the caster's spirit and physical fitness. Fortunately, Joan's concentration is strong enough, and his physical condition can also afford a 10-minute spellcasting ceremony. Eventually, he completed this quite complicated spell. The effectiveness of alcohol and pearls did not appear until now. Joan got a little drunk and the objects in front of him became hazy. At the same time, strange illusions appeared in front of him. Some objects became particularly dim in his field of vision, and some objects exuded bright brilliance such as 2 medicine bags and a belt placed on the experimental table at the moment. Chapter 52 Sports Belt. Joan settled down and gradually realized that he had entered a state similar to meditation. What you see in front of you, if it does not shine, it means that there is no magic effect. If it shines, it means that it contains unknown magic power. Joanna pulled the chair over and sat down in front of the laboratory bench. First, pick up a medicine bag and open the pocket to examine the black powder resembling carbon gray. There was an induction in the meditation, and the information about the powder gathered into a knowledge stream and was automatically injected into his mind. Joan's face became more and more ugly, his facial muscles couldn't help the nervous cramps, and his heart was even darker. The initial appraisal gave him a head start. The powder in this pack can be called dry powder, which has excellent water absorption effect. If this small pack of medicinal powder is sprinkled into water, the water in a pond can be instantly absorbed. The dried powder will also swell into gelatin-like particles when the water is saturated. In addition, dry powder can also cause great damage to those aquatic organisms or water elemental organisms whose body is rich in water, just like holy water to undead creatures. This is interesting, isn't it? It's a pity that Joanne couldn't see how this thing was useful to him. What made him depressed was that the cost of a small package of dry powder was not as good as the pearl used for identification. Unfavorable in the early game, Joan spent 5 minutes adjusting his emotions and continued to identify the second pack of powder. Before praying, he prayed that the goddess of fate would bless it. The second pack of powder would not be the dry powder of the pit father. As a result, the second pack of medicinal powder was much better than the first pack. Sprinkle these lead grey powders on the body surface to collect to achieve an effect similar to invisibility. It is called wandering powder. Good luck this time. Joan's lips smirked. Wandering powder plus dry powder has a value of more than 300 gold dagger. No matter whether the belt's identification result is good or bad, he will make no loss. A person's luck is often inversely proportional to psychological expectations. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. It is easy to reap surprises when there is not much to think about. At this moment Joan's magic belt brought him a big surprise. According to the appraisal, this belt used 3 two-ring spells during its manufacture: the power of the bull, the grace of the cat, and the tenacity of the bear. The basic effects of these 3 spells are to strengthen the subject's 3 physical attributes: strength, agility, and toughness. The sports belt enchanted by these 3 spells does not directly improve the wearer's physical attributes, but greatly improves various sports capabilities based on physical attributes, such as running, climbing, jumping, swimming, tumbling and other motor skills. No matter how weak a person's body is, how bad the athletic ability is originally, as long as the belt is worn, a metamorphosis will occur, reaching the level of professional athletes in all the sports involving strength, agility and endurance. Joan couldn't help shaking with his fingers touching the sports belt. As a weak mage, this belt helped him immeasurably, especially considering that future adventures or long-distance travel will be indispensable in the future. With this belt, the journey will be easier. With a trace of excitement, Joan wrapped the sports belt around his waist, chanted the spells analyzed by the identification technique, and activated the magical effect of the belt. He immediately felt a subtle change in the body from the inside to the outside, as if to get rid of with a heavy and cumbersome coat. It became particularly relaxed. Joan tried to jump forward, and he flew out almost 12 feet, which surprised him. In order to verify the lifting effect of the sports belt, Joan lowered the belt and tried his best to jump forward. The same standing long jump. This time the distance jumped is less than 7 feet. After a simple comparison, Joan confirmed that the sports belt has indeed greatly improved his athletic ability. As far as long jump is concerned, his performance has nearly doubled. How could this belt be worth 3,000 gold coins? Joan lay on the floor, his hands behind his head, and said to himself happily, "This time I made a lot of money." Joan fell asleep with a happy mood, and I wondered how long he slept, suddenly awakened by a sudden sound. He hurried up and rushed to the window. The sky was just getting bright, there were messy foot sounds outside the window, and the rapid alarm bell echoed over the town, and he heard his heart panic. Joan grabbed his coat and draped it over his body, hurried out, and ran in the direction of the alarm. At this time, the sky was not yet bright. Most of the shops on both sides of the street had not yet opened, and the townspeople who were awakened by the alarm came out of the window probe, and their sleepy faces all seemed confused. When Joan ran along the street, people often rushed out of the house and joined the ranks of running side by side with him. Just like a river absorbs streams from all directions, this team heading towards Zenku has grown rapidly, and in a few moments it already has a scale of hundreds of people. In this team, there are only a few guys in casual clothes like Joan who are purely lively, and more of them are militia soldiers in leather armor. When they heard the alarm, they hurriedly hung up and rushed to the barracks together. The defensive facilities in Dillon town are quite complete. Surrounding the town is a brick and stone fence, almost 6 feet high, with thorny vines planted on the inside of the fence, and sharp thorns climbing up, surrounding the wall closely enough. Frightened those trying to climb. The wall is broken in the north of the town, there is no city gate, and it is replaced by a movable wooden fence. During the day, the fence is always folded and piled on the side. At night, militiamen patrol the city walls, and there are sentries on duty in front of the gate. They usually do not interfere with the residents of the town. They occasionally stop interrogation when they encounter fresh faces. A 15-yard high sentinel tower was placed on each side of the fence. A warning bell was installed on the tower. The sentinel was on duty day and night, and the militia camp was behind the left sentinel tower. Joan bypassed the street corner, the outpost was at the end of the road, and a lot of militia had already gathered in front of the fence. I am afraid something was wrong. Just when he was worried, there was a call from behind, and looking back, The heavily armed Dindal brothers were waving at him. "Joan, you can run really fast." Dick bent down tiredly, holding his knees with his hands and gasping for breath. "Roger and I just saw you running past my house like a gust of wind. Looking back, I thought there was something serious happening. I hurriedly chased you and chased you 2 streets. Instead of catching up with you, I was thrown away a lot. It's really a hell. Yeah, I never saw you run so fast before. It was like a rabbit." Roger looked at Joan up and down and found that he ran out of the 2 streets without even sweating, and the doubt in his eyes deepened a little. Chapter 53. As a hunting Joan didn't realize how fast he ran before. After hearing Dick and Roger say that it only took him less than 3 minutes to run from the river to the mouth of the town, it was twice as fast as usual. Joan moved his heart, guessing that it was mostly the function of sports belt, which increased the running speed and also increased the endurance. He ran for thousands of yards without feeling tired. "Probably because I was wearing a commoner, but you were wearing armor." Joan didn't want to reveal the secret of the sports belt and casually found a reason. "This is also true." Dick didn't think about it, and he changed the subject happily. "Let's go to the barracks to get the weapon, and we will ask the Flint instructor to find out what happened." Joan is not an active militia, so it is reasonable not to go to the military camp together, but out of curiosity and worry, he still followed the Dindal brothers to the meeting point. The militia convention enacted by the Dillon Town Council stipulates that active duty militiamen can receive a pair of leather armor, a shield, and a weapon at the expense of the town government finance department. Correspondingly, the militia must fulfill the mission of defending their homeland and compatriots when the town is attacked by beasts or foreign enemies. In a non-war state, the militia can take home armor and shields for safekeeping, and the weapons are kept in the military barracks for unified storage, and then go to the military barracks for collection when needed. This provision was set up to prevent militia fighting with weapons, and it did have the effect expected by lawmakers. Joan had no weapons to lead and ran directly to the militia commander Flint Anvil. After a round of inquiry, I learned that the old dwarf was now on the sentry tower and was observing the movement outside the town through binoculars. Joan ran to the tower and looked up at the top to shout Flint. The old dwarf moved away from the telescope and leaned down to look at him, his mouth almost covered by his beard grinning wide. Today the sun really came out west, and our little mage came to join the militia. Joan was slightly embarrassed and shouted, "Mr. Flint, what happened? What are you talking about? I can't hear clearly." "If you want to know what happened, climb up and see for yourself," the old dwarf replied loudly. Joan shook his head helplessly and had to help the bamboo ladder to climb up the sentry tower. Every step on the stairs felt trembling underneath. The bamboo wood sentry tower looked so fragile. Joan wondered whether the sentry tower could support the second person after bearing an old dwarf in full armor. Body weight. Fortunately, the sports belt greatly improved his climbing skills. He quickly climbed to the top of the tower along the trembling bamboo ladder without changing his face and heart. "Good, little one. The monkey can't climb faster than you." Flint Anvil smiled and reached for Joan to the top of the observation deck, and then handed him the telescope again. "Look, don't be scared." Joan held the brass-covered telescope with both hands and looked out of the town through the lens barrel. He soon saw a group of riders gather at the entrance of the town, about 40 or 50 riders, pointing in the direction of the outpost, talking in a low voice. The riders outside the town all look human, but the costumes are very different from the local townspeople. Most of them wear animal skin tan clothes, dressed in a large cloak of whole wolf skin or even bear skin, all a bleak back long bow, hanging waist. The sword, mostly painted with black stripes on the face, showed a brave and aggressive attitude. The 2 knights headed are the most striking. One of them is a tall, thin, middle-aged man with a dignified look and a dark green cloak. The hem and back of the cloak are embroidered with prominent emblems like many golden wheat ears forming a circle. Next to the man in the green robe is a female knight in tight leather armor, with a long bow on her back, and a pair of scimitars around her waist, looking like a ranger, about 37 or 70 years old. Linen long hair was tied into a bunch of ponytails, and her pretty face made Joan feel inexplicably familiar. What surprised him even more was the mount of the green-robed man and the female ranger. They were not riding horses, but dinosaurs walking on 2 feet and wearing saddles. The shoulder height of the 2 dinosaurs is larger than that of the warhorse beside them. They have huge lizard-like heads and slender necks, full of sharp teeth, gray scales on the back, and yellow stripes on the abdomen, with a thick tail and a strong hind limb support the tall and strong body and the master on the back. Compared with the muscular hind limbs, the dinosaur forelimbs appeared short at first glance. In fact, they were thicker than the thighs of adult men. The forelimbs differentiated into 3 toe claws. From a distance, they looked like the same row of sickles. This pair of sharp but flexible front claws can easily catch the prey, and instantly open the opponent's chest to remove the hot internal organs. Mr. Flint, are those tall monsters outside the town Dreadclaw Dragon? Joan asked the old dwarf. Yes, the Azamen and women are riding the Dreadclaw, the fiercest predator in the deep jungle of Yalf. Flint Anvil stroked his beard and said with a heavy face, Dreadclaws are not as easy to tame as cattle and horses. Only high-level druids or rangers can control such beasts. Azakiawan stunned. You mean that the group of riders outside the town are Azak? It's not obvious. The old dwarf shrugged. Look at their weird costumes and looks. They must have been Asa hunters from the depths of the jungle. And 9 out of 10 belong to the Algonquin tribe after all. This is the closest Asa tribe to the town of Dillin. The Algonquin tribe. Joan immediately thought of Candy. She was born in this tribe. It's really weird to say that our Dillin town and the Algonquin tribe have always been Welfed, not guilty of river water. This barbaric aboriginal group doesn't want to play birds in the woods. What did he want to do when he came here far and wide? The old dwarf stroking his chin and muttering, unless they are all mad. They will never think that their mere manpower is enough to sack Dillin town, which has no fewer than 200 elite militiamen. Joan said nothing in silence. It seems faintly that the Algonquins are not malicious about Dillin town as Flint guessed. The reason why they suddenly appeared outside the town is probably related to Candy. Thinking about it this way, Joan took a piece of copper wire from his pocket and cast a ring 0 messaging technique on the sentry tower to inform Candy of what he saw and heard. The riders outside the town are all my people, and it is my parents who rode the Dreadclaw. Candy quickly sent back the message, and there was unshakable joy in his voice. Don't worry, Mr. and I will immediately. That's it. By the way, Mr. Tell knows my parents. The 3 of them seem to be old friends. Chapter 54 Reunion. After listening to Kant's explanation of the intentions of the Asa riders outside the town, Joan's dangling heart finally fell to the ground, and he immediately conveyed Kant's reply to Flint Anvil. Hell. It made me nervous for a long time. It turned out to be a false alarm. The old dwarf dropped his telescope in dismay, and turned to the lookout. Joan also followed the old dwarf to climb down the sentry tower and merged with the old tire who had just arrived. And Candy, old man, why didn't you greet me when your friend came to the door, and almost made a misunderstanding? Flint asked Tyre angrily. The old ranger leaned on crutches and asked with a cold face, what friends? The couple Victor and Matoka didn't even know that I was in seclusion in Dillin town. I'm afraid I have forgotten my big brother all these years. Hunting and killing came not for their baby daughter. Flint's eyes widened and he looked at Candy in disbelief. Little girl, you are the daughter of Archdruid Victor Kalanin and the contemporary patriarch of the Algonquin tribe and the female ranger Matoka Paviton? Candy nodded embarrassedly. Excuse me, your Royal Highness Princess. The old dwarf bowed to Candy with respect. Candy quickly waved his hands embarrassingly to indicate that he didn't need to be polite. His small face flushed red, and he whispered, I'm just a village girl. What kind of princess? Joan sounded funny and couldn't help pulling the corner of his mouth. Candy turned to look around, his eyes intertwine with unease and guilt. Joan, don't you blamed me for concealing my identity? Joan shook his head and didn't mind it. He didn't care about Candy's origin at all. nor did he think that he had the right to ask the other party to confess everything. After all, he had many secrets to hide from Candy. How could he impose what he didn't want to do to others? The Asa tribe is the main indigenous people in the New World, but there is no unified kingdom. The Asa tribes in different regions have different customs and different attitudes towards the colonizers, such as the Asa people living in the northern snowfields, generally excluded. The Arthurs in the south are close to colonial towns and often deal with immigrants from the civilized world of the old continent. Most of the ideas are more open-minded. The Algonquin tribe belongs to the latter. Although the Algonquins outside the town did not appear to be hostile, the cautious Flint Anvil still dared not relax his guard and moved the fence slightly so that Candy would go out to meet his parents. When Joan saw Grandpa on crutches and followed Candy through the fence, hesitating a moment, he quickly caught up and helped Grandpa. Old Man Thiel unexpectedly refused to help his grandson, and whispered to Joan, "If Mum and Candy asked you something, everything else could be answered truthfully, but not including the eye behind your neck." Joan froze for a moment, and whispered with an urge to stroke the back of the neck, "I see." When the grandson and grandson came to Zenku, Candy's parents had already dismounted, and the couple held each of their daughter's hands, looked up and down, and asked for warmth. Candy's face was filled with a happy smile that Joan had never seen before, and he cheerfully told his parents about the causes and consequences of his exile in Dillon Town, and the various adventures he had experienced this month. He also praised Joan greatly, calling him his savior and best friend. Joan blushed straight, and really didn't think she had spent much time caring for Candy, but couldn't afford her gratitude. Miss Matoka saw her daughter was safe and sound, and her long-suspended heart finally fell into her belly, and then she did not hit her. She was not sensible, and she did not know how to send a letter to the trustee if she did not return home for so long. The husband and wife made it easy for them to find each other and care about the missing baby girl. "Actually, I sent an animal messenger to send you a letter. It was sent out 2 weeks ago. It was a gray pigeon." Candy first defended loudly, but the door immediately came down again, and said frustratedly, "But it has not been received." In response, Mr. Tell told me that there were many owls in the nearby woods, and my poor little pigeon ... It was probably caught and eaten by the owl during the delivery. Animal Courier is a two-ring of natural magic. The spellcaster can use this spell to temporarily tame a small animal, make it act as its own messenger, and send the letter to a designated place or to a designated person. For convenience and speed, druids and rangers usually catch a bird as an animal messenger. If Candy's gray pigeon can successfully complete the mission of sending letters, her letter can be delivered to her mother at most one day. Unfortunately, this spell does not ensure the delivery of letters. After all, no one can predict whether the animal messenger will encounter wild animals, raptors, or even cheap hunters during the long journey. Matoka's anger hadn't disappeared yet, and she was about to count her daughter. Her husband Victor gave her a wink and signaled that someone was coming. The patriarch had to let her daughter go for a while, holding her husband's arms, and greeted Old Man Tyre and Joan with a smile. Candy escaped for a while, with a long sigh of relief, running happily towards the two feared claw dragons behind his parents. "Kyle, Philly, long time no see. Do you want me?" The animal partner of Candy's parents, the pair of fearful claws, are also a loving couple. The male dragon is named Kyle and the female dragon is named Philly. Hearing the call of Candy, he strode like two big birds. As he walked over, he hung down his huge heads one after another, rubbing intimately on the little master's hand. "Kyle, Philly, did Minnie come with you?" Candy's eyes were full of hope. Long Kyle nodded in a human way, turned his head back and screamed at the woods where the Azar hunters camped. A slightly naive roar came from the forest, and a dreadclaw dragon, slightly smaller than Kyle and Philly, rushed over. "Minnie, I missed you so much." Candy opened his arms, and the small feared claw dragon ran happily, and his head got into his master's arms very skillfully. with a whining voice in his mouth. Millie is Kyle and Philly's youngest daughter, and is also Candy's animal companion. She grew up with her almost inseparably. After a few days, I saw the little master again and shook his head excitedly. Candy's childlike innocence, only to be intimate with the little fear-claw dragon Minnie, actually put his parents aside. Joan had to her grandfather and Candy's parents, and he was not good at dealing with such social activities. In such occasions, he always felt that he was a superfluous person, not so painful. Politely speaking, he would rather play a silent listener. By listening to my grandfather chatting with Candy's parents, Joan confirmed that the three of them were indeed old acquaintances. In particular, grandfather and Candy's father Victor Callanin have the same brother-in-law relationship. Both of them are disciples of the Far Eastern legendary druid Valentina Suslova, but the older profession chosen by the old man is Ranger, and Callanin has outstanding natural perception, which is logical. Set foot on the path of Druid's practice. Chapter 55 Trial of Myth. The Ring of Harvest is actually a commune formed by a group of like-minded people. The members of the commune are brothers and sisters. Everyone practice together, work together, live a secluded life away from the world. In a sense, it is a bit like a retreat, but there is no strict doctrine of the retreat. Members can leave at any time this big family, go elsewhere to create a new community that is more in line with their own wishes. This phenomenon of spreading leaves and leaves is not uncommon in the history of the development of the Ring of Harvest, and its influence has also expanded from the corner of the old continent to the new continent. Guillaume Thiel and Victor Callanin were trained at the headquarters of the Ring of Harvest in the Far East, and they left the division for different reasons. Guillaume Tell did not say why he left, but judging from his more than 30 years of ranger career after leaving the school, Joan speculated that his young grandfather might be tired of boring and plain rural life, eager to take risks seeking excitement. However, when the old man went old, his body fell into a disability, and the old man returned to the countryside again, and lived in seclusion as he did more than 30 years ago. Perhaps this is the so-called return to nature. Victor Callanin was much younger than Guillaume Tell, and he had greater ambitions. He left Shimon more than 20 years ago and came to the New World, determined to promote green fields in this fertile land. Druid heritage. After 2 decades of ups and downs, Callanin's missionary career has achieved extraordinary achievements, and has become a recognized leader in the new harvest ring in the Ring of Harvest. At the same time, he has also harvested the fruits of love. Tukapoitan became the reason the children have grown up, compared with this happy couple. The old man who is dragging a broken leg and raising his grandson alone is particularly depressed. However, in Callanin's impression, he was not like this. He was anxious to know what kind of hardship this experienced brother had experienced after more than a decade, so that he transformed into an obscure old man in a hidden town. Brother, haven't seen you for so many years. Are Simon and Joan all right? Callanin asked old man Tyr. Joan? Which Joan? You said my daughter? He died of illness 13 years ago. Simon left earlier than her. Only the 2 children were still with me, but he was leaving. The old man looked, pointing indifferently to the grandson beside him. His name is also Joan. Callanin and Matoka both changed their faces. The couple looked at each other, and then Matoka opened his mouth to inquire. Senior brother, when we last met 14 years ago, Simon and Joan said they were going to Fort Daning and invited us to go too, but unfortunately I was pregnant with Candy, and Victor had to give up walking with you to take care of me. What happened to Simon and Joan? Suddenly died. I can't remember these old things. Old man Thiel interrupted Matoka's words suddenly and said coldly, in retrospect, it was a wise decision that the 2 of you did not go. In short, say these boring things in front of my grandson. Matoka nodded her head deliberately, and then cast a glance of sympathy and pity at the old friends. Often, Joan, when I hear your name, I think of your mother. She is my best sister, and you and Betty will be good friends in the future. Matoka touched Joan's hair with a gentle look. The celebrity whispers of the matriarch Mage Joan, a child who had lost maternal love since childhood, feel warm, nodded solemnly to her, and vowed to do everything she could to take care of Candy. Miss Matoka smiled softly at Joan and turned to Old Man Tell. Candy likes to be with you and Joan. Simply your grandfather and grandson moved to Poverton Village to settle down. Victor and I are also convenient. Take care of you nearby. The old man sneered. I have hands and feet. Why do you need to take care? Joan frowned straight. Even with his lonely personality, he felt that Grandpa's words were a bit excessive. If he didn't want to go, he wouldn't go. Why should he treat people's enthusiasm with cold words? Seemingly aware of the grandson's emotional changes, Old Man's attitude eased down. At my age, I don't want to travel any farther anymore, but Joan can go to the village of Poverton, even if the young people go out to meet the world. Joan didn't expect the foreign guild to say this, and wanted to refuse Miss Matoka's invitation, but accidentally thought of something, and asked her instead, are there any mythical creatures near the village of Poverton? Mythical creature? Matoka raised her eyebrows in wonder, thinking for a long time before she said uncertainly, I heard the elders of the clan talk about it. There is a group of ogres in the jungle. The leader of this group of gangsters seems to have mythology. Bloodlines, both strength and wisdom, clearly outperform ordinary ogres. The ogre chief is Shrek, and he has also given himself the title King of Wisdom. Victor Kalinin took over his wife's words and asked Joan suspiciously, what are you doing about these things? It's nothing, just a little curious about the mythical creatures mentioned in the book. Joan slurred past. Now that there are mythological creatures near the village of Powerton, he has to go there. Joan knows that he currently does not have the power to hunt down the mythical ogre, but he can use the ear of God to remotely investigate the opponent's details and see the mythical level of the ogre, so that he knows his mind and waits for the future. Raise your own strength to a certain level and then hunt down that mythical ogre, and then complete the first phase of myth trial to gain more power from tears of God. Just as Joan meditated silently, the girl's cheerful laughter came from her ear. Candy led the small red-clawed dragon and happily introduced Joan to her animal companion. He also emphasized to Minnie that Joan was her best friend. Minnie blinked a pair of watery dark brown eyes and stretched his head over to rub against Joan, as if to remember his smell, and then protruded his short forelegs towards him. Joan stood there at a loss, wondering what it meant. It wasn't until Minnie wobbled her forelegs again and again that he realized that the intelligent Dreadclaw was showing himself to him, quickly raised his hands, and shook Minnie's front paw. Minnie, nice to meet you. Oh, Minnie growled with satisfaction. Joan guessed that she was probably also saying polite words like please take care. Joan, there are many interesting places near the village of Poverton. You should be on vacation. Come home and play with us for a few days, okay? Candy took his hand, and looked like a pleading and coquetry. Joan nodded and suddenly remembered something. He quickly added a sentence, I can't stay in your house for too long. I have to report to Port Leyden College before April 1st. Chapter 56 Enlightenment. Listening to Joan mentioning Leyden College, Candy suddenly remembered that there was another important thing. He dragged him to his mother and asked mysteriously, Mom, how much money did you carry on this trip? Matoka guarded her waist purse cautiously and asked her daughter, Ghost Girl, do you want to lose money? Right? No, Candy argued grievously, this time I want to buy something absolutely worth the price. The same was true when you bought a bunch of colored glass beads for 50 gold coins last time. Matoka laughed at her daughter with a smile. Candy's cheeks flushed with embarrassment and said anxiously, Mom, I was young and ignorant at that time, and I will not make the same mistake again. Yeah. 13-year-old Miss Candy is indeed qualified to criticize her 12-year-old for being young and ignorant. Gee, my daughter matures so quickly. Mom is too much. I won't go home anymore. Candy grinned angrily, tears in his eyes, and he would use his best skills. Seeing her daughter trying to cry in public, Matoka hurriedly put away her ridiculous smile, hugged her baby girl softly and comforted, and asked with a little helplessness what she really wanted. There is a black oak tree in the fruit forest of Joan's house. There is also a symbiotic young sperm named Mila. I am a good friend. I want to bring the big tree and Mila home together. After sniffing his nose, he looked at his mother pitifully. Of course you can't take the tree of others. That black oak tree is very valuable. Let's say it's worth 2,000 gold dagger. If we don't buy the big tree, the two brothers will cut it down and drag it back to the sawmill, so that not only will the big tree be sawed into pieces, but poor Milo will lose the symbiotic plant and will die soon. Talking, Candy couldn't help sobbing. Matoka caressed her daughter's braids and comforted her not to be sad. 2,000 gold dagger bought a black oak tree and gave away a tree spirit. Candy, this time you have done a very good business. Is this true? Candy burst into tears. Mom, are you willing to take out the 2,000 golden dagger to buy the black oak tree? Matoka nodded with a smile and took her daughter's hand and said, but before that, you have to take me to inspect the goods and call your dad by the way. If he refuses to shoot, even if you buy the big tree, can't move home. Candy immediately turned to his father. For her, it was far easier to persuade Mr. Kalinin to unconditionally spoil his daughter than to persuade a savvy mother. A little coquettishness forced her father to agree. Without further ado, Candy offered to go to the Haoshan Woods for inspection now. Old man Thiel has long been thinking of selling black oak to his grandson to tuition. Since the Kantis are willing to pay twice the price of the Dingdals, he will certainly not refuse this good business, and he is willing to lead the way. Joan accompanied the Kanti family to the woods, faintly worried that Grandpa and Kanti's parents found Gray hiding in a nearby log cabin. Fortunately, everyone's attention was attracted by the black oak, and no one proposed to sit in the wooden house. Candy was the first to run under the tree and call out the tree spirit honey in Mew language to pull it out. Seeing many unfamiliar faces, Xiao Shujing first frightened back into the tree, but soon felt the breath of natural power from Candy's parents, and his fear subsided. Hiding behind the tree shyly, holding a trace of curiosity, secretly observed the surroundings. Candy walked around behind the big tree, held Xiao Shujing's hand and whispered intimately, telling her truthful plan. Mila learned that her parents were interested in buying the black oak tree they lived in, and would also take her back to the village of Perviton, 200 miles away in the jungle. On the one hand, I am very happy to be able to walk with Candy, but also reluctant to leave my hometown and people who treat themselves well, such as Joan, Tyre, Jamie, and Gray. Until Candy repeatedly persuaded, she was determined to agree to move. Candy told Mila's father's decision. Victor Kalinin nodded with a smile, pacing around the black oak, carefully observing the tall tree. The straight trunk is a circle thicker than the waist of an adult and is about 20 feet high from the root to the crown. It is troublesome to dig out such a huge tree intact, and transporting it to Pochutan village, which is more than 200 miles from Dillon Township, is a difficult project. Moreover, from Dillon Township to Pochutan village the road is rugged and bumpy, and the jungle has to be traversed on the way to cross the rapids. To Joan, this is simply an impossible task. Mr. Kalinin, how are you going to move this big tree? Driven by curiosity, Joan couldn't help but ask. No need to move, I will cast a spell to wake up this big tree and let it go back to the village of Perviton. Kalinin answered with a smile. Joan was confused. The tree is not a long-legged animal. How can it be allowed to walk on its own? Just under his bewildered gaze, Kalinin touched the waste bag, and a scroll and an orange agate appeared in his hand. Kalinin sat on the floor under the tree, unrolling the scroll with his left hand, chanting softly and praising the natural origin of all life, and the right hand picked up the agate and pressed it against the trunk. As the ritual of magic continued, the scroll rained with golden magic, and the body of the Kalinin was used as a passage through the fingertip to introduce the agate as a magic weapon. The agate then glowed with golden light, illuminating the entire tree. The black oak is bathed in the brilliance of the ultimate mystery of life and wisdom, and the branches tremble slightly, as if it is really about to wake up. My father is performing enlightenment. Candy sees the confusion in Joan's eyes, and explains to him softly, This is a 5-ring natural magical art, applied to ordinary animals or plants, which can be given to animals and plants forever. It is not inferior to human wisdom. Take the black oak tree in front of you. After being enlightened, it will become an activated plant capable of using language to communicate with people skillfully, and its branches and roots will be transformed into freely moving limbs. You can walk away from the soil where you are rooted and walk like a human. After listening to Kinti's explanation, Joan was deeply shocked and had a new understanding of the broadness and esoteric magic. The enlightenment spell has a long casting time. It usually needs to continue casting for 8 hours. My father can save time with the help of the scroll, but it also takes at least 1 hour to activate the black oak. Let's wait here boredly instead of sitting here. It's better to take the opportunity to go back and pack up, Candy said. Joan nodded in agreement with her suggestion, immediately left the woods, took Kinti back home, packed his luggage, and prepared for the upcoming journey. Chapter 57 Scream Forest. After packing his bags, Joan found out that there was still half an hour of free time, and took Kinti to the wood house to say goodbye to Jamie and Grey. During this time, the mixed winter wolf and the grey bag beast formed a deep friendship with Candy. When she learned that she was almost farewell, Jamie and Grey were very sad. Seeing their unwillingness, Candy couldn't help souring his nose, and repeatedly promised to return to visit them in the future. Saying goodbye to Jamie and Grey, who are reluctant, Joan and Candy return to the glade. At this time, Kalanin's spellcasting ceremony has come to an end. The yellow agate, which transmits natural power, is completely integrated into the black oak tree, playing a role similar to the heart. Kalanin chanted the last prayer, and the scroll in his hand turned into ashes, and the spell ceremony ended successfully. Wake up! The creatures bred by the Mother of Nature. Along with Kalanin's call, the black oak trembles, and a sharp transition is taking place from top to bottom. First, the 2 thickest branches become armor-like organs. The bark covering the arm surface is like rough skin. Giant arm. The terminal branches and leaves knit themselves into wide palms. Then the roots of the tree broke through the ground, and the roots of the strands were twisted into thick long legs and a pair of big feet enough to support the tall body. The lush crown was like a fluffy hair swinging in the wind. In the last step of the transformation, a human-like face emerged from the center of the tree trunk, looking at the people in front of him with curious and alert eyes. Joan and the Kinti family stood at the foot of the huge creature of half a tree and half a man, all silent, but their expressions were different. Joan's face was full of surprise, shocked by the magical changes he had just witnessed. Kalanin, who cast a spell to enlighten this big tree, smiled and greeted the tree people in an ancient and mysterious language. The black oak slowly sagged the canopy and bowed deeply to the druid who gave him wisdom. Thank you for giving me a new and respected host. How can I serve you? Come with me, son of nature, and return to our common home. In the depths of the jungle, you can find more like-minded partners. As you wish, my master. The tree man took a big step and followed Kalanin down the mountain. This huge plant walks like an elegant heron, and its actions seem to be slow, but considering that the distance it steps out is equivalent to dozens of steps for ordinary people, the speed of walking on both feet is not inferior to that of a galloping horse. Mila, we are on the way to. Candy pulled the young tree spirit to chase the tree man. The tree man seemed to sense that his symbiotic tree spirit had fallen behind, stopped and slowly leaned over, with the rough, twisted branches of his hands gently holding Candy and Mila, and Joan. Candy yelled. The tree man surrendered a hand obediently, and could not help but pick up Joan, putting his backhand between his shoulder branches. Joan hurriedly hugged a thick branch in order to maintain balance on the swaying tree. Candy was like a dexterous monkey. He quickly climbed a branch and climbed beside him, his face red with excitement. Joan, it's fun. Okay. Oh, the big tree has no name yet. How about we call it Little Black in the future? It's convenient to have a name, but why is it called Little Black? Because it was originally a black oak tree. Candy seemed to think that the reason was not enough, and then said, and it can just be paired with my family's Old White. When Old White sees Xio, He will definitely be happy. Laughed so tightly. Who is Lao Bei? Joan looked at Candy in doubt. Well, when you arrive at the village of Pohhuitan, you'll know it when you see Lao Bei. Candy blinked. His smile narrowed. Joan said goodbye to his grandfather, followed the Kinti family to leave Dillon town, and would join the 40 Azar hunting riders who stayed outside the town. The settlement of the Algonquin tribe is located 200 miles west of the town of Dillon. The crowd is all the way west along the Dillon River. The road conditions of the first 50 miles are not bad. Next, they will go deep into the dense forest. There was no way to go at all, so I had to dismount the horse and wield the sword to dig through the bushes, forcibly opening a passage between dense forests. According to the experience of the Kinti family, even if you rule out accidents such as beasts, robbers, or getting lost during the journey, you will have to walk for at least 5 days to reach the village of Pohhuitan. 50 miles from Dillon town to the outer edge of the jungle have pedestrian traffic, which belongs to the patrol range of the Dillon town police team, and the journey can be kept safe. The area near the valley where the Pohhuitan village is located belongs to the Azaz sphere of influence, and it is also safer. The most risky part of this trip is the more than 100 miles of mountain roads halfway through, most of which need to cross the Scream Forest. Screaming Forest is part of the Great Forest of Yalf. The long and narrow coniferous forest belt extends northwest to the Effine River, and the southeastern end reaches the Lizard Swamp. This forest is named after the Scream tribe of the local goblin family. The notorious evil creatures such as goblins, bear gnomes, and goblins are emerging in an endless stream. According to estimates by Candy's parents, the total population of the Scream tribe not less than 30,000, most of which are ordinary goblins with the strongest reproductive ability, and there are not less than 10,000 bears and gnomes combined. What makes Candy's parents deeply disturbed is that the population of the goblin family is still expanding rapidly. According to this momentum, the Screaming tribe will one day rush out of the forest and expand the power of human settlements. The villages of Pohhuitan and Dillon in Screaming Forest are inevitably suffering. Since the goblin tribe is a potential threat, why not eliminate them before they have grown up? Joan asked puzzlingly. In fact, we had a plan to destroy the Screaming tribe as early as 10 years ago. However, when we really took action, we found that the strength of the goblin family is far stronger than we expected, especially their leader Latu, one who was called the Goblin Warlord of the Tyrannosaurus Conqueror, the high-level blackguard of the Goblin God Mgrubai. Not only has extremely powerful personal strength, but also has the rare leadership skills and strategic vision of the goblin family. Our warriors from the Algonquin tribe have fought many times with the Letu Legion. Although they have won more and fewer losses, they have never been able to completely defeat their opponents, and they have also suffered great casualties. Matoka said. Matoka sighed, and then said, our human fertility is far less than that of goblins. Letu lost an army and can fill up his troops for up to 2 years, but we cannot cultivate a new generation of warriors in such a short time. As the two parties continue to consume in this way, Letu will surely become the ultimate winner, not to mention that this goblin lord will not only lead the soldiers to fight, but also have diplomatic skills. According to the information we have recently collected, Letu is working with the South. The Lizardman tribes in the Everglades are negotiating and actively seeking alliances. If the goblins and the Lizardmen really form an ally, it is undoubtedly a bad news for humans living near the jungle and swamp. Joan listened to Matoka's words and seemed to be crushing a heavy stone. He had clashes with the Lizardman tribe and teamed with Greater Kill 2 Lizardman shamans successively. If the Lizardmen get the support of the Goblin clan, would they launch an attack on his hometown of Dillon in the name of revenge? Chapter 58. Blight. Seeing Joan's face heavy and silent, Matoka thought he was scared by the Goblin clan and smiled and comforted. We aren't so annoying here either, with me and my father, and 40, the elite hunter guards of the Sa people, unless Letu personally went out of the horse. How many goblin gangsters came to death? Yeah, Joan, Leto's fortress is located deep in the Screaming Forest. The Goblin Lord and his generals are unlikely to run around in this area. As for the other goblin gangsters, most of them are bully and stubborn wretched rats. Look, we have a large group of people here, and there is a tall tree, who has been scared to pull his legs away. I dare to take the initiative to find fault. Candy sat on the shoulder of the tree man Little Black and viewed this with a consistent optimism. Trip home. Actually, I am more worried about the threat from the north than lettuce men and women, Kalinin said thoughtfully. Are you saying Black Blight? Matoka looked at her husband. Kalinin nodded, and his face became more severe. The goblin family only wants to our land and food, and the black wilt that is spreading towards the Alfheim region will destroy our homes. If we don't try to curb the expanding momentum of this evil force, one day the great forest of Yolf will be turned into a desert, and we will not find a green plant on the cursed earth. Okay dear, don't say these terrible things in front of the children. Matoka gave her husband a white look, trying to comfort him to relax. Magni has taken someone to investigate the north bank of the Ifine River, waiting for him to bring back about with the latest information on the blight. We may be able to find a way to combat this disaster. I hope so, Victor Kalinin replied heartily. What does Black Blight mean? Joan couldn't help but ask Kinty. I don't know very well either. I heard that it was a supernatural disaster spreading from the Midgid area north of the Ifan River, an area where black wilt broke out. The original lush trees and crops inexplicably withered overnight, and more the scary thing is that the trees infected with the black wilt will also breed an evil activated plant called Wilt Monster, and take pleasure in killing the souls. Candy remained silent for a few seconds, and said in a heavy tone, in recent years, black wilt has continued to cause spreading from north to south. A large area of the forest along the way withered, and the human settlement villages were also destroyed by the Wild Monster and turned into ruins. Now this terrible disease has spread to the north bank of the Ifine River, and even the Ifan River can't stop the black with the spread of the blight. The village of Powhatan on the south bank of the river will also be hit by disaster. After listening to Kinty's words, Joan realized that the Powhatan village was not the carefree Xanada he had originally thought, but also faced various crises. The local Azar residents were more difficult between the internal and external problems. In order to survive, it is not difficult for him to understand why most of the Azar people are optimistic and brave. If they do not have a positive and optimistic attitude and the courage to fear death, they cannot survive in that difficult environment. As Candy expected, the journey for the next 4 days was unstoppable. The goblins encountered along the way were only in groups of 3 or 5. Accompanied by the Candies, Joan successfully crossed the Screaming Forest and arrived at the end of the journey on the afternoon of February 20th. Joan stood on the shoulder of a tall tree and looked out at Candy's hometown. His eyes were all reclaimed fields along the banks of the Dillin River, giving him the illusion of returning to Dillin. Joan went on, and the scenery along the way became very different from the town of Dillin. Located in a secluded valley surrounded by mountains and woods, the village of Powhatan, where the Algongans lived for generations, is a singular village composed of tree houses, caves, wooden houses and hard dirt roads. The beauty formed. The scene of the beautiful scenery in front of me left a wonderful and deep impression on Joan, who visited the local area for the first time. It seems that this is not a man-made village, but a community bred by natura, just like an ant nest or a beehive. It does not destroy the natural ecosystem itself, but is an indispensable part of maintaining the local ecological balance. The village of Powhatan is called village. In fact, both the area and population of the jurisdiction are much larger than Dillin town, Kieoan's hometown. There are no fewer than 7,000 residents in the area. The Asa people occupy more than 80% of the total population. In addition, there are a small number of elves, half-elves and fairies who are willing to deal with humans to settle here. As for the more lonely and conservative elves and goblins, they live in the forest deep in the valley. Occasionally, they need to buy salt, sugar, candles, lamp oil and other daily necessities to visit the market in Poverton village. Joan examines the village of Poverton from the perspective of outsiders and finds that the biggest difference between this place and the town of Dillon is that the locals are not afraid to exclude wild animals. No matter the most prosperous street near the village office or the fields on both sides of the riverbank, there are often groups of wild animals walking around. Of course, there are tame deer, and beasts such as bears, wolves, and lynx are not uncommon. Joan also found that these wild animals are not very afraid of people, and will not take the initiative to hurt people. The scenes of little bears and young wolves accompanied children to play everywhere. The reason why the local human inhabitants can live in harmony with the wildlife is mainly because the village of Poverton is the headquarters of the Dropping of the Green Wild Druid Society in Yolfheim. The fierce beasts that Joan saw were either druid and forest companions, seemingly beasts, in fact human magic beasts, or their partners or heirs. Part of the big family of Ring of Harvest. Candy's father, Victor Kalinin, is the chief elder of the Rump of Harvest branch of Yolfheim, like the parent of the village of Poverton, a large family in harmony with nature. In the past few years, under the influence of the elders of Kalinin, many young people in the village of Poverton have put on green robes and become a new generation of green druid. Elder Kalinin and his disciples used natural magical techniques without compensation to help local residents heal and treat diseases, expel insect pests for farmland and fruit trees, and increase production and harvest. Of course, nature is not always so friendly to humans. After all, the beasts that are close to the local villages are only a handful of druids. In the depths of the jungle, there are more beasts that are hostile to the Poverton village, as well as goblins, orcs, ogres, and evil goblins that are more threatening than the beasts. It is really not easy to survive and multiply in such a crisis-ridden environment. It is precisely because of the environment that the Azap people have to learn to support themselves from an early age, and cultivate a gritty character. Chapter 59 Ilminster. The relaxed attitude of Poverton village towards wildlife does not mean that the locals are not alert to foreign invasions. In fact, the Algonquin tribe has almost all its soldiers, and the defensive facilities around the village are much more complete and guarded than the town of Dillon. A fence made of logs was encircled around the village, and activated thorns were planted on the wall, like the green snake lying on the wall basking in the sun. When the abnormal movement was sensed, the barbed body raised and looked out of the wall to confirm the other party. Without hostility, retract lazily and continue to enjoy the sun bath. There are sentinels patrolling both inside and outside the wooden wall. A tall sentry tower is erected every 100 steps. The tower is equipped with lookout devices and large crossbows to closely monitor the surrounding area of the village. Joan followed the Candy family through heavy checkpoints to gain access to the village gate, immediately attracting curious eyes from local residents. Sometimes someone stopped at the side of the road and bowed to the three of the Canty family riding on the back of the Dreadclaw. Candy and her parents also smiled and nodded their heads to give the gift, which also showed the aristocratic style without losing the number of gifts. Joan also noticed that a group of children who looked up to 8 or 9 years old chased Little Black and showed great interest in the Black Tree Man striding on the street. Most of these children wore wool and linen trousers, coats and animal skin vests, either carrying small crossbows or slingshots or daggers around their waists, just like a group of little hunters. Joan barely understood the Issa dialect used by the Algonquins. I vaguely heard that the children who chased Little Black running along the street frequently mentioned the name Old White, and they seemed to be arguing whether this Black Tree Man was actually a relative of Old White. According to the children's controversy, plus Candy's previous hint, Joan guessed that Lao Bei is also a wise plant. Joan's conjecture was quickly verified. With Candy's strong suggestion, Victor and Motoko decided to put a new foothold for Little Black before returning home. Transplanting is more appropriate. The transplanting site is located in the northeast of the village, just behind the family house of Candy. Nearby is a lush grove of woods, surrounded by protective iron nets and patrol posts. The security is even tighter than that of the Patriarch's mansion. Joan felt puzzled. This would is Lao Bei residence. Kanti saw Joan's doubts and lowered his voice. Lao Bei is a wise Taiku ash tree. It was rooted here before the establishment of the village of Pohuatan. In the woods, it is the guardian of all animals, plants and natural ecology nearby. And it is also a prophet respected by our people of the Algonquin generations. No one knows the origin of Lao Bei, and it is said that its lifespan exceeds the oldest dragon in the world of Vales. It is a tree germinated by a fruit of Thewworld tree that supports the multiverse. It is called Ilmanzur in Elven language. Lao Bei himself said that in addition to it, the world of Vales also has at least there are two Ilmanzur. Both of them are relatives and siblings, but they are rooted apart from each other thousands of miles away, so old and lazy to walk, so they haven't seen their relatives for decades. Several decades, Joan asked Kanti in disbelief. Lao Bei has really lived so long? Thousands of years are too long for us humans, but it is nothing to a tree like Lao Bei. It occasionally takes a nap and sleeps for hundreds of years. It is usually in a state of half asleep, awake, unless it is awakened. It looks the same as an ordinary ash tree, it just grows taller. Candy said with a smile. Joan knew that the ash tree is also known as the ash tree in the Azad dialect, and it is a sacred tree that is respected by the Druid along with the oak tree. Joan also heard that a small worm is often parasitic on the ash tree, and its secretions are white and delicate and rich in wax, which can be collected and processed into a good candle, so it is called ash wax insect. Ash tree is because this parasite gets its name. Joan followed the Candice into the ash forest, and had not found the waxworm for the time being, but was impressed by the slender and tall posture of this kind of tree. There are not less than 100 kinds of trees that Joan has seen. However, there are very few long straight brushes like ash trees from top to bottom. It is just like trimming with a planer. The whole trunk is straight like a ruler. What is even more rare is that the whole forest is like this, like a spear piercing the ground neatly. The scenery in front of him reminded Joan of another great use of the ash tree. The wood made of this tree is tough and elastic, suitable for making bows, masts and lances. Poets often use long spears as forests to describe the most prosperous military. If the forest in the poems refers to the linwoods, this analogy could not be more appropriate. In the middle of the woods grows a particularly thick ash tree, almost 40 feet high, which is what Candy called Old White, and the official name is Ilmanzur. Joan walked around this ancient tree with a diameter of less than 10 feet, except for its huge size, which was no different from other ash trees. While wandering, Candy climbed down from the black oak man and ran to the old tree to shout loudly, Lao Bei, wake up, I will come back. I will bring you a companion black oak. The ancient tree seemed to hear the call of the young girl, waking up from a deep sleep, and the whole tree seemed to be injected with new life and transformed in a slow and exaggerated way. Thick branches hung down and turned into a pair of rough hands covered with nodules, gently holding Candy. A full-featured face appeared on the tree trunk, and the majestic majesty seemed like a relief. Dense aerial roots grow on the lower jaw of the ancient tree, and it looks like a grey long beard flying in the wind. The eyes of Gushu, who appeared closed at the beginning, are slowly opening, and a pair of green pupils are hidden in the center of the brown eyes, as if two deep ancient wells reflect the memory and wisdom that runs through the ancient and modern. Joan looked down and found that the lower part of the tree trunk, which is equivalent to the position of the lower abdomen if compared with the human body, appeared a prismatic fissure, about 10 feet long in the longitudinal direction, about 5 feet in the widest place, and the tree hole was not deep bottom, exuding strong magic waves. Joan was deeply attracted by the tree hole, involuntarily approached the ancient tree, and looked up into the depth of the tree hole. At a glance, he found that there was a circle of spiral luminous steps in the depth of the tree hole, and I don't know where it was going. Just when he became more curious, the palm of his left hand was hot, tear of God came out of the palm of his heart without his calling, and the mysterious will hidden in this gem passed a message of mind to his mind, prompting him to enter a state of meditation. Myth sensation. Discover the mythological creature Ilminzur. Myth Level 7. Chapter 60. Old White Kiaun has long known that Tears of God has the function of automatically searching for mythological creatures in the surrounding area. Upon receiving this spiritual prompt, he immediately awakened Lao Bei Ilminzur, the mythical creature that he has been searching for a long time. The so-called mythical creatures, similar to celestial creatures, infernal creatures, and dragon blood creatures, are a special kind of biological template. Creatures with this type of template are more powerful than normal creatures of the same kind, and even extra gain magic or supernatural power. Mythical creatures have a big difference from other special templates obtained through lineage inheritance or self-variation, and are often closely related to a mythical legend in the ancient times. Take the Lao Bei in front of me. The rumor is a descendant of the World Tree, and the World Tree is the myth product about the creation of the universe. To what extent is the myth and legend about the World Tree true? And how many are made up by future generations? A mortal with a short life cannot witness the history of hundreds of millions of years, but can only speculate on the authenticity of the related legends through the inheritance of the source of the myth. Since the Tears of God senses that the Old White contains the body from the era of the wild mythological power, then Joan can come to the conclusion that the legend of the World Tree is not all fiction. The living mythological creatures are like bridges connecting ancient and modern times, like living fossils that record historical changes, allowing people to spy on the ancestors of their mythological era, and then know which species are ancient and which are it was born in modern times or artificially created, which is of great value to the study of history and paleontology. Different mythological creatures often have different levels, and higher levels mean older origins and more powerful forces. The known mythical creatures have a minimum level of 1 and a maximum of 10 levels. In fact, the 10th level mythological creature itself also has a legendary level, and its comprehensive strength is comparable to the demigod, the most powerful seraph in heaven, and the in hell. The Duke of Devil and the Demon Lord in the Abyss are mostly level 10 mythical creatures. These top mythical creatures usually do not appear on the physical plane where mortals live. If they come to the world, they are often accompanied by punishment or disaster that destroys the world. The Tears of God in Joan's hands can give him mythical power, but this power is not given in vain. Before each myth level is obtained, Joan must pass a corresponding trial to kill at least one myth creature with the level not lower than his current myth level. Joan has not even passed a trial now. The myth level is 0. If you want to embark on the road of myth, the most reasonable choice at present is to try to hunt a level 1 myth creature. This time, Joan came to the village of Pohhuitan with the purpose of searching for mythical creatures. I heard before that there are mythical ogres in the nearby mountains. On this way, I was calculating how high the mythical level of the ogres is. If it is only level 1, it is best. But he never imagined that the mythical ogre he had missed had not yet been seen, but unexpectedly encountered a descendant of a world tree with 7 mythological levels in the village of Pohhuitan. Of course Joan dared not play the Old White idea. What is the concept of level 7 mythical creatures? I'm afraid I can slay him to death by waving a branch at will. What's more, Ilminzur is a holy tree admired and worshipped by the Algonquin tribe from generation to generation. How can he tolerate his destruction? Take a step back and say that even if Joan is capable of killing Lao Bei, he can't bear to start. After all, Lao Bei has a close relationship with the Candy family and is a kind-hearted tree of wisdom. He is not too mad to kill good people trees. To the point. Just as Joan had a lot of thoughts, Ilminzur finally opened his eyes and looked at the girl who held it in his palm with a low and kind laugh. "Oh, my old root, look at who woke me up, Candy, my little lark. Am relieved to see you back safely. Old Bei, I bring you 3 friends, Joanne, Mela, and Xiao Hai." Candy proudly introduced his new friend. "Oh, okay, All are good children. Am glad to meet you. Lao Bei happily hung down the branches like a flexible arm hugging Joan and Xiao. Xiao Shujing Milo is also rare without shrinking and dodge, raising her small hand to gently touch the ancient branches, and her small face is filled with excitement. Great old prophet, may I have the honor to take root in the soil beside you and become your servant? The black oak asked with respect. Oh, okay. Boy, you can certainly take root next to me. When I wake up, you can chat with me. I have many old stories to tell you. You can also talk about it. An anecdote that happened during my deep sleep. Ilminzua looked at the young tree kindly, as if treating his children. Little Black bowed deeply to the old prophet, then moved his footsteps, planted his roots in an open space about 20 yards from Ilminsa, and turned back into a tall oak tree in an instant. It really looked like a young knight guarding the elderly king. And you, my little poor child, have come here to follow you and follow you, the little black man. Ilminzu touched Mila gently. Don't be afraid, no one will hurt in my forest. Lovely tree spirit, you can still live in Xiaohai's trunk, chat with birds in the forest in your free time, or go to the village to find children to play with. But it's best not to leave the village too far. Mila nodded and asked Ilminzu with some shyness and curiosity, Grandpa the Prophet, is it dangerous outside the village? It's dangerous to talk about it, but I faintly feel that an evil breath is spreading from the north. The old prophet lowered his eyebrows, and a trace of melancholy appeared on his wrinkled face. The wind and the flowing water I bring bad news. On the opposite bank of the big river in the north, the demon believers who hate the forest are accumulating strength. Plants and ferocious animals corrupted by magic are their vanguards, and evil goblins are willing to serve as their servants. Even caves. The Ogrin is also approaching them. The goblins of the Yifan River are being mercilessly killed, and the lamentations of Lin Xian and Xujing reverberate in the wind. Alas, I worry that these bad news may be a prelude to a catastrophe. Ilminzua sighed long, and then whispered. This ballad is written in Elven language, and every sentence seems to echo from ancient times, revealing a desolate and sad mood. This fallen age. Sin breeds everywhere. Brothers look back. Paternity. Sword flying. Shield was smashed. The flames of war. The age of wind is coming. Then comes the age of swords. Finally, the era of wolves. The gods arrive at dusk. The end of the world. Chapter 61 Ancient Prophecy. What kind of ballad did Lao Bei sing just now? Joan pressed the throbbing heart out and asked. Canty whispered. Sounds like some ominous prediction. You guessed it, this is indeed an ancient prophecy. If you say it in detail, it will be long. Candy said without a smile on his face, and said quietly, you must know that the era we live in is called Holy Light Era. Before Holy Light Era was Arcane Era, then further forward was Dragon's Era, and in earlier times it was Giant Era, also known as Flood Era. That was the time when the storm giants and the ocean giants ruled the world. However, few people knew that our Azat tribe was also the protagonist of the Giant Era. At that time, our ancestors were all demigods, and they were called Azatlan, living on the Genting Plateau in Asgard, living in a gold-cast palace, representing all the fellow human beings at the forefront of fighting against the giants. But unfortunately our ancestors eventually called it their goddess Dusk. The decisive battle was defeated by the giants, and the Valhalla Palace on the Genting Highlands was also occupied by giants. The remaining Azat people fled Asgard and wandered around, marrying those mortals who were not divine, and they lost their divine power over time. Reduced to mortal, despite the near-destructive blow, our Asa people have not perished, nor have we forgotten the history of our clan, which was recorded and sung by the prophets in the clan, so that future generations will remember their inheritance and remember where did the Azat people come from and where they would go. Lao Bei just sang a song written by a prophet of my family named Winter of Funbal, which was recorded in the Sabia prophecy. The song also recalled the history and predicted the future, such as the song The Arrival of Their Goddess Dusk is not only a disastrous defeat for our ancestors, but also a disaster that will be repeated in the future. According to the prophet Sibyl's prophecy, When the winter of terror comes again, there will be 3 winters on the earth, first the winter of the wind, then the winter of the sword, and finally the winter of the wolf. After that, the darkness of the gods that will destroy the world will come again, just like the day when our Zaprotos suffered the disaster of 40,000 years ago. At the end, Candy made a meaningful summary. The catastrophe and the freshmen come and go again and again, as if the seasons alternate. It is both the beginning and the end. These are people who lived in the depths of the jungle for generations. Both men and women, young and old, are hunters on horseback. They are good at using tomahawks, throwing guns and bows and arrows, opening roads in the wilderness, burning forests and wasteland, planting corn and wheat, or even more primitive life of fishing, hunting and nomad in the riverside forest. As men love to wear animal-sewn clothes, while women wear dresses made of linen or cotton. Venison, turkey and fish are their favorite foods. The Azar people who are far from the civilized society also have their own entertainment methods, such as holding a grand barbecue party to celebrate the wedding, and competing events to express the worship of the god of power and competition called. Joan came to Powhatan village in late February and happened to catch up with the annual spring festival of the Yalgangjing tribe. Most of the Asa people are believers in the god of power and competitiveness Kuda. The Asa people are a sports-loving people. Various sports competitions are held on the festivals as a grand sacrifice ceremony for Kuda. The most solemn of these kinds of celebrations is the Chun Festival Games. The competition includes more than 30 items such as swimming, running, shooting, rock climbing, and fighting. Not only the young men and women of the ethnic group are eager to blockbuster on the Spring Festival, foreign travelers can also sign up for the competition. Participating in sports games has always been the best way for outsiders to integrate into the local society. As long as they show superb standards in any athletic event, they can quickly win the favor of locals. In the first few days of Joan's arrival in the village of Powhatan, his life has not changed much compared to when he was in his hometown. Wake up early every day to prepare spells, accompany Kanti's family after breakfast, and hide in the room to study spell books. When tired of reading, go for a walk in the ash forest, and learn to learn word by listening to Candy, La or by Xiaohai and Mila ethnic language. And he almost never take the initiative to speak. Use as much time as you can to do what you like as much as possible, and don't waste even a second for things you're not interested in. Joan himself doesn't feel that this simple and pure way of life is bad, but Kang the Tea family was deeply disturbed by this, and for a while worried that he would be suffocated by staying in the house reading all day, and for a while worried that he would become more and more lonely if he did not participate in group activities. It was suggested that he sign up for the Spring Festival Games. Even if he could not get anything, good grades can at least play a role in emptying the brain and exercising, and maybe meet some new friends. In fact, Joan has no interest in any sports games and no desire to meet new friends. However, after all, he is not in his own home. Since the Kanti family kindly helped him integrate into the local community, Joan couldn't help but give others face. You can only promise to come down. This is the first time Joan has ever lived in order to maintain interpersonal relationships, so as not to disappoint those who love him, and is forced to do what he does not like. When Candy told him don't force yourself if you really don't like it, Joan could hardly resist retreating, but after struggling, he still restrained his impulse, because he could not forget the grandfather's words, "You cannot indulge yourself into a monster away from the crowd." Outliers are either gods or beasts. Joan is not a supernatural god, but he is not willing to become a self-imposed beast. He doesn't like to participate in group activities and is not good at communicating with people, but he doesn't want to disappoint those who care about his love, and he doesn't want to become an isolated island away from society. Joan knew that there was a curse hidden in his blood. The more he moved away from mankind, the closer he was to strange until he completely lost his humanity. In order to avoid that step, he had to work hard to overcome his psychological obstacles, and occasionally tried to participate in some social activities. For example, at the moment. Thanks to the kind invitation of the Canty family, Joanne, though not very reluctant, had to stubbornly sign up to participate in this year's Spring Festival Games in Poverton Village. On the other hand, Joanne is a face-loving person after all. If you don't participate, you can't show your ugliness in public if you are determined to participate in the competition. For this reason, you have to spend more time to select a sport that you are better at from many competitions and strive for a good result. Chapter 62 Spring Festival Games. Of course, Candy knew that a weak mage like Joan had difficulty competing with a strong as a youth on the sports ground, so he took the list of competition items and reviewed it from beginning to end. Finally, he suggested him participate in dart competitions that focus more on skill than physical fitness. Before making the registration decision, Joan went to the dart training ground to observe the field and found that the Azza people used rebound darts in the competition. The rules of the competition were also based on the characteristics of the rebound darts. The darts he was good at were too light. The range is too close, which is a disadvantage under the existing rules of the game. Canty hinted that he could extend the range of darts with the help of the higher master, and Joan seriously considered giving up this too obvious method of cheating because he had more hidden cheating skills. The Spring Festival was held on the last weekend of February, and Joan signed up for 3 events, including a 100-yard sprint, freehand tree climbing and long jump. On the day of the game, when the thin boy, who was only 13 years old, appeared on the field, it immediately stood in stark contrast to those of the tall and muscular contestants. The audience admired Joan's courage while surprised, perhaps because of sympathy, and spontaneously cheered for the little mage. At this moment, people thought that Joan's participation in the game was just a fun, focus on participation, but what happened next surprised them. Joan did not live up to the cheering outside the court. All 3 games entered the semi-finals with unexpectedly good results. Among them, the tree climbing game even reached the finals, and finally won the 7th place. At the end of the 2-day sports meeting, Joan not only won the respect of the Azza people as he wished, but also won a good name that he was reluctant to accept. Monkey Master. On the evening of the closing of the games, a bonfire evening was held as usual. The aroma of barbecue and ale accompanied by the singing of men and women lingered in the night sky. Joan didn't attend the party because he was ashamed. After all, he only used the sports belt, not his own strength, to win good results. When he heard the praises of others in public, he always felt hot, because Candy's brother Mage Joan led an Azza hunter back from the northern investigation that night. Candy's parents were eager to learn from the eldest son about the north bank of the Ifine River, and Joan was also very interested in it. Accompanied Candy out of the village overnight to welcome Mage and his party. Joan and Candy waited for more than half an hour at the entrance of the village. They didn't hear the rush of horseshoes in the distance until the middle of the moon. A short time later, a cavalry with a total of about 100 people appeared in Joan's field of vision. The riders were dressed in jungle camouflage cloaks with dark green stripes. The night wind blew the cloak, and occasionally exposed the sword that was worn close to the body. The horse team reached the gate of the village, and the riders strangled the reins neatly, turning over and dismounting one after another. The headed rider is particularly tall and burly, giving a sense of oppression like a jungle beast. When he lifted his cloak hood, revealing a sharp and handsome face, Candy immediately cheered and rushed up. "Mage, you are finally back." "Ha, naughty girl, what I want to say to you, where did you go in more than a month?" Mage hugged her sister and kissed her on the forehead, and there was a deep concern in the blame. Well, it's unclear to say 1 or 2 sentences. In short, because of some accidents, I have to cultivate in Dillontown. During this period, I was taken care of by many kind people. This little brother is one of the good-hearted people, right? Mage smiled at Joan with a slight expression, with no deep meaning in his eyes. "Yes. His name is Joanne, my lifesaver and best friend." "Mage, you must not bully Joanne," Candy warned. Mage shrugged and spread his hand in a grieved manner. "Ah, when you have a new friend, You don't take your brother in your eyes. You are really my good sister. Bah, you talk nonsense. I don't have it. Candy's cheeks were flushed, and he punched his furious brother. In terms of the burly and magnificent figure of Magnus Brown Bear, his sister's fist is a little too small, but he is still very cooperative to pretend to be unbearable, making his sister angry. Joan was envious of the deep feelings of the brother and sister. Unfortunately, as an orphan, he didn't quite understand how to get along with brothers and sisters. Candy and his elder brother made troubles for a while before he remembered his parents' advice, and hurriedly urged Magni to go home quickly. Walking on the road, Candy was the most active of the three. He first introduced his brother to the situation of Joan's house, and then introduced to Joan the elder brother who was 7 years older than her with a heartfelt pride. Magni Boverton is indeed worthy of his sister's pride. This young master of the Algonquin tribe definitely deserves a rare evaluation. He was recognized as the first warrior in his family at the age of 20. Magni's inheritance is somewhat special. He neither inherited his father's druid inheritance like his sister Candy nor followed his mother to become a ranger, but instead worshipped Kitlanders from the far east of the old continent. Legendary Lord Beowulf is a teacher. Kitland's lords Beowulf and Natasha had visited the New World many years ago, during which they lived in the village of Poverton for a long time, and had a deep friendship with the Candy family. Unfortunately, Candy was too young to be like Magna. Paul was so fortunate to get guidance from this legendary couple. Magnus' first superlative career was Lion Totem Warrior. After reaching a certain level, he successfully advanced to Cord Warrior under the guidance of Beowulf. Lion Totem Warrior is an enhanced barbarian profession, and Cord Warrior is a stronger and harder advanced magical profession, which is simply Raging Paladin. Magnus' first impression is full of wildness, and his performance on the battlefield is wild and sturdy, so that he is awesomely called Crazy Magni by the tribe. Magnus' style of dealing with people is just like his extraordinary professional Cord Warrior, treating enemies as brutal as a Mad Warrior, treating family and friends as enthusiastic as a paladin, leaving Joan with a good impression. As for some wondering why this enthusiastic and cheerful young knight is called the Crazy after all, he has not yet witnessed the performance of Magni Boverton on the battlefield. Magni Boverton was extremely popular among the young generation of the Algonquin tribe. Joan and Canty followed him through the square where the bonfire banquet was held, and they had to stop before they walked far. Socialize with people. Along the way, people frequently got up and toasted to Magni. Magni also kept smiling and waved his hand, never refused to pass the wine glass. Every drink, the heroic spirit and extraordinary wine volume won more praise for him. The group of three walked around and stopped for half an hour, finally passing through the enthusiastic crowd to the bonfire that was burning most in the middle of the square. Victor Kalinin and Matoka Boverton are waiting for the eldest son to return. Surrounding the fire are the elders of the Algonquin tribe. Magni, come over and sit down. We are all waiting for the news you brought back. Matoka greeted her son sitting next to him, and Victor handed Iko a glass of white ale with a white foam. Magni bowed slightly to his father, took the wine glass with both hands and sipped it out, winning a burst of applause again. Joan frowned as he watched the Azawinter glass empty, and could not help but frown straight. The sports game was still reliable. The sports belt cheated. He could not cheat by drinking. Fortunately, Victor and Matoka understood his hardship and told his relatives and friends in advance that Joan was a mage. It is well known that in order to keep a clear head, the mage is always very restrained in drinking, except for Magni to thank him for this time to take care of his sister's name toast a cup. No one to toast Joan, which made him secretly relieved. Magni faced with the elders of the clan without a change of color, then wiped the corners of his mouth, put down the glass and began to talk about business. In recent years, Victor Kalinin and his disciples have been paying close attention to the black wilt that has spread from the knob forest in the north, lest this supernatural disease that destroys the jungle spread to the hinterland of Yalfheim, and Magni led the team to the north this time and took a great risk to approach the origin of the black quilt, the forest of knotted heads, to carry out investigations in order to find out the deep roots of the black wilt outbreak. My father, my mother, and the elders, we went to the north to investigate this time. We crossed the Ifan River on the way and reached the outermost area of the forest of Hanging Forest, where a large black fir forest grows. An uncomfortable breath, as if all the trees are watching us with these hostile eyes from travelers in the south. I guess all the goblins living with these trees have also fallen to the side of the evil forces. Candy interjected. Magni nodded gently, and then his sister said, the Conquest Church has expanded rapidly in the Midgard area in recent years. It is said that the head forest is the base camp of this cult that advocates conquest and destruction. What they advertise is that pioneers shoulder the sacred mission of transforming nature. The pioneers have the right to develop and use all the natural resources of the landless. If the jungle and the beasts hinder the pioneers' footsteps, they should use fierce fire. Hujin conquered it. As you have heard, these propaganda slogans are really deceptive, especially tempting for colonists from the old continent who are eager to obtain a fertile land, and it is precisely because of these beautiful the propaganda slogan. The Conquest Church has gained the support of tens of thousands of colonists in the Midgard area, and its influence can almost contend with the Timus Church and even the official faith of the colony, the Church of the Holy Light. Chapter 63 Conquer the Order. Starting from the teachings advocated by the conquering mission, it is not difficult to deduce that rough pioneering methods such as burning forests and reclamation of lakes and fields are justified behaviors. And this coincides with the colonialists' general eagerness to obtain good land. It did not take into account that excessive land reclamation would cause irreparable trauma to the natural world. People burned the jungle to cultivate and cultivated, and the first few years still achieved a bumper harvest. However, as the environmental damage intensified, these farmland will run out of fertility within a few years. The climate will also deteriorate sharply due to the large-scale burning of the jungle, which will eventually lead to the degeneration of good fields into deserts, and various natural disasters will erupt frequently. In the final analysis, radical pioneering activities may bring short-term benefits to people. Caused a more serious disaster. Victor Kalinin made a fair criticism of the teachings of the conquering order from the perspective of a green druid. Father, we can certainly criticize the teachings of the conquering order as being too simple and rude, without considering the long-term influence. But you think about it, those colonists who came to the New World with a dream of making a fortune are mostly in the old continent. Landless farmers who cannot stand on their feet, they are eager to own a good field as soon as possible. And who cares about natural disasters years or even decades later? Magni shrugged. To be right, Magni, we can criticize the conquest of the sect for being too short-sighted, but we cannot blame their actions for evil. After all, those colonizers also want to survive and have the dream of making money, and occupying the land. Occupying more land is the only way for these people who leave their homes to survive and realize their dreams. Matoka sighed in a mixed mood. If the conquered sect really represents the broad interests of the colonists as they publicly advertised, we really cannot be too harsh on them, but this is not the whole truth. Father and mother, this trip to the north made me have the opportunity to peek into the true intentions of conquering the senior ranks of the congregation. If my observations are meticulous enough, if my reasoning does not deviate too much from the truth, I am afraid I can only draw an inference that will shock you. Speak your guess, Magni. Don't worry about who is scared. There is no coward sitting next to you at this moment. Victor cast an encouraging look on his son. Joan noticed that the atmosphere near the bonfire suddenly became dignified. People stopped talking, all their eyes were focused on Magnus' stern face, and even the foreign visitors who had nothing to do with him couldn't help holding their breath. Expecting the horse gurney reveals the truth of conquering the congregation. I think that the slogans conquered by the congregation are deceptive. They don't care about the welfare of the colonists. What they really care about is the destruction of forests and grasslands, so that the plants can wither away, and the withering replaces the lushness, and death replaces the life. Faced with the puzzled eyes of everyone, Magni emphasized in the last word, the core teachings of the conquering sect are not the conquering the barrenness and reclaiming the good land that they advertise externally. They are just destroying and destroying. To destroy for destruction. When all the jungles and grasslands on the earth are destroyed, the cultists will not stop there, and then they will inevitably turn the target of destruction to farmland and orchards. Today, people who follow the conquering sect to open up wasteland will one day find them. The idols of worship are actually a group of cruel demons. If there is no tree to burn, the flames of the demons will turn around and burn the wheat field behind them. Magni spoke out ominously, destroy for destruction, destroy for destruction. Candy murmured his elder brother's argument and shuddered. Magni, what good is this crazy behavior to conquer the sect? The top sect will never be. Is it a group of lunatics who have fun by burning forests? Of course they are not lunatics. In fact, they have every reason to do so. Magni lowered his voice and his expression became more dignified. During our investigation along the north bank of the Ifine River, we were fortunate enough to get seclusion in the forest with the help of the good goblins on the periphery and the help of the ancient Shuren. They have been struggling to resist the expansion of the conquest of the congregation over the years, and they have learned the secrets of the congregation during the long-term confrontation. This leader of the resistance army, the respectable Lao Shuren, told me personally that there were several high-ranking druids who conquered the sect, but unfortunately they could not withstand the temptation of demons and eventually betrayed their belief in the origin of nature, and instead went to the opposite of the druid, fallen into an abominable withered. Candy couldn't help exclaiming. Her pretty face paled slightly from fear. Victor and Matoka, as well as the elders by the fire, all expressed their astonishment and even horror, and they were silent for a while. Joan couldn't resist the curiosity in his heart and leaned into Candy's ear to ask in a low voice, what does the Wither mean? The Wither is a very evil and extraordinary profession. Only the fallen druid will take this path. Candy took a deep breath and calmed his emotions as much as possible. A person only comes from the heart, loves life and worships the natural origin. It is possible to gain the favor of the natural origin and become a druid, but this road is not easy to go, full of difficulties and obstacles. If someone goes astray and loses the life and natural origin, if you love and give up the sacred mission of maintaining the balance of nature, you will be punished by the origin of nature because of your betrayal of faith, and you will lose all professional abilities including the use of natural magic. Joan nodded. What happens next? The Mother of Nature is compassionate. If a druid who has gone astray repents in time and actively atones for his depraved behavior, he can still regain the care of nature's origin and regain the lost power, but there are also some deaths. The unrepentant guy resented the Mother of Nature because of the punishment he received, and turned into the arms of the demon. Under the guidance of the demon, he was transferred to the evil magic spellcaster, which is the Wither. Just as people often refer to the dark guardians of the evil gods as Antizamurai, the Blighters are also called anti-druid, and their creed is contrary to the druid, blaspheming life and spreading death for joy. To destroy green plants are proud, they have powerful and evil powers, and their spellcasting ability is even greater than that of real druids. However, these powers are not without cost. The Wither will destroy a large piece of lush green plants every day, and usually choose to burn them. The crops in the woods, grasslands or farmland will please their demon masters through this cruel ritual before they can gain the magical position of the day. The higher the level of the Wither, the more green plants need to be destroyed every day. Due to this constraint, they cannot maintain their strength in glaciers or deserts with sparse vegetation, so the Wither always lurks in dense vegetation. It is not difficult to understand why the conquering sect with the Wither as the core of leadership should expand the power of the Yalf jungle, and why incitement to the unruly forest burning of the colonists to open up wasteland. The evil deforestation ritual is carried out in the name of, and a lot of green plants are sacrificed to enhance their own strength, leaving only dead branches and leaves everywhere. After listening to Kinty's story, Joan couldn't help feeling cold. Since the Wither must destroy trees day after day to maintain his ability to cast spells, Magnus' inference just now seems logical. These fallen druids are indeed destroyed for destruction, destroy for destruction. As for the doctrine of external propaganda, it is nothing more than beautiful packaging to cover up the real purpose. Since the conquered sect is a cult group formed with blighters as the backbone, the black wilt spread from the north is probably also inseparable from this cult gang, Joan said thoughtfully. Based on our investigations in the north these days, you can be sure that your speculation is true. Magni patted Joan on the shoulder, and then he started this new topic. In the past month, we have been back and forth on the spot. No fewer than 10 areas where black wilt had broken out were visited, and surviving residents were visited. These areas showed that there were 2 similar signs before and after the black wilt outbreak. Specifically speaking, what are the similarities? Victor asked. First of all, before the outbreak of black wilt, most of the people in the local black robe wandering in the forest, exactly where these suspicious characters haunted. Shortly afterwards, black wilt broke out, and large pieces of plants withered and died. It must be reminiscent of the evil ritual of the Wither. The second suspicious point appeared in the forest where the black wilt occurred, and the withered trees seemed to be injected with some kind of evil magic power, which turned into a hotbed for the birth of monsters after they died. These monsters transformed from withered trees. It looks like activated plants, but resembles undeads with full of hatred towards the living, swarming through the woods and the wilderness in droves, hunting all living things that inadvertently break into their perception range, including us humans. In fact, the villages near the Blight outbreak area were almost completely destroyed by what these locals called the Blight monsters. The survivors who fled the village mentioned that the monsters all showed fear and hatred. At that time, I still don't quite understand why they are so cowardly and why they don't unite to resist the invasion of monsters, until later when we personally encounter the Wither monster. We really understand the mood of those who escaped. Magnus' voice was low, and the bonfire cast a shaking shadow on his face. The blazing flame cast a shadow on Magnus' face, and at the same time cast a lingering haze in the hearts of the people listening to Magnus' story. Unconsciously, the atmosphere around the campfire became terrifying. Candy and Joan looked at each other and shivered. Chapter 64 Withered Monster. The withered monster is both a product of the black wilt disease and a spreader of this disaster. 10 days ago, in the southern part of the Henze forest, we encountered this abominable monster for the first time. Weird. Magni took the ale delivered by his father and moistened his throat, stared at the campfire into memory, and it took a long time to continue to tell about the strange and terrible encounter that day. At that time, we were heading north along the banks of the Ifan River under the guidance of a guide, trying to find the road to the central area of the Forest of the Hanging Head, which is probably also the headquarters of the Conquering Mission. But just as we crossed in a cypress forest, we suddenly found that wild animals in groups were fleeing the forest. We had to suspend the trip to avoid the panicked deer, and then wild boars. Until the end, we were surprised to find even the dinosaurs at the top of the jungle. Creatures have successively embarked on a journey from north to south, which makes us wonder, what kind of threat is it that can force a huge dinosaur to escape from its habitat? I can't describe the spectacular scene of the beast tide migration in words. What I saw aroused my curiosity and at the same time caused our guide, a half-elf hunter who lived in the northern jungle all the year, into panic. He insisted that the migration of the beast tide is an obvious ominous sign, symbolizing the wrath of the gods. If we insist on going to the north and going to the ominous place where the beasts flee, the arrogant behavior will lead to the revenge of the gods. Magni Boverton took the ale delivered by her sister and moistened her dry throat, and then talked about the strange things that happened during the northward investigation. I spent a lot of effort to appease the frightened guide, trying to tell him that the migration of wild beasts is not a rare thing. A wildfire may cause the herd to escape from his hometown. We humans have irrational and unmatched beast courage. How can you frighten yourself before you get the truth? so that you run away like a beast of ignorance." My persuasion was not in vain. The half-elf guide reluctantly agreed to stay and lead the way for us. But he also put forward a condition that if he encounters an ominous sign similar to the escape of the herd on the way, even if I break my mouth, he will not stop. Left behind. As you have seen, our team planted discordant seeds. None of the Azar warriors around me flinched. Unfortunately, we are foreigners after all. If we are careless, we will be lost in the strange jungle. If we want to continue in carrying out the investigation mission, the help of the guide is indispensable in any case. We went on the road with anxiety, and we camped by a small river in the evening. We camped in accordance with the marching practice, lit a campfire to dispel the cold and secretly beasts, and I arranged for 6 brothers to accompany the guide to fetch water by the river. By the way, take our mount to eat some grass by the river and drink thirst. I remember it was a cloudy day, the moon and stars were not visible in the dark clouded sky. The air was so dulling. Just as we were preparing dinner at the camp, horses screamed suddenly from the riverside, and then there was shock, shouting and screaming. I immediately realized that the squad that went to drink horses was attacked, and quickly took half of the staff to the riverside to rescue. The rest of the brothers took up their weapons and stayed at the camp to stay alert. If I needed their support, they would sound the horn. The disposition is still calm. "What do you see next?" Motoko asked her son. I brought people to the riverside, lit by torches, and saw a group of weird creatures attacking the horses. The brothers who had come to drink horses had shown their swords, surrounded by injured guides and fighting and retreating. There the opponent is a group of weird monsters, whose body and limbs resemble human beings, but they are covered with dense foliage and no facial features can be seen on their faces. If they squat on the ground, they are almost indistinguishable from a pile of bushes. Obviously, it is these monsters who are proficient in camouflage, ambushing in the real bushes of the river, launching a mean attack on our guides and horses. "Does it resemble a bush-shaped monster?" Victor murmured under his chin. "This sounds like a kind of evil activated plant, which is the with monster you just mentioned." Magni nodded first, and then added, accurately, "It is a subcategory of withered monsters, which the locals call withered monsters." "How many subcategories does the withered monster have?" Candy asked curiously. "There are 3 types we have seen with our own eyes, and the dead branch monster is the lowest class." "Okay, don't digress. Let Magni continue to talk about the ambush on the riverbank," Motoko said. "The sudden attack of that wig monster scared us a jump, but afterwards think about it, this monster has no strong fighting ability except for being good at disguising sneak attacks. When we calmed down from the initial panic, this group of despicable sneak attackers became our prey. Someone tried to attack the dead branch monster with a torch, and received excellent results. This monster is very afraid of fire. Once the dry branches are ignited, it is difficult to extinguish. It can only be in vain, struggling to turn into ashes. We used torches and rockets to wipe out most of the dead branches, leaving only 2 live mouths to try to torture the confessions. Unfortunately, we soon discovered that the dead branches had little intelligence and were unable to use language to communicate. I failed to learn from them. Any valuable information was squeezed out of him. The guide was not seriously injured. I used magic to help him stop the bleeding. This poor man was terrified and couldn't say a word for a long time. At this time, we all realized that the area was in crisis and returned to the camp. Everyone's mood is very heavy, but until then, we have not had the idea of retreating. I arranged a double outpost that night. The boys spent a dull night in anxiety. The weather did not improve the next day. We had to brave the sleet to continue the trek in the forest, hoping to find there is a camping place for sheltering from rain and snow. Our guides seemed to be mentally exhausted, saying less than usual, but fortunately they can still fulfill the mission of leading us. I guess this is because the double commission brought him some incentives. We braved the rain and snow for a day, and at dusk it was already sleepy and weary. We camped in a pine-forested valley. Now there are doubts about hindsight, but I did feel the atmosphere in the valley inexplicably depressed. I would not choose to build a camp there unless the guide insisted repeatedly. Magni said bitterly. Magni, I guess your hunch will be verified soon. Candy couldn't help but interject. Magni nodded, his face somber. On the night, we were attacked by the withered monster again. This time, our opponents showed two more difficult withered monsters besides the twig monster. One of them looked like a hunchbacked old man from afar. Only later can I see that this monster is covered with dense thorns from head to toe. And it looks like a humanoid monster formed by the aggregation of pine needles. The name of the dry needle monster is quite appropriate. The attack of the dead needle monster hit us coldly. This monster is good at long-range attacks and can shoot out the needles on his body. The power is no less powerful than a crossbow. No less than 10 as our warriors are densely launched by the dead needle monster. Arrow rain stabbed. 6 of them fell forever in the pool of blood. Magni clenched his fists angrily and took a sigh of relief until the emotions stabilized before continuing. We rushed into the battle and paid some casualties. Fortunately, we quickly stabilized our position, shielded the thorns emitted by the dead needle monster with a shield, and counterattacked with a rocket just like their close relatives, the dry branch monster, the dry needle monster. There are also weaknesses that are vulnerable to fire damage. Just as we gradually got rid of the disadvantages, the third kind of withered monster suddenly rushed out of the flank of the camp. These evil plants called withered vines are just like ordinary vines when they are stationary, and they are like crawling when they move. The group of snakes sneaked to the ground under the cover of night and grass. Without knowing it, they approached the camp and suddenly attacked us. Magni stopped to recall the most dangerous moment of the battle that night, and his eyes became extremely hot. The vine monster is the most cunning and dangerous among the 3 kinds of wilting monsters. They are not only good at disguising stealth, but also have the supernatural power to manipulate the vines. They can use the python-like vines to separate how the warrior was bound and fell into a passive situation where he could only be beaten but unable to fight back. The vine monster is the only one of all the withered monsters who can speak. Their sound is broken and harsh, mixed with the wood language and elven language, mostly mocking the victim. The only valuable information of the profanity of the authors is that they frequently mention 2 names, my father Ganshias and Master Shaman. Unfortunately, we have no way of knowing what Ganshias and Shaman are. Character Gantiyas ... Shaman. Victor murmured, seeming to think of something, and his face became strange. Magni, you finally defeated the fierce blight monsters, didn't you? Candy asked. Yeah. But it also paid a heavy price. After the battle, almost everyone was injured. 20 even as our warriors buried their bones in the country. Magni gritted his teeth and restrained his grief. Continued. Compared with the lost manpower, what hit us more was that the half-elf wizard was nowhere to be found after the battle, whether he was kidnapped by the blighted monster, fled overnight because of timidity, or because we were unable to without knowing the reasons. We cannot change a grim reality. In this strange and dangerous forest, we have lost the only guide who is familiar with the local environment. Considering that there are likely to be more withered monsters lurking in the dark jungle, and considering the terrible consequences of getting lost, I can only give the troops a command that may be weak but not irrational. Pack up the bag and retreat the same way. Margurney's eyes revealed an undisguised loss. Chapter 65 Soul Stealer. As night falls, the Ifan River flows from west to east. The wide river divides the original jungle of Wilnoya into 2 large plates, north and south. The south is the Yolf jungle of the evergreen birds of the seasons, and the north is the monster. 3. The hanging forest shrouded in mist all year round. The reason why the forest belts on both sides of the river have different atmospheres is not related to the natural climate. In fact, before the Henze forest was occupied by the conquering sect, the local area was also a lively happy land and residents living in the dense forest. It is no different from the Beast and the South Bank. The outbreak of Black Wilt changed all this. I don't know when it started. The North Shore jungle became like a moldy bread, and the lush dense forests successively appeared a piece of withered area like moldy spots. At first, these withered areas were still very rare, and the coverage area of each place was only a radius 100 feet. It is not worth mentioning relative to the vast virgin forest, and the elves and fairies living in the jungle do not care too much. However, with the passage of time, more and more wilt zones, with irregular spots gradually connected into a curve, like a shocking scar, extending from the north to the south, winding straight, reaching the Effin River. This significant change aroused the vigilance of residents on the south bank of the Effin River. A large lush forest grows on the banks of the river at night. A slender figure stands at the top of the tree, less than 2 feet high from head to toe, obliquely carrying a small compound bough, wearing a green cloak decorated with leaves, head wearing a pointed hat curled up with leaves, dwelling on the leafy treetops. It is difficult for even the most keen-eyed falcon to find its tracks. This little creature is picking, a kind of goblin living in the jungle. Compared with its aquatic close relative Nicky, the most obvious characteristic of pickering is that it has a pair of dragonfly-like wings that can fly freely in the forest. In addition, although Pixie also has naughty commonality among the goblin family, it has a strong sense of justice that is not commensurate with its body. Whenever the forest in which the goblins live is threatened by evil forces, the brave and kind pikes will always fight at the forefront of resisting invaders. The toy-like small bow shoots arrows filled with hypnotic magic, causing those enemies that are far taller and barbarous to fall into a lethargy after the arrows. This little picker is a voluntary sentry on duty on the riverside. The smiling face, which is always full of laughter, is particularly serious at this moment, and his eyes are cast across the Effin River across the night. Just a week ago, it accompanied a group of Azak cavalry from the village of Pochutan in a canoe across the Effin River and into the jungle on the north bank to investigate the enemy. This is not the first time Pikchin has leapt over the river bank, but this trip left it with the most memorable impression. The north bank of the Effin River has been reduced to the sphere of influence of the cultists. The disaster caused by the Black Quilt intensified. The mountain residents who lived on the north bank for generations had to cross the rushing river by boat to escape from their hometown and migrate to the south bank before the disaster approached. Rebuild home. During this investigation of crossing the river, Pickering also saw the byproducts of black wilt, a group of evil-activated plants collectively known as withered monsters. Black wilt will only cause destruction to green plants, but withered monsters will not let animals or even humans let go, madly killing all the creatures that appear in their vision. Their warriors of the Algonquin tribe have been attacked by dead branches twice. Although they finally repelled this group of monsters, they also suffered heavy casualties. For security reasons, the leader of the reconnaissance team Magni Boverton had to lead his troops to withdraw to the south bank of the Effin River. Pickering broke up with his Asa friends here, and took the next task from Magni Boverton, to closely monitor the movements across the river bank. If the black wilt or the withered monster were found crossing the river, the signs of proliferation on the south bank immediately flew to the village of Powhatan to report to Magni. These days, Little Picker has been fulfilling his mission, watching the movements across the river with vigilance. What makes it a little gratified is that the Effin River, which is 100 yards wide, is like a natural wall that isolates disasters, blocking the black wilt and the withered monsters on the opposite bank. Unless those abominable monsters can fly, I would like to cross this rushing water. Big river. Withered monsters can't fly, of course, but their wooden bodies can float on the water, and theoretically they can swim across the river. Fortunately, these monsters were so stupid that they didn't understand swimming skills at all. The consequence of forcibly crossing the river was that they floated on the water and collided with each other. Finally, they were all rushed to the downstream by the torrent. Peak happily guessed that the group of idiots might have drifted into the estuary of the Effin River at this time, and all of them were crushed into wood chips by the large ships that frequented the bay. Just as Peak was contemplating, he suddenly passed a shadow over the river bank. The fairy sentinel was taken aback, raised his bow cautiously, and looked up for the shadow. The dark clouds obscured the moonlight, and the dark night sky was silent, with no suspicious signs. Probably an owl. Peak narrowed his body so that he would not be preyed by raptors hunting at night. Just then, a sudden gust of wind blew behind him. The wind was also mixed with a disgusting smell, and Pickering immediately foreseen that the situation was not good, and hurriedly turned back to shoot an arrow. However, it was too late, and a claw suddenly passed through the branch, strangled its throat. Call out! The little arrow escaped from the bowstring, drawing an arc in the night sky with blood, and then fell into the depths of the jungle. Bah! The stupid little thing, dare to resist. The Solescence Chainik cursed and touched the left ear that was torn by the arrow, and then the blood on the finger licked cleanly, licked his mouth greedily, and picked up the peak that had broken his neck. Down the tree. This evil fairy with a myth level is almost 3 feet tall from head to toe. It looks like a mixture of pickles and vampire bats. Its naked skin is dark red, small eyes, aquiline nose and a piece of paper. The large needle-shaped mouth makes it look sinister and cruel. The claws are long and sharp, allowing it to climb and leap freely on the tree like a monkey. When it jumped down the tree, a pair of large wing membranes resembling bat wings spread out under its armpits, gliding slowly with the help of the rising air, and finally landed smoothly. The Soul Stealer dragged the body of the prey, humming songs in a hoarse voice through the forest, leaving behind a series of blood-stained footprints. It resembles an excited hound, sometimes stopping and sniffing around, suddenly burying his head in a tree hole, skillfully collecting a large pile of poisonous mushrooms with black spots, and sometimes climbing up the tree, peeping with unscrupulous eyes holding the horse honeycomb hanging on the branch. See how good my luck is, and come as you want. Soul Stealer grinned, reached out to try to pick the honeycomb, hesitated and then retracted his hand, murmured to himself, "No, that's not okay." These buzzing little cutes won't relax their vigilance even at night, and it's uncomfortable to be bitten by them. The power of myth gives Soul Stealers more wisdom than ordinary goblins, or cunning is more appropriate. It didn't want to risk honey to steal honey, steal the cover of the branches and leaves, recite the Mentora in the Mu ethnic language, and its narrow eyes flashed arcane light. The Soul Stealer completed the spellcasting ceremony, reached out to the opposite honeycomb, and the invisible magic power rushed like a tide of water, deeply planting a strong sense of fear into the hearts of all creatures in the 30-foot cone-shaped space in front. The frightened wasps huddled together, humming and fleeing from the hive. When Soul Stealers plucked the branches and swaggered to the hive, the wasps immediately realized that this evil goblin was the source of the spread of terror. Where else could they protect the beehive and compete to fly away from the Soul Stealer? Many wasps were so frightened by fear that they crouched and shivered in the nest. Soul-stealing spirits were satisfied with the effect of the spell. They pulled off the hive, lifted it over the top and dumped it down, and the paralyzed wasps fell together with honey. Soul Stealer opened his mouth wide below, and even the wasp filled his mouth with honey and creaked. Eating the wasp in the hive, the Soul Stealer patted the slightly raised belly, took the hive and jumped down the tree, touched the animal skin skirt tied around the waist, first took out a gall-shaped copper bottle, and then pulling out a rope. There are several small, pale skulls strung on the rope. According to the size of these skeletons, it is not difficult to guess that they are all fairy skulls. The Soul Stealer pulled out the stopper of the bile-shaped bottle, and a plume of orange smoke escaped with it. The Soul Stealer took a sip of the magic potion in the bottle, then opened a blaze of flame, and lit the bushes opposite. The Soul Stealer is plugged with a copper bottle filled with a fire-spraying potion, and is pushed back to the waist pouch. Then he pulls out his sabre, which can only be regarded as a paper knife relative to the figure of human being slashing to the body of Pickering, cut off the poor fairy's head and throw it into the fire to roast. The horrific ceremony has just begun. The Soul Stealer put the hive in front of the body, used it as a container to fill it with blood, then shredded the poisonous mushroom into the hive, and finally used the fire stick to pluck out the burnt head, and the brain was thrown into the hive, slowly simmer on a pile of firewood. The mixed slurry in the honeycomb gradually boils, giving off a nauseous sweet smell. Soul-stealing spirit sniffed snugly and saw that the stew was almost on fire. Then he used a wooden stick to overturn the boiling mixture, and picked out the skull with only a white skull from which flesh and blood were removed. He wore it on the rope and satisfactorily surrounded in the waist. The skulls of these sperm victims are not only ornaments that show atrocities, they are also injected with evil magic after complex stewing, and become the most powerful weapon in the hands of soul stealers. After doing all this, the soul stealer returns to the Effin riverside, waiting for the coming master. Chapter 66 Snake Hand Shaman. Soul stealing did not wait too long. A lone figure came from the forest across the river bank. The man wore a black velvet cloak that exudes magical fluctuations. In his right hand, he holds a staff sculpted from obsidian. The smooth rock surface has a silky red texture, like smoldering charcoal, which emits a hot magic power, as if looking at a distance will burn your eyes. The black robe walked to the river and slowly raised his left arm. The wide robe sleeve slipped down the arm, revealing a strange arm. The elbow was cut off, and the wound section was changed to a viper with the same thickness as the original arm. What is even more incredible is that this poisonous snake that was cut off and transplanted to the left arm of the black robe was still alive, twisting a slender and smooth body, revealing a back covered with black scales and a milky abdomen, a wide and flat head. Slowly, he spit out a purple snake letter in his mouth, and venomous fangs looming. The black robe shook his shoulders, and the viper transplanted to his left arm communicated with his soul, as if a real arm was raised upward, and the snake bit the cape's lower edge and pulled back. The hood slipped down, revealing a face that could not be seen at a specific age. The pale complexion and heavy dark circles showed that the person was used to day and night. The grey eyes were deep and cold, and no emotion could be seen. The weirdo walked slowly to the river with his staff and looked at the wide river in front of him, with a sarcastic arc rising between his lips. Those guys on the other side thought it would be naive to stop my footsteps with this river alone. The black robe sneered and cast a spellcasting gesture, chanting a prayer of praise to a demon lord in a low voice, and the evil magical power immediately emerged from his body, turning the flesh and blood into a cloud of mist. The fog had almost no weight, maintained a vaguely human figure and floated off the ground. Under the push of the night breeze, it quickly floated across the river 100 yards wide, and condensed into a flesh body on the opposite bank. Spirit of Souls Kanek quickly ran to the black robe and bowed to his knees, his face flattering. Dear Master, your most loyal servant, Kanek Ui, is waiting for your assignment. His face was filled with flattering smiles, but the soul-stealing body was trembling. He asked the black-robed man to poke his cuff with the afterglow of his eyes, lest the viper came out of the cuff to bite his throat. Kanek Ui has reason to maintain a gesture of fear in front of his master. The high-level deacon Snake Hand Shaman of the Conquer Church is not a kind-hearted person. He treats the enemy as cruelly as his men. Kanek witnessed Shaman wielding his snake hand bitter subordinates more than once, and those unlucky ghosts died without poison. Kanek did not want to be the next victim, and no matter how humble he was in front of Shaman in order to live his life. Snake Hand Shaman was satisfied with the servant's humble gesture, shaking his robe sleeve, and motioning for Kanek Ui to flash away. Soul Stealing relieved himself secretly, eager to run away, but of course he did not dare to show so explicit, and maintained a humble expression of retreat. Snake Hand Shaman walked on his staff and walked directly into the depths of the jungle on the south bank of the Yifan River. Looking around the tall and lush cypresses, he nodded in satisfaction. Shaman stopped and suddenly staved his staff to the ground under his feet. With a thud, the obsidian staff plunged into the soft soil covered with fallen leaves, like a stone thrown into the calm lake. And the negative energy shockwave full of the magic of destruction and death spread out quickly, covering 120 feet of space around Shaman in an instant. The flowers and trees impacted by this evil magic instantly withered, forming a circle of death around the Snake Hand Shaman. The dark dead leaves inside the ring contrast strongly with the green trees outside the ring, presented in the most intuitive way the opposite of death and life. Stepping on dead branches and leaves at the foot, Shaman's pale face glowed with a strange blush, and his eyes became radiant. While destroying a large number of surrounding trees, this fallen druid in 6th level wood destroyer not only satisfied the desire to destroy, but also took the life of the trees and transformed his spirit into his own magic. This cruel predatory act is the unique method of cultivation is also the driving force behind the continuous destruction of forests by Shaman and his colleagues. It's not enough to destroy the trees. Shaman will use the negative energy polluted plants in another way. He shook his shoulders, manipulated the viper attached to his left arm to drill out of his cuffs, unlocked his waist bag with a finger-like snake letter, and drew a root from it. The root of this Gandius devil tree is about half a foot long. The twisted roots are dark red, the surface is covered with large and small nodules, and the thin roots are like a bunch of twisted blood vessels. The slight tremor in the mouth of the poisonous snake is more like a deformed heart than a tree root. Shaman raised the root of Gantias with a snake hand and chanted softly to start the spell of this singular object. The roots of the scarlet tree seemed to sense the strong negative energy around them, shaking violently in excitement, and at the same time they became red and shiny. The trees around Shaman that had just been killed by the negative energy shockwave were radiated by the red light radiated by the root of Gantias, as if injected with evil vitality, and they wriggled one after another. The withered shrubs turned into dead branches strangely, conifers are transformed into dead needle monsters, and vines are transformed into dead needle monsters. These blighted monsters were separated from the soil they once lived in, and gathered around Shaman in all directions, watching the ancient and evil tree roots in his hands with awe. Shaman was not surprised by this scenario. The root of Gantias in his hand is not small. The so-called Gantias is said to be the name of a legendary vampire centuries ago. This ruthless Night Lord used his powerful magic to conquer a kingdom, forcing his subjects to build a magnificent tower known as the Tip of the Night Tooth for him. In the decades that followed, Gantias ruled this dark country brutally until his tyranny was overthrown by a hero, and the vampire tyrant himself ushered in the end, and was pierced by a wooden spear and died. However, the legend does not end there. The blood of Gantias gave the pile that pierced his heart a terrifying magic, and many years later the pile sprouted a curly sprout and grew into a sapling full of the evil essence of the vampire. A crazy druid discovered the sapling and transplanted it into the underground cavern where the sun never appeared. It is said that this magic tree was here to bear the first batch of withered seeds in the world, and the cultivator of the Gantias devil tree, the crazy druid who betrayed nature's belief, also became the first wither in the world of Veils. Snake Hand Shaman does not know to what extent the above legend is true, nor does he know the origin of the Gandias devil tree and its breeders and the conquering order. He only knows that the order includes him. All the high-level withers can receive a root of Gantias from Pope Duolan. Once a week, Shaman can release the magic power of root of Gantias and activate a large number of dead branches and leaves into a withered core loyal to himself. Root of Gantias became bleak after the magic was released, and the roots were raised like frost. In the next 7 days, Shaman will destroy a forest every day, and inject some of the stolen trees into the root of Gantias. So after a week of recharging the root of Gantias in order to restore the magic, create a new batch of withered monsters. At the same time, the old dead branch monsters will also lose their vitality and return to dead branches and leaves. Fortunately, root of Gantias still has the effect of deterring the withered monster even after the magic is exhausted. As long as Shaman holds this root, he can order the withered monster to do anything. This fact made Shaman realize that the root of Gantias not himself is the true master of the withered monster. If he wants to use this regimen to make a difference on the south bank of the Ifan, the most important thing is to take good care of root of Gantias. Thinking so, Shaman carefully retracted the root of Gantias into his waist pouch, and glanced at Kanakai, the stolen spirit. Chainik was not only proficient in stealing souls, but Shaman implied that his pickpocketing servant had better not to hit the root of Gantias, otherwise he would cut Chainik mercilessly. The restless claws were stuffed into his mouth. Chainik was trembling with this meaningful glance, and stuttered to ask Shaman, "Dear master, what do you ask?" Shaman manipulated the snake hand and scratched his chin. He said thoughtfully, "These dead monsters are not enough to destroy the villages of the Algonquins. I also need to hire a stronger force." "Are you referring to the Ogre Lord Shrek and the so-called 500 warriors entrenched in the nearby mountains?" Chainik shrugged. "The King Shrek's horse is indeed powerful, but he opened the price of employment is also scary. It's not necessary to spend a lot of money to buy the self-proclaimed fat man. The key is to do what is right." Shaman's lips showed a mysterious smile. "I have every confidence to convince the Ogre Lord to join my expeditionary army. As for you, Kanikwi, all I have to do now is take me to Shrek." "Follow your orders, my master." Soul Stealer bowed deeply to Shaman and led the way with doubt. Chapter 67 Mythical Ogre. In fact, long before the Azar people of Powhatan village crossed the river and went to the north to investigate, the senior leaders of the conquering order sent scouts and spies to the south bank of the big river in a more secret way, collecting intelligence and drawing detailed maps to teach. The regiment paved the way for expanding the sphere of influence on the south bank of the Yifan River. Stealing Solchaniku is a scout under the Conquest Church. He swims among the jungles on the south bank of the Yifan River all the year round. It is far more local than his immediate boss Snake Hand Shaman. Clear. Under the guidance of Kaneki, the Snake Hand Shaman led the corps composed of 300 dry branch monsters, 200 withered needle monsters and no less than 100 withered monsters. Vastly forward, they traveled west along the riverbank, and after 2 days of travel, they finally came close to the destination valley where the ogres lived. The valley is located deep in the riverside dense forest. As early as the last century, the ancestors of the Shrek family settled and proliferated here, and named their territory Deep Forest Valley. In the eyes of Snake Hand Shaman, this simple and appropriate the place names are also commensurate with the imaginative minds of the ogres. The Deep Forest Valley is densely covered with vegetation, and there are low bushes growing between the tall trees. There are countless sentries lurking in the trees and bushes. With a tall body of ogres, it is neither suitable for climbing trees nor good at lurking. Most of the sentinels on the periphery of the valley are the weaker ethnic groups conquered by King Shrek and his warriors, mainly half-orcs and goblins. Snake Hand Shaman used eagle eyes to look into the deep forest valley from a distance of several miles, and saw the half-orc sentry and goblin scouts in the forest due diligence, and could not help but to the ogre who claimed to be the wise king the Lord has a little more admiration. As we all know, ogres are not a race that is willing to observe discipline. Their minds are often inversely proportional to muscles, and stupidity and combativeness are synonymous with them. Most ogres can only undertake the simplest physical tasks on the battlefield or on the construction site, and slightly more complicated tasks will make them confused. Let's not expect the ogres to complete a major project together. Compared with the division of labor, these stupid big guys are more willing to fight with each other. The more ogres get together, it usually means chaos and trouble with increasing geometric progression. Starting from the general habits of the ogre clan to examine the deep forest valley, Shaman doubts whether there are really more than 1,000 ogres inhabited here. There is no sign of confusion here. The ogre warriors are all dressed in standard leather armor, carrying excellent forged mace on their shoulders, and under the command of a commander, patrol along the avenue from the valley to the river, neatly organized. The uniform progress is like a well-trained regular army. Shrek ruled his territory, subjects, and slaves with iron fists, bringing an amazing order to the deep forest valley. The residents here, whether they belong to the noble class ogres or the slave class half-orcs, jungle gnomes, or goblins, I admire their king very much, and under the arrangement of Shrek do their duties. The Soul Stealer approached Shaman and truthfully introduced the local situation to his master. Shrek selected the strongest and most aggressive 500 ogres from his clan, one by one titled warrior. These 500 ogres warriors are his team who have been in battle for years. Shrek led this. The powerful regiments have conquered the alien tribes around the deep forest valley one after another and made a public promise that as long as the conquered respects him as king and undertakes labor and tribute, they can be exempted from the end of the greed rations. As before, tranquility is alive, and can also be protected by the Shrek warrior when they are threatened by foreign enemies or beasts. "Oh, this guy's acting style is really a bit of a king style," Shaman commented half sneeringly and half praisingly. Perhaps Shrek's methods are rare in the eyes of real big men, but the orcs and goblins are not much smarter than the ogres. They are easily recovered by Shrek, and they are the vassals of the ogres. Shrek makes full use of these servants. Conscript half-orcs to serve as subordinate soldiers in his troops, conscript skillful jungle gnome to forge weapons for his troops, tan leather armor, and produce dangerous alchemy items such as flaming glue, thunderstones, and smoke bombs. Even insignificant and cowardly the goblin also made a big use under this ogre lord. Shrek created a special unit, picked the strongest ogres, put on a full set of plate armor, carried huge iron buckets, and arranged 3 to 4 military-trained goblins to ride in the basket. Relying on iron, the barrel is used as a shield to launch attacks with crossbows, spears, and alchemy bombs, just like a humanoid armored chariot. Solescence exclaimed with exaggeration. Knowing how to control his subordinates and mastering military training, this Shrek can deserve the title of Smart King. Shaman said lightly. At this time, a loud horn sounded in the valley opposite, then the alarm bell was made, and the patrols on the avenue and the scouts in the trees were all on alert. Shaman saw this scene with his magic vision, and guessed that his own troops had been discovered by the sentinels in the deep forest valley. In order to avoid unnecessary conflicts, he gave a glance to the Soul Stealer and signaled him to come forward and negotiate with the ogre clan. Your own intentions. Kanik did not want to deal with the unreasonable ogres, but he did not dare to disobey the will of his master, so he flew out daringly. Chanikui's luck was not bad. The ogre warriors who led the team must be in a good mood today, but he patiently listened to his intentions, let him stay in place, and hurried back to report. 20 minutes later, Kanekui brought a female ogre dressed as an envoy to the snake-hand shaman. The female ogre squinted her small eyes and looked at Shaman up and down for a while. When the wither was about to run out of patience, the other party finally broke the silence and declared that King Shrek arbitrarily punished them. It was very unpleasant to break into his own territory, but the principle of being generous was not for the time being, and Shaman was asked to go to the king's castle immediately to see if he had sufficient reasons to defend his offense. After talking about this set of rhetoric, the ogre envoy emphasized, "The king only allows you to bring a servant into the palace to see. As for the ugly monsters behind you who are half a people and half trees, you have to stay in place to accept me." Fang monitoring, do not act rashly. Shaman's visit was seeking the ogre lord, and he had been psychologically prepared for the harsh treatment he had encountered. He nodded quietly and followed the request made by the other party to leave the withered core, only to follow the envoy with the Soul Stealer. Deep Forest Valley. The envoy led the servants of Shaman to a convertible cart dragged by herbivorous dinosaurs. Before getting on the car, they took out a pair of leather blindfolds and asked the two to wear them, lest they take the opportunity to peek into the military facilities inside the valley. Shaman frowned, his eyes flashing with anger. After a little thought, he silently put on his blindfold, but there was a sneering arc between his lips. At the same time, the viper transplanted on his left arm quietly poked his head from the cuff and looked out of the carriage. With the help of the viper's vision, he could observe the surrounding buildings normally while covering his eyes. The cart travels along the wide and flat avenue to the castle on the high of the deep valley. On both sides of the avenue are buildings that are planned like a chessboard. The streets are clean and tidy, unlike the residence of filthy ogres. Shaman passed the residential area of the ogre nobles by car. The buildings in front of them were mostly stone-built single-family houses. while the communities where slaves lived were rows of simple wooden houses for centralized management. The barracks and warehouses were also made of stone. It looks quite sturdy. Shrek's mansion sits on a hillside, and the Thustri fortress made of rock is quite magnificent, like a grey giant overlooking the valley. After entering the gate of the castle, the female ogre Shrek's court took off blindfolds for Shaman and Caniquint led them to the first-floor restaurant to meet King Shrek. The ogre lord sat at the long table in the middle of the restaurant and was having dinner with a nearby minister. King Shrek has a yellowish complexion and a greener body, taller and stronger than ordinary ogres. He sits the two taller than the standing Shaman, wearing a loose golden robe, and his chubby face resembles a big winter melon. The bare head has no grass. The iconic small eyes of the ogres, the collapsed nose bridge, the big mouth, and a pair of trumpet-like ears make the ogre lord look calm, but his eyes are a bit sad. Shaman couldn't guess whether this was due to his mind or was just pretending to be deep. Shaman also noticed that there was a whole roast pig in the dinner plate in front of Shrek, and there was honey dwarf brewed by the dwarf on the table. Judging from the diet, the smart king has moved away from the rumor-drinking ogre tradition and is more like a human nobleman living in a civilized country. The minister who accompanied King Shrek for dinner was wearing a gorgeous splendid robe and a wide-brimmed hat decorated with gorgeous feathers. It looked more handsome than the ordinary ogres, and had a slimmer figure and skin. The candlelight showed a pale cyan luster, and the elegant temperament was also very different from the ordinary rude ogres. Just as Shaman stepped into the restaurant, Shrek's neighbors put down their knives and forks, hugged the lute next to them, and sang songs to welcome guests. Master, the guy who plays the piano is Cassio. He is an ogre wizard and Shrek's most beloved court poet. Soul Stealer whispered in Shaman's ear. You better not offend the pretentious man. A jerk. He never misses the opportunity to speak in Shrek's ear. Shaman nodded suddenly. No wonder the man is a bit weird. It turned out to be a part-time bard of an ogre wizard. Ogre shaman does not refer to an ogre that has a spellcasting class, but a subspecies of ogre. Perhaps it is more appropriate to call it higher ogre, and its appearance and body are more than ordinary ogre, close to humans. The brain is also smarter, and has a very powerful ability to cast spells. According to Shaman, Cassio, as a high-level ogre advanced bard, clearly possesses a strong power, but still willingly stays beside Shrek as a court attendant, showing that the king he serves has extraordinary leadership charm, worthy of being mythical ogre. Chapter 68 Fountain of Wisdom. When Cassio, the ogre poet, finished playing the welcome poem, half of the roasted whole pig in front of Shrek was rare for the greedy ogre. Shaman is now convinced that Shrek is really in his heart. Loss of appetite. Shrek grabbed the glass and drank it, staring at Shaman for the first time. Uninvited visitors, report your origins. The shaman, from the nose-ahead jungle in the north of the Ifan River, pays tribute to you on behalf of the Conquest Church. Shaman bowed slightly. I accept your tribute, Shaman from the north, and now tell me why you and your army came, whether it is Shrek's friend or enemy. Dear king, of course we are here to win your friendship. Shaman replied calmly. To win Shrek's friendship? The ogre lord's small eyes shot sharply. How do you intend to express this sincerity? I bring you a cooperation plan that can benefit each other, which will help you expand your dominance from the deep forest valley to the village of Poviton. Poviton village. Shrek's face changed slightly. Friends from the north, do you have any hatred for the Algorn tribe? Shaman nodded and pretended to be full of indignation. Half a month ago, the Issa people of Powiton village sent a cavalry to invade the territory of our sect, and they also wreak havoc on the local area, killing many innocent followers. I came across the river this time just to avenge the hatred of the despicable Azar bandits. I deeply regret the experience of your sect, but the Algonquin tribe is not a mess. To be honest, the group of half-human and half-tree monsters you bring is no match for the brave and warlike Azar hunter. I fully agree with your judgment, respected king, so I hope that you and your warriors will fight with us, join forces to destroy the village of Poviton, and kill the Algonquins. Shaman's words were midstream, showing a cold killing intent. Shrek glanced at his court poet, then snorted from his nostrils. "Mr. Shaman, our tribe and the Algonquin tribe have no grievances or enmity. Why should Shrek come forward for you? Of course it won't make you laborious." Shaman pulled out a small cloth bag from his waist and poured it on the dining table. Dozens of bright gemstones poured down from the mouth of the bag, and jingled like a dazzling waterfall. King Shrek was dazzled by these beautiful gems and froze for a few seconds before recovering, stroking his fat jaw and shaking his head gently. Although the gem is good, it can't blind Shrek's reason. Compared with the consequences of turning over the face of the Algonquin tribe, this commission is far from enough. Shaman was amazed by the temptation of this ogre leader to resist the gems. Fortunately, the gems on the table were not all his chips. "If this is not enough, how about I send you another piece of information about wisdom of wisdom?" Shaman smiled. "Wisdom of wisdom?" Shrek raised his head in surprise, staring straight at Shaman, his voice trembling slightly with an irrepressible excitement. "Do you know where Wisdom Spring is hidden?" "I not only know where I can find the Fountain of Wisdom, but I also know that you are working on collecting all the magical things that can enhance your intelligence. But I am really curious, as far as an ogre is concerned, you are smart enough. Why do you want to improve your wisdom at any cost?" Shaman digresses silently, not only deliberately appeasing his appetite, but also exploring the details of Shrek. Shaman's problems clearly touched Shrek's mind. The tall and strong mythical ogre shook his head and sighed. The gloom in his eyes deepened a little. The court poet Cassio cast a sympathetic glance at his monarch, then stood up holding the lute, and said to Shaman, "It is too cruel to let a man who has fallen out of love speak out his sadness. Let me use it. A newly composed narrative poem will answer your question for the king." The court poet plucked the strings and sang with affection. In the deep forest valley, our beloved king is Shrek. On top of that mountain, my beautiful elder sister's name is Fiona. Handsome Shrek fell in love with Fiona at first sight. Proud Fiona is cold to Shrek. The narrative poems written by Cassio do not have too many gorgeous words, and the singing voice is also beautiful. Shaman guessed that this was a very unrequited love story. Just as the ogres of the deep forest valley all fanatically worshipped Shrek, Shrek himself fell in love with Cassio's sister, Fiona, a high-level ogre witch hidden in the mountains. What happened next was very cliché. Shrek climbed to the top with his longing for love, trying to confess his heart to Fiona. The arrogant and cold ogre witch was impatient even listening to his love letter. Instead he challenged. Fiona's challenge is not to compete, nor to use the magic she is good at to tease infatuated suitors, but to verify whether Shrek is really as smart as the tribe praises. As a servant who accompanied Shrek to propose, Cassio was also Fiona's younger brother. He witnessed the whole process of Fiona and Shrek's wits, and chanted in the restaurant as a narrative poem. The great witch Fiona said, "Shrek, son of Blair, listen. I have 3 questions here. It is the touchstone to distinguish fools from wise men. If you are as smart as Cassio praised, presumably 3 questions will not trouble you." Noble Shrek is not afraid of challenges. Can't wait to ask a lover to ask a question. Fiona smiled slightly. The words spoken are full of wisdom. Self-proclaimed smart Shrek, you listen. Rabbits run 10 times faster than turtles. If I let the rabbit race with the turtle and let the turtle walk 10 feet first, can you tell me if the rabbit can catch the turtle? Self-proclaimed smart Shrek, you listen. I can predict the future, and there is always a 20th error in this prediction. If 3 consecutive predictions show that the sun will not rise again, now you come tell me, will the sun rise as usual tomorrow? Self-proclaimed smart Shrek, you listen. If I say I love you, I must be lying to you. If I admit that I am lying, so am I really an honest person? Fiona had 3 questions in total. Poor Shrek got the wrong pair. Attracted the merciless ridicule of beauty. A stupid man like you. How do you know what true love is? Before you get smarter, stop confessing to me. Poor Shrek hit hard. Leave with a wounded heart. However, A real man will never admit defeat. Shrek will come back someday, with a smarter mind. Solve those 3 abominable puzzles. Pass the test of Witch Fiona. Finally captured the beauty of the beauty. After listening to Casio's long narrative poem about Shrek's pursuit of the Witch Fiona, Shaman was speechless for a long time. Fiona's 3 questions not only puzzled Shrek, he couldn't even answer them. These are 3 propositions, no wonder Shrek frowned. But having said that, Shrek's direction is not wrong, unless his intelligence can be commensurate with Fiona, otherwise never want to hold a beauty. From this perspective, it is not difficult for Shaman to understand why Shrek is eager to seek the Fountain of Wisdom. Friends from the north, you have learned about the king's heart, and then it is your turn to tell a story about the Wisdom Spring. It is best not to let the king down. The poet Casio plucked the strings, threatening in the plain words. "I'm not telling the story, but the facts." Shaman paused deliberately until Cassio and Shrek's eyes fell on his face. "You have heard of Ilminzulis' name?" "Of course I have heard that it is a sacred tree guarded by the Algonquin tribe for generations. It is said that it is a tree grown from a seed of the world tree at the beginning of the ancient times." "Does this have anything to do with the Wisdom Spring?" Cassio wondered. "Ask. Since you mentioned the world tree, you are also a knowledgeable poet. I want to hear about the legend of the world tree." "Under the roots of the world tree, there are 2 magical springs, one of which island the Spring of Life, guarded by the 3 maids of the Goddess of Destiny, and the other mouth is the Fountain of Wisdom, guarded by a demigod giant named Mima. This spring is also known as the Fountain of Mima. Mortals only need to drink a secret mill. Springs will have great wisdom comparable to ancient prophets and sages." Shaman's vivid and colorful narration attracted Shrek, and the Ogre Lord couldn't help but ask, "You mean the mythical Fountain of Mima really exists and is closely related to the heir of the world tree, Ilminzua? It's incredible. After all, it's just a myth. Since there are mythical ogres in the world, why is the Wisdom Spring in myth only a fictional legend?" Shaman's sharp rebuttal made Shrek speechless and then ecstatic. "If what you said is true, tell Shrek how to get Wisdom Spring water." "It's very simple. The Mima springs are buried under the roots of Ilmansa, and this ancient tree is overthrown. Dear King, you can drink smart spring water and win the hearts of Miss Fiona." Shaman's words had a temptation that Shrek couldn't resist, but he still kept a touch of reason and turned his head to cast a hinted look at Cassio. The court poet grasped the heart and found a small copper coin from his pocket. He flicked it quickly at his fingertips, chanting a spell between his lips, and a psychic magical energy radiated out, covering the opposite sides of Shaman and Canik. Shaman immediately sensed that an invisible probe was extending deep into his mind, probing his thoughts. Obviously, this was a spell cast by Cassio. The offending behavior of the other party caused Shaman to be angry, but he quickly controlled his emotions. Although he can use his willpower to resist the spell of detecting thought, in order to win the trust of the ogre instead, the Lord and the messenger beside him, Shaman withdrew the defense of the soul, allowing Cassio to detect his true thoughts. The thought probe lasted for about a minute. Cassio ended the spellcasting and told Shrek in a low voice, "Your guest is not lying. At least he believes he is telling the truth." Shaman smiled fearlessly. He dared to come to the deep forest valley to find an ogre lord to discuss the transaction. The greatest confidence lies in the information he holds. Whether it is about Shrek or about Wisdom Springs is completely true. There is no need to swindle. "Dear King, the Algonquins will never allow you to destroy their sacred tree. If you want to drink smart spring water, you should not refuse us to conquer the friendship of the congregation." "Right, Mr. Shaman, you are now Shrek's friend." "It's an honor to be contemptible." Shaman held the wide palm of the Ogre Lord with his right hand, and the two smiled at each other, and the atmosphere in the restaurant became relaxed. The Algonquin tribe is not easy to bully. Before launching the offensive, we need to formulate a perfect combat plan. Cassio's proposal is in the midst of Shaman's arms. In fact, he has already planned a perfect combat plan. According to this plan, Shaman himself will lead the Deadwing troops to openly move in the jungle near the village of Puviton, wreaking havoc on the trees. The defensive force of Wotton village. At the same time, Spirit Soul Canik will take advantage of the situation, try to sneak into the village, find the location of Ilmancer as soon as possible, and use the magic scroll to send a signal to the Shrek forces lurking in the nearby jungle to send him a signal. Indicate the main attack direction. Shrek received a signal from Canik that he would lead the ogre warriors to raid the village of Puviton, destroy the left-behind troops in the village, then destroy Ilminster and occupy the Fountain of Wisdom. When the leader of the Algonquin tribe learned that the village had been occupied, he no longer had to pursue the Dead Branch monster, and had to lead the main force to return to rescue the village of Puviton. Then I will lead the Dead Branch team to cooperate with the king of the Ogre warriors. Attacked this as a force before and after it and completely wiped it out. Snake Hand Shaman clenched his fists fiercely, as if the entire Algonquin tribe was already under his control. Let him rub it at will. Chapter 69 Soul Stealing Skull. Snake Hand Shaman and his servant Spirit Soul Canik spent a day and night in the Ogre Castle in the Deep Forest Valley. After repeated discussions with Shrek, they finally determined the battle plan for the joint attack on the village of Puviton. On the last day of February 1620, Snake Hand Shaman led the Withered Court to advance, marching towards the Aragon Valley where the Puviton village is located, and deliberately destroying trees and looting local elves, fairies and even human beings. Bad news and letters of distress flew to Powhatan village like flakes. Since Magni's investigation team returned from the north of the Ifan River, the Victor and Matoka had foreseen that the Ifan River could not stop the spread of Black Quilt, and the conquering sect would one day extend the claws to the river south bank. In order to deal with the coming crisis, the couple strengthened the security forces around the valley, and also planned to reorganize the reconnaissance team, and Matoka personally led the team to cross the river again to the northern reconnaissance. However, they did not expect the enemy to move so quickly. The plan for the second cross-river reconnaissance had not yet been launched, and the withered army of troops had already approached the outskirts of the Algonquin Valley. Receiving bad news from the jungle, Victor Kalanin immediately used natural magic to summon a group of Raven allies and ordered them to investigate at low altitude and track the dynamics of the withered monster. At the same time, Matoka summoned all the elite warriors of the clan. A total of 2,000 Azar hunters who were good at woodland operations prepared the crossbows and war horses to be ready to go. Victor's Raven Scout quickly locked down the enemy's trail and brought back more detailed information for the master. The total number of withered monsters was not less than 500, and the commander was a fallen man who cast a spell to destroy a large tree every day. Druid. According to the description of the Ravens, Victor and Matoka are convinced that the culprit that manipulates the large group of withered monsters is the Wither Magni talked about occultist from the Harrow Forest. The couple Victor and Matoka, one is a druid and the other is a ranger. Worshipping the origin of nature is their common belief, and maintaining the natural ecology is their common duty, and the behavior of the Wither is in there the antithesis of can't be dissident. What's more, the Withered Legion not only destroyed the jungle vegetation, but also ruthlessly killed the animals and residents living in the forest, leaving a lifeless ruin where they passed, which has already constituted a great living space for the Algonquin tribe threat. Whether for the purpose of defending their faith or defending their homeland, the couple could not tolerate the brutal acts of the Wither and their accomplices. On the morning of March 1st, he led the Asa hunter to set off and pursued the Withering under the guidance of the Crocor. Magni Boverton wanted to go out with his parents to revenge for the tribes who sacrificed in the northern jungle. However, Matoka considered that there must be someone in the family, and Candy was still young, so he arranged his eldest son to stay. Magni had no reason to refuse and had to stay in the village of Puviton reluctantly. Joan has been in the village of Puviton for a week. In this isolated, peaceful and happy village, life seems to be going particularly fast. These days, the Puviton family completely treats him as his own family, making Joan feel the lack of affection from his childhood in this warm family. At the same time, he also learned a lot of valuable knowledge from Candy's parents and brothers, including the natural world. The mysteries of animals, plants and insects also include how to set up hunting traps and even identify poisonous mushrooms. The living in the residence is of course pleasant, and Joan did not delay studying magic. Although Victor Kalanin is a divine spellcaster, his profound knowledge is not limited to flowers, birds, insects and fish, but also can provide Joan with some useful guidance in arcane. After all, different types of magic are essentially connected. Many arcane spells have similar versions of magic, and vice versa. Under the guidance of this high-level druid, Joan has improved rapidly this time, and has a deeper understanding of the spells he has mastered. The two difficult spells of Magic Missile and Magic Armament are also difficult. Basic understanding. Joan found out that he had another quirk recently. Whenever a new spell is obtained, it will always enter a state of extreme excitement, and I have to sleep and study hard. However, once I master these spells, there is no new spell to learn, and the emotion will be reversed 180 degrees. The empty, inexplicable anxiety, fidgeting, seemed to be able to feel that time was passing by in minute and second, and the second did not become better than the previous second. Joan knew that life was short, and the guilt of wasting life forced him to eagerly learn new knowledge better than arcane knowledge. Driven by this growing tension, Joan naturally remembered his original intention to come to the village of Pochutan and asked Kentis' elder brother Magni about the mythical ogre. Mythical ogre Shrek is the lord of the ogre clan in the deep forest valley and is said to rule thousands of ogres. In addition, more goblins, half-orcs, and jungle gnome are forced to serve him. Joan, if I am you, and I dare not dare to fight the idea of Thuwise king, Magni said with a wry smile. Hearing his words, Joan was half cold. Judging from Magnus' description, he is not currently qualified to use Shrek as a trial target. With his current strength, he encounters a common ogre in front of him, but he is more fierce, not to mention a mythical ogre lord with many guards around him. Since the challenge to the mythical ogres is still out of reach, and no other mythical creatures have ever been heard near the village of Pochutan, Joan was in a low mood and felt that there was no need to stay in Pochutan. In the face of the Puvatans who loved him as a son, Joan tried to confess his speech several times, but when he finally found the courage, the bad news of the withered monster made the whole tribe nervous. At this juncture, Joan cannot even say goodbye, otherwise, does it appear that he deliberately ran away before the war between the Algonquin tribe and the invaders? It is too conscienceless. On the same morning that Victor and Matoka led the 2,000 Azar warriors away from the valley, Joan asked Kinti in private if he could help. My parents led the team to track down the cultists. Magni was responsible for the daily affairs of the tribe. This guy is both sloppy and impatient. I have to help him manage paperwork such as accounts. You go first. I walked around the woods, read books, and went to you when I was busy with these boring trivia. Candy said helplessly. Joan saw that Candy was really busy, and he really didn't understand affairs such as accounting, even if staying by her side could not help, but caused her trouble. So he accepted Candy's suggestion and took 2 books to spend time alone in the woods. The ash forest is the root of the holy tree Ilminster in the village of Pochutan. There are always 2 sentries on duty at the entrance to the forest. In addition, a patrol team patrols inside the forest. Since the patriarch and his wife took away 2,000 cavalry for the pursuit of the Blight Corps, the troops of the left tribe appeared to be stretched, and Magni had to allocate half of the guards guarding the Mori forest to the city. After all, the Mori forest was located inside the village. There is usually no danger. However, Magni did not expect that this time the personnel transfer inadvertently buried a big hidden danger. At the same time that Victor and Matoka led the main Azar forces to pursue the Blight Corps, the servant of the Snake Hand Shaman Stolen Soul Kaneki sneaked in under the cover of the morning mist and the jungle. The village of Povitan performs the task delivered by Shaman searching for Ilminzua. The small sperm creature Soul Stealer is not well known for its combat power. Chainik dared to sneak into the village of Pochutan alone, relying on agile skill, cunning mind and unique supernatural power. When Kanik dived into the village of Pohhuitan, he did not continue to search for a target. He specially picked a more remote area and climbed up a tree to lurk, waiting patiently for the prey to come to the door. Soul stealing waited in vain, and finally a single villager walked under the tree he hid. The soul stealer crouched on the tree, reached out to the waist silently, and pulled out a pale fairy skull, struggling towards the unsuspecting passerby with his back. The small skull is as big as an apple, and with the power of soul stealers, even throwing the skull with all his strength will at most hit a big bag on the other party's head. However, this skull filled with evil magic is not just a throwing weapon. The moment of hitting a passerby is tightly attached to his back, like a powerful suction cup. The Asa youth who was hit by the skull was taken aback at first, and looked back blankly, and when his eyes came in contact with Kanik, his eyes immediately became dull, like a puppet standing on the spot. "Great, from now on you have to obey my orders," Kanik whispered with a sinister smile on his face. The fairy skull refined by him has the power to dominate the human heart. If he is hit by this evil skull, it is like hitting 5 rings of magic dominate humanity. Unless the recruiter has super willpower, it will immediately. The loss of self-consciousness and unconditional obedience to Kanik's commands is like the notoriety of a soul-stealing puppet who has lost its soul and listened to the manipulation of this evil goblin. Kanik hooked his finger, summoned the puppet that fell into his grasp, and asked him if he knew where Ilmanzor grew up. The other party nodded without hesitation. Kanik smiled with satisfaction, and then issued the order, "Take me to Ilmanzor, try to avoid others." The sullen Asa youth turned around and took a slightly stiff footstep to walk quickly in the direction of the ash forest. Kanik did not hurry to follow up. He first took out a small packet of brown yellow powder from the waist pouch and sprinkled it evenly on his body. The skin quickly became transparent, and the whole person disappeared from head to toe without a trace. Kanik was very satisfied with the effectiveness of this package of wandering powder. Although the invisibility effect can only last for only 30 minutes, it is enough that he follows his puppet through the streets of people and enters the forest of inaccessible forests. Chapter 70 Mythology. The puppet under the control of Soul Steel has lost its ability to think independently, and the only thought left is to execute the master's orders. When he came to the Shulin, he completely forgot that this is a forbidden place where the holy tree of the clan is rooted. The dull-looking Asa youth went straight into the woods, and soon attracted the attention of the sentry. They quickly stepped forward to stop and asked him why he broke into the forbidden ground. Realizing that the other party was ignoring them, he walked straight into the depths of the woods. The sentry realized that the problem was serious and quickly blew his whistle, calling for his companion who guarded the holy tree to come and support him. Although the number of guards was less than half that of usual, the response speed was not slow, and within 6 minutes 6 Asa militiamen hurried. At this time, the sentinel who had called the police had knocked the guy who broke into the forbidden ground to the ground, and the man was still struggling meaninglessly. "What's going on?" The patrol leader walked over and asked. This guy didn't know what went crazy, so he went into the forest without saying a word. "Come and help me hold him," the sentry said eagerly. "It seems that the sanity is a little unconscious. Shouldn't it be too much? God knows." "Huh? Look at his back." "What is that?" At this time, someone finally found the foreign body attracted to the back of the intruder, and quickly greeted his companion to check it out. 6 Asa militiamen surrounded the soul-stealing puppet, all eyes focused on the pale, small skull on his back. Feeling the evil breath from the skull, everyone involuntarily numbed their scalp. "Hey! Let me die." The stealing spirit hiding in the tree grinned broadly, and a cruel light flashed in his eyes. At the same time, the goblin skull attached to the back of the puppet burst with a bang, and a large ball of fire burst out. The surrounding Asa militiamen were too engulfed in flames before they could react at all, and instantly burned 6 charred bodies. "It's a bunch of idiots." Kanik looked at the body and shook his head contemptuously, struggling with his feet on the tree fork, spreading his wings under the cover of wandering powder, gliding against the treetops, gliding in the air looking down. I soon noticed the huge old tree located in the middle of the glade. Ilminzua, I found you. Soul-stealing restrains the ecstasy of the heart, gathers its wings and lands on the ash tree, burrows into the lush canopy to hide, while taking advantage of the traceless powder to maintain the magic of the last half-minute. Hurriedly unfold a scroll and concentrate on reading. Take the spell copied on the scroll. Hyola. When the Soul Stealer reads the spell activation character, all the spells in the scroll seem to come alive, transformed into a little golden magical whirlwind off the scroll and hovering and dancing in front of it. Kaneki throws away the scroll that has turned into a pile of waste paper, and whispers near the golden whirlwind, describing the scene he has seen in the most concise language. The emphasis is of course on the holy tree Ilminzua specific location. The little magical whirlwind absorbed every word spoken by Soul Stealer into the eye of the wind and saved it, then it turned into a golden airflow and flew away, disappearing at the end of Soul Stealer's vision in a blink of an eye. Hey, I've done all I have done, and then I can watch a good show. Soul Stealer retracts into the depths of the canopy, and his eyes are thrown out of the village, expecting that the look of gloating and gloating alternated in his eyes. At the same time that stealing spirit Kanik dived into the grove of woods, Joan was leaning back against the black oak tree transplanted next to Old White, sitting under the shade of the tree and leisurely reviewing spell books. Suddenly, the sound of explosions from the woods aroused his alertness. Without thinking about putting away the spell book, he quickly climbed onto the black oak tree, and looked down at the direction of the explosion. He saw a burst of firelight. Is there a fire? Joan guessed secretly. However, after waiting for a long time, no one showed up, only to find that the Azagards who should have patrolled the forest all disappeared mysteriously. The strange atmosphere in the woods made Joan shudder. Realizing that something was going to happen, he quickly pulled out a piece of copper wire and used a messaging technique to warn Kanti. Joan completed the casting ceremony step by step, but the piece of copper wire in his hand did not have the magic resonance as usual. It took a moment to remember that the maximum communication distance of communication was only more than 100 feet. Kanti was clearly at the moment. It is far beyond the communication distance, and it is not surprising that the spellcasting fails. Depressing the depressed mood, Joan was planning to climb down the tree and go to Candy in person. The left palm was hot, tears of tears emerged on his own, and sent a soul message into his mind. Mythology. Discover mythical creatures of Order 1. Tier 1 mythical creature! Joan's legs stretched back under the tree and retracted, sitting on the branch with a daze. Having lived in the village of Powhatan for so long, he is convinced that there are no other mythological creatures except Labai in the village. But what kind of ghost is the first order mythical creature sensed by Tears of God just now? After a short period of confusion, Joan gradually awakened. The induction of Tears of God will never go wrong, which indicates that another mythical creature has just arrived in the village of Powhatan. The current sensing range of Tears of God is about 1 mile with Joan as the center, covering almost half of the village. The closer the mythical creature is to Joan, the stronger the induction. Based on the current intensity of the induction, Joan speculates that the opponent is not far from himself and is probably within his visual range. However, he widened his eyes and looked around to see no suspicious creatures. Standing in the quiet woods, Joan felt some inexplicable fear. His hair all standing upright. So far, he still knows nothing about the mythical creature hidden in the dark, but judging from the behavior of the other party infiltrating into the village of Powhatan without knowing it, I am afraid that he has no good intentions. Driven by a sense of crisis, Joan dismissed the idea of leaving the ash forest immediately and decided to hide in the tree for a while and see what would happen next. Leading 100 ogres to march through the jungle for a long distance without making noise, this is almost a miracle. Counting all the ogre groups in the world of Vales, only the wise King Shrek and his loyal warrior group can complete such a feat. Shrek's army set off from the deep forest valley and drove for 4 consecutive days and nights, As the snake-hand shaman expected to successfully approach the periphery of the village of Pohjutan, the reason why this expeditionary army with 500 fully equipped ogres samurai as the main force was able to keep secret during the march, did not alarm the sentry of the Algonquin tribe, except for the military discipline that Shrek personally formulated and strictly implemented, such as on the march, the prohibition of noisy battles, the prohibition of firing, the prohibition of hunting of birds and beasts, and the hunger of carrying only dry food, etc. There are two other factors that cannot be ignored. The first is of course thanks to the opening of the Blight Core led by Snake Hand Shaman. The activity attracted most of the attention of the Algonquins, and neglected to guard against secret threats. In addition, the dwarf alchemists who surrendered to King Shrek also helped a lot. 500 ogres. The warriors are all smeared with chameleon medisoil made by gnomes from head to toe. This magical alchemy agent can automatically change colors according to the environment. The skin and armor of the ogres become colorful under the action of the medisoil. It provides a strong concealment for the marching among the forests, and even the sharp-eyed falcons can hardly detect abnormalities, not to mention the Azam militia standing on the guardhouse several miles away. After 4 consecutive days of rapid march, King Shrek's warrior regiment was approaching within 3 miles of the village of Pohjutan, taking into account the possibility of continuing to alert the sentry. King Shrek ordered the suspension of the march, anchoring the troops under the shady hillside, riding a fierce giant bear with heavy plate armor on the hill, and using the binoculars to investigate the movement of the village of Pohjutan opposite. The Algonquin Valley, where the Pohjutan village is located, is a basin surrounded by mountains. There are only 2 north and south passes to enter and exit. The easy-to-defend terrain and the surrounding walls erected by the village leave a deep impression on the Overlord impression. Based on the commanding experience accumulated during the years of expeditions, Shrek knows that it is almost impossible to capture the heavily guarded village of Pohjutan under his normal circumstances. Fortunately, Shrek was not fighting alone. This morning I received a message from Shaman that I learned that the patriarch and his wife of the Algonquin tribe had jumped into their elaborate trap and led the main force to leave the village and go deep into the jungle to pursue Shaman. Withered Monster Core. Shrek did not completely trust allies from the north. He initially doubted Shaman's intelligence. However, after investigating on the spot with a telescope, he confirmed that Shaman's statement was true. The village of Pohjutan did not seem to have enough left behind troops and was in the weakest defense stage. If the king is determined to launch an attack, now is the best time. Cassio, who accompanied Shrek to investigate the enemy, also reached the same conclusion. The Ogre Lord was still suffocated, put down his binoculars and sat down, said without hesitation, "What Shrek wants is not to occupy this village, but the wisdom spring water buried under the roots of the ancient tree." Confirming the ancient tree, it is unwise to launch an offensive before the specific position. Great King Yingming. The court poet sent a flattery at the right time. His eyes turned back to the Algonquin Valley, murmured, "The little goblin named Chainik. It is best not to let the king down." Shrek's patience paid off. When the sun rose above the treetops, a golden airstream hovered from the valley where the Pohjutan village was located, and quickly flew towards the hills where Shrek and Cassio were, and they entered their vision within 10 minutes. It's 2 rings of wind speed, a spell dedicated to remote communication. Cassio uses mysterious vision to identify the magic contained in the small golden whirlwind, and can't help but show excitement. "King, that must be it. Is the latest information sent by Soul Thief." Chapter 71. Shrek Warriors. The Ogre Lord raised his hand to signal the poet not to be excited, and fixed his gaze on the whirlwind, until the magical creation hovered in front of him, and then asked in a low voice, "Thengja, show Shrek the news you brought." The magical whirlwind seemed to be wise, following Shrek's instructions to accelerate the hovering and flying, and the wind eyes released the words that had been stored before the soul essence, and repeated it word by word. Shrek and Cassio heard clearly, and the moment they looked at each other showed joy. "King, it's time to launch an offensive." Cassio could not wait to say. Shrek waved his hand, dispelling the magical whirlwind, turning over and riding on the fierce bear nicknamed Baron, holding the gold helmet decorated with griffin feathers with both hands, solemnly wearing it on his head, shaking the reins ride down the hillside. Cassio watched Shrek rush down the hill in an armored giant bear and lifted a huge bronze horn to fight hard. The high-pitched horn shocked the jungle, revealing a sense of killing. The ogre warriors stationed on the of the hill heard the sound of the charge and quickly assembled, following King Shrek towards the valley of Algonan. The combative nature of the ogres, which had been suppressed for many days, was finally released at this moment, and the wild roar over the horn, echoing over the jungle. At the same time that Cassio sounded the horn, the sentinel in Pervitin village was also alert and quickly sounded the alarm. Magni and Candy, who were dealing with government affairs at the village office, were taken aback by the sudden policeman. The brothers and sisters looked at each other and jumped up to the village whistle tower. "What's the matter?" Magni Wind generally ascended the sentry tower and questioned the sentry who sounded the alarm. "Enemies." "Ogres, large groups of ogres." The young sentry was speechless because of extreme tension. Magni grabbed the telescope and saw a large group of heavily armed ogres rushing from the northern forest like a tide. The ogres led by them wore shiny scale armor, with a spike on their shoulders. The giant wore armor, wearing a war helmet decorated with golden feathers, riding a giant bear covered with steel armor. Just a glance at a distance gives a strong sense of oppression. It's Shrek and his team of ogre warriors. Magni dropped his telescope and was both angry and puzzling. The ogre in the deep forest valley has always been in the same waters as our Algon and Jingjing. Why did he come suddenly? Attack our village. Canty remained as calm as possible, speculating, this may be related to the withered monster that appeared in the north not long ago. The ogres in the deep forest valley may have been bought by the conquering sect and become an accomplice of the cult. It's very possible. Magni nodded, his face dignified. You'll call the tribes to organize defense. Candy, you immediately cast a letter to your parents, tell them the crisis in their home, and then find a safe place, take cover and take care of yourself. Magni hurried down the tower without waiting for her sister to answer. Candy didn't want to hide as a deserter at this time when it was related to the survival of the tribe, but his brother was right to say that with this force left behind in the village, I'm afraid he couldn't stop the sudden attack of the ogre's army. The letter asked parents for help. Candy took out the charcoal pen that he carried with him, and replaced it with a handkerchief without letter paper. He hurriedly wrote the news of the attack of the Ogre Legion, cast a magic trick to summon a raven, and tied the handkerchief to the raven leg. It delivered the letter to his father as soon as possible. Watching the raven spread its wings and flew away, Candy's heart also hung in the air. He hurried down the sentry tower, and Candy saw the hordes of tribes gathering towards the city gate, all holding bows and swords. Most of the elite warriors in the tribe were taken away by Victor and Matoka, but there were only more than 300 militiamen left in the village of Pervitin. Fortunately, the Assa people have always upheld the spirit of martial arts. The women and children of the clan have received more or less military training. The elderly are mostly retired militias. Although they are less flexible than young people, they have more experience in dealing with enemy attacks. Candy whistled, calling the animal companion Minnie, riding a fearful claw dragon briskly, following the flow of people to gather in front of the gate. Magni was patrolling the defensive facilities, and did not find his sister mixed in the crowd. His mind was all on the army of ogres that was quickly approaching outside the wall. When the fierce gangsters entered the range, Magni immediately ordered the launch of the crossbow gun. The blasters placed along the city walls are arranged in a row, and the large crossbow arrows are like sharp spears, which are fired by a powerful crossbow machine. With a piercing blast of wind blowing, the ogres rushing to the front fell down a row. Bad Luck was pierced by the chest, and the screams were dead. Shrek waved his mace to swing an oncoming crossbow, and raised his hand to signal his subordinate to temporarily buffer back, and returned to the range of the city's ballista. Squinting and observing the ballistas lined up on the opposite side of the city, and after thinking about it, issued 2 orders in succession. The Ogre Warrior Regiment Shrek has worked hard to create is not a group of reckless men who can only charge. This unit has a perfect mix of arms, including the Ogre Siege team dedicated to siege. Ogre Ballista specializing in providing long-range firepower. The first to be ordered to the forefront of the battlefield were 50 Ogre crossbow gunners. These Shrek's carefully selected tribes have far better agility and distance than ordinary Ogre, and their strength is certainly not weak. The size of the giant crossbow on the shoulder is not inferior to the Burlista on the opposite wall. Such a huge crossbow, even with the brute force of the ogres, can't pull the bowstring with both arms. Fortunately, every giant crossbow made by a gnome craftsman is equipped with a device similar to the stirrup, and the ogren crossbowman will use the giant crossbow stand on the ground, skillfully step on the crossbow stirrup with the right foot, hold the crossbow arm with both hands, and pull up the bowstring with the help of the waist, and finally install the javelin-like crossbow, neatly completing the preparations before the firing. Emission. Shrek ordered that 50 giant crossbows fire at the same time. Most of the crossbows penetrated deeply into the city wall 300 yards away. The wood chips around the arrows splashed into a large hole. The defenders at the wall were also hit and fell down on their backs. After completing the first round of firing, the Ogre Ballistas uniformly lowered the Burlistas, slammed the strings, reloaded the crossbows, and corrected the firing angle based on the error of the first round of crossbows. The crossbows launched in the second round were significantly improved. Several of them crossed the city head, and the Azar militia stationed on the city wall was only wiped by the crossbows and then spluttered with blood. The huge wound was shocking. A city Burlista that was erected on the wall was directly hit by the crossbows flying under the city. The Burlista burst on the spot, and the surrounding crossbowmen were also injured by the splashed metal and wood fragments. Magnus' complexion almost froze, and he gestured to the tribe to take away the wounded soldiers and ask the druids to cast a cure, then ordered the city ballistic artillery to launch a counterattack. The range of the ballistas on both sides of the attack and defense is similar, but the ballistas on the side of the city are semi-fixed on the wall and are not easy to move, and the corresponding ones are more vulnerable to snipers. In contrast, the ogren are more flexible. Immediately after completing the launch, drag the Burlista to retract to the back of the shield wall. The crossbow shot from the opposite side was blocked by the tower shields in a row, making it difficult to cause effective damage. Shrek is very satisfied with the performance of his Burlista. He didn't expect the ballistas to kill as many as our people. The main purpose was to cause psychological deterrence to the enemy defending the city and to contain the city's ballistic artillery, to cover the Ogre's siege team and move forward. The Shrek Warriors exclusive siege unit consists of the 30 strongest ogres, arranged in 3 columns. 20 ogres hold huge tower shields, 10 are in groups, and the remaining 10 head ogres live between the 2 columns of shield bearers and work together to carry a siege hammer made of a whole log. In order to enhance the destructive power of the siege hammer, the front end of the log is also connected to the giant forged steel sheep head. The center of the ogres shouted a uniform horn, carrying the siege hammer and striding forward, advancing across the battlefield to the gate. The ogres living on the left and right sides move forward diagonally with their shields moving forward. 2 sets of shield walls form a human-shaped barrier on top of the siege in the center, and together form a mobile tunnel. As the Ogre siege team quickly approached the gate, the Azar warriors defending the city hurriedly throwing javelins, opening bows and arrows, trying to stop them. However, the arrows and javelins were blocked by heavy tower shields, which could not kill the siegemen under close protection, or even prevent them from slowing down. Magni frowned slightly at the sight, turned around and issued 3 orders in succession. All the stock of flaming glue was taken for the fortification. He called on the tribe to prepare a large amount of fat and burned it into a vat and transported it to the city. Called the staying wave. The green druids of Wotton village assembled at the gate. The gate of Poverton village is made of wood, and if it is hit by a sledgehammer with a heavy mallet, it will be broken on the spot if it cannot be supported for a few times. Fortunately, Magni remembered that there were some spell scrolls in the material warehouse dedicated to strengthening the city defense. They were immediately ordered to take them to the Green Wild Druids and ordered them to work together to strengthen the city gate. These scrolls are 6 rings of natural magic Vajra wood hand transcribed by Victor Kalinin, which can temporarily make the wood hard as steel. The druids who stayed in the village of Pohhuatan were all disciples of Victor Kalinin. They were generally young, and their caste levels were not high. They hadn't learned the Vajra yet. Fortunately, they released this spell with the help of a reel. It's not difficult. The ferocious ogres are only separated by one door, and the young green wild druids dare not delay, overcome the fear and unfold the magic scroll in their hands. Focusing on the prayers praising the natural origin, the magic in the scroll was successfully guided and turned into a stream of golden light towards the city gate. At the same time, the ogre siege team was approaching the gate with arrow rain. 10 strong ogres shouted their trumpets to push the log together, and the iron hammer of the sheep's head hit the city gate. With a loud bang, a large area collapsed at the impact, and dense spider-web-shaped cracks appeared around it. Chapter 72 Power of Myth. The captain of the siege showed a proud smile, and according to this momentum, the city gate could be smashed into a pile of wood chips with at most 2 more hits. However, when the sheep's head hammer hit the city gate again, the original dull roar turned into an unusually sharp and piercing golden iron symphony. The hammerhead burst into flames. The horn of the sheep's head broke off on the spot, and the unexpected anti-shock force made the ogres all the siege fighters numb their arms, and the heavy siege mallet fell off their hands. The pain from their toes made them jump up and whine, and the entire siege team became a mess. Opposite the city gate, the druids who completed the casting in time to turn the wooden gate into an iron gate were all relieved. Even Khan could not wipe it and entered nervous concentration again, releasing the spell to repair the city gate. The magic power released by Ring Zero Repair is very limited, and it can only repair a small crack. Fortunately, this spell does not need to occupy the spell slot. The druids can be used indefinitely, in accordance with the simple and rude principle of many power. All the cracks on the city gate are wiped out in less than 5 minutes, becoming an indestructible solid iron wall. The ogre siege team did not even have a chance to challenge this iron wall. Standing in the tall city overlooking the battlefield, Magni noticed that the ogre siege team was in a mess, and decisively seized the opportunity to order the tribe to counterattack. The Asa warrior put the boiling grease in a large wooden barrel on the city wall and spilled to the top. The boiling oil was dripping down the head, and the ogre's siege ears were so hot that they screamed. Immediately following the boiling oil were porcelain jars filled with flaming glue and more rockets. The ogre's siege drenched with grease was all ignited and became a large human-shaped torch, wailing and rolling over the ground. Fortunately, the ogres that escaped the boiling oil and rocket attacks were all frightened, throwing their shields and turning around. However, he fell one after another without running 2 steps, and was entangled by the activated vine climbing down the city wall. Villain, try this. Magni roared and dropped his javelin. Puff. An ogre struggling in the vines was hit by a javelin thrown by Magni, and a pair of piercings was pierced from the back to the chest. The nail twitched on the ground and blew up. The blood was red. Vines. The Asa warriors beside Magni cheered in unison, and their morale was boosted. They threw javelins and fired arrows, killing the ogre's siegers who were entangled in the vines. Opposite the battlefield, Shrek witnessed the annihilation of the siege team. His chest was violently ruffled, his lips were tight, he said nothing, and he turned to ride the armored bear named Baron, looking up at the city gate, eyes split. It's cold outside. King, do you want to attack the city yourself? Cassio pulled on the reins and eagerly dissuaded Shrek. This is too risky. Adventure? The ogre lord gently shook the reins and retreated the poet. The sturdy body exhaled suffocating coercion. Look, Cassio, Shrek never takes risks. Shrek is dangerous. The ogre lord had a clip in his legs, and the spurs penetrated deeply into the bear's buttocks. The armor-clad beast roared sharply, carrying the owner straight towards the gate, like a steel chariot. Activated vines constitute the first line of defense against Shrek, as if green swarms of snakes are winding, entangled the limbs of the armored giant bear, trying to stumble its footsteps. However, compared with the divine power of the giant bear, the slender vines were fragile, and in a blink of an eye the giant bear shattered and trampled past. Magni on the city wall witnessed Shrek's single charge and secretly admired the courage of this mythical ogre. However, admiring the admiration, Magni did not forget his responsibilities and mercilessly ordered the sniping. The defenders of the city had already aimed the burlisters at the king of the ogre, and at the order of Magni, a roaring wind burst from the walls, and countless crossbows were shot at Shrek with mixed javelins. In the face of the overwhelming arrow rain, the ogre lord has no fear, and the left hand holds the rein to urge the bear to gallop at full speed, freeing his right hand to hold up the Jinjin Tower shield to block the oncoming arrows. The giant crossbow fired by the burlister hit the shield and burst, and Shrek's arm holding the shield shook slightly. The tall body sitting on the back of the giant bear was still, and the waist was still straight. The giant arrows shot by the city burlister were blocked by King Shrek with an adamantine tower shield. As for the smaller javelins and arrows, he did not deliberately avoid them, even if he was shot. The mythical power gives Shrek, an ogre lord, an almost invulnerable body. Except for legendary weapons and artifacts, the rest of the weapons are very difficult to pierce his mythical skin. Moreover, the enchanted scale armor that Shrek wore was not a decoration. Ordinary arrows could not even penetrate his armor, not to mention lethal damage to him. "Damn fat man, the skin is so thick," Magni whispered in a whisper, and then called the druids to the wall and used spells to stop the ogre lord. In the world of Velice, where there are so many supernatural creatures, monsters with the ability to resist physical damage are not uncommon, and the best way to deal with such enemies is magic. Strong skin, hard carapace, usually can only resist the arrows of swords, guns and arrows, but cannot stop the magic attack. In Magnus' view, Shrek's powerful defense is also limited to resisting physical attacks. The flames and thunderbolts that the druids teamed up will teach him the principle of do not be too arrogant. Magnus' judgment based on common sense is almost correct. Shrek's mythological skin really only has the effect of reducing physical damage, and it is no different from ordinary people in the face of spell attacks. However, Magni was not a mythical creature after all, and he didn't know enough about the mythical ogre lord opposite, so that he underestimated the strength of the other party. Just as the druids chanted prayers and prepared to release the fire-burning technique and lightning technique, Shrek was also urging the mythical power flowing in his body, and every inch of the skin was soaked with divine power. Glows with a metallic luster. The unique ability of this mythical ogre's is called steel toughness. Consuming a mythical power can make the flesh and blood body be miraculously strengthened, and be immune to all attacks against itself within the next 6 seconds, whether it is physical damage or spell attack. The roaring thunder and lightning fell one after another, and the scorching flames drowned Shrek. However, under the protection of the mythical power, the Ogren King was unscathed, and he still rode a giant bear on the battlefield. As an ogre lord with 2 mythic levels, Shrek uses the power of myth up to 7 times a day, all of which are used to maintain steel toughness, enough to protect him from the overwhelming arrow rain, thunderbolt and magic flame blockade across the battlefield. Arriving in front of the city gate, holding the gold rod with the momentum of the charge, swaying out with all his strength. At that moment Shrek's arms were stretched, almost splitting the scale armor, and the heavy mace hit the city gate firmly, and the ensuing roar almost ruptured the eardrum of the Azad defender opposite the city gate. A powerful shockwave erupted, knocking the people around the gate to the ground and dizzying. When people woke up from dizziness and looked up at the city gate, they were all stunned. The thick gate that was strengthened by magic and hard as steel was smashed by Shrek. The Ogre King, carrying the fine gold mace, walked with the rain bear in one hand, and walked through the gate of the cave, coldly glanced at the opposite Azat tribe, and issued a solemn and proud statement in the tone of the conqueror. Put down your weapon. Select the noblest one of you as the representative and surrender to Shrek. Chapter 73 Angry Ancient Tree. In response to the Ogre King, it was a storm of arrows. Magni carried the enchanted battle axe Giant Slayer, rode a horse from heaven, and in a firm tone represented the Ogre Lord on behalf of all the tribes. The noble Algonans will never bow to the robbers for mercy. The young green wild druids followed around Magni, and they all chanted prayers without fear, turning natural divine power into flames and thunder and lightning to the Ogre Lord. Stubborn humans, you are destroying yourself. Shrek cursed and raised the left side of the tower shield. His mythical power has been exhausted, and it is a bit embarrassed to withstand the angry siege of many Azap people. Fortunately, the Ogre warriors followed up in time, and the kings who followed them rushed into the city gate, helping Shrek to share the pressure in time. The first to come to Shrek was Cassio. The court poet rode a snowy white horse and used the cold iron-forged lute as a shield to block flying arrows from all directions. King, don't get entangled with the enemy here. The most important thing now is to find Ilminster. Cassio's words reminded Shrek. Zheng focused his head and said to the poet beside him, I will lead the dragoons to continue to rush forward, and the warriors of the steppe will be handed over to you to command. Try to hold down the enemy and help me fight for time. After the explanation, Shrek took the bronze horn from Cassio and personally sounded the charge. Their warriors under Shrek included a heavy cavalry company. The riders were elite warriors wearing elaborate breastplates and holding a 10-foot barbed chain. These ogre chain fighters' mounts are not ordinary war horses, but a group of swollen-head dragons with complete saddlery. This ornithid dinosaur is very common in deep forest valleys. It feeds on leaves and fruits. Its mouth resembles a beak, and it walks upright with a strong hind limb. Like a group of scaled ostriches, it is larger than a warhorse. Long-distance raids carried heavily armed ogres. This group of ogres domesticated swollen-head dragon as its name, forehead covered with a hard and thick bone plate, like a raised helmet, under the urge of the rider to bury his head and rush towards the opposite Azap people. The dragon's foreheads were shaped like siege hammers, and they immediately knocked the roadblockers upside down. They stiffly crossed the defensive positions and followed the armored giant bears that King Shrek rode forward. Under the command of Magni, the Aso warrior held up his spear and tried to thrust the running dinosaur. The ogre warrior riding on the back of the swollen dragon wielded a chain of spikes, like a whirlwind of whirling steel, spurting the spears stabbed on both sides, and flying the Azam militia holding the spear. The broken leather armor mixed with blood splashed all over the sky. Magni saw that the ogre cavalry was about to break through his own defense line, and urged the horse to rush up, intending to personally intercept the ogre lord. He accidentally saw a familiar figure flashing around him, and shouted his sister's name without thinking. Kinti looked back at his elder brother from the back of Dreadclaw, arguing loudly before Magni was angry. The ogre leader rushed in the direction of the grove of woods. Joan is still in the woods. I must hurry to find him. I don't know if you are alive. You should take care of yourself first. Magni yelled angrily. At the same time, when the brothers and sisters had a brief conversation, Cassio on the opposite side was not idle, playing the lute on the battlefield. The melody performed by the minstrel contains the mysterious magic that affects the emotions of the audience. The same melody falls into the ears of ogres and humans, and plays a very different role. The ogres listened to Cassio's performance and were all excited and wailed. Their eyes were congested and raged, and their fighting power was greatly improved. On the opposite side, the Azap people heard that Cassio's music was just harsh noise, which made them feel upset and hard to concentrate. This piece of music has the greatest impact on the caster. The druids of the green field are difficult to maintain concentration under the interference of this harsh magic sound. A little distraction will cause the spell to fail. The situation of this diminishing situation caused the Asa defenders to struggle. Magni had to leave most of the troops to resist the ogre infantry, and only brought a cavalry company to chase Shrek, and insisted on staying by his side. Her sister is also helpless and can only comfort herself to think about the benefits. The sister is better than running around on the battlefield. At least she can take care of her nearby. Shrek led the ogre cavalier to break through the defense line near the city gate, and then no longer encountered a worthwhile block. The long drive straight into the ash forest and searched for the direction passed by wind speed before stealing Soul Canic. It didn't take long to find an open area in front of the woods. A leafy tree is rooted in the middle of the open space, and glows golden and bright under the afternoon sun. Shrek felt the mythical power of that huge ash tree, and immediately guessed that it was the goal of his trip. Descendant of the World Tree and the sacred tree Ilminzur of the Algonquin tribe. Ilminzur, Shrek finally found the burial ground of the Fountain of Wisdom. Ogre Lord cheered with excitement. At the same time, the ancient holy tree seemed to be aware of the maliciousness from the Ogre Lord. Waking up from the sleep, an old and majestic face appeared in the middle of the trunk, and the deep eyes looked at the group of ogres cavalry opposite. Woo! A fat-headed, big-mouthed robber. You should not break into my woods, nor should you wake an old man from his sleep. The displeased words of ancient trees echoed in the air, and a fence of thorns suddenly rose outside the glade to isolate Shrek and his men from all outside. The ogre cavalry wielded the barbed chain in an attempt to destroy the wall of thorns, but the flexible thorns were pulled back and bounced back with double force. Like countless barbed long whips vengefully avenged the offender and put the chain fighter from the back of the dinosaur. Swept down, screamed and fell into the bush. The more the ogres trapped in the bush of thorns struggle, the more wounds are stabbed out of their bodies, and the blood and flesh are vague and unbearable. Ilminsul chanted magical prayers calmly under the guard of the thorn wall. The glowing branches touched the surrounding trees, and the low bushes were activated as overgrown monsters, dragging the branches to the ogre, and then the panicked robber ripped off the dinosaur's back and was entangled. Tall trees were injected with more powerful divine power, and turned into a wise tree man. The giant feet pulled out of their roots and knots approached the recent criminals. The large hands composed of huge branches swept in the air and put the dragon on the back. The ogres flew one by one, and their noses were blue and swollen and dizzy. Shrek tried to reorganize the charge, but all his mounts, including his armored giant bear, became disobedient and refused to attack Ilminster. After a brief surprise, Shrek realized that the ancient holy tree on the opposite side had a special druid-like ability, able to use his spiritual power to communicate with the beast, forcing the giant bear and dinosaur to remain neutral in this battle, refusing to use violent means. Their owners serve. Most of the tree people awakened by the Ilminsul spell were only temporarily energized, and they will take root and return to the tree after the spell ends. The only exception is the black oak tree. The little black who moved here from Dylantown is a real intelligent plant. It does not need Ilminster to infuse its magic to become a tree man by itself. Of course, it has become the leader of many activated plants. The Green Guard formed with the Tree Man launched a fierce and cold counterattack against the invaders. Joan experienced too many accidents during this long day. The mythical creature originally sensed had not been found. Suddenly the village bell sounded the alarm, and from afar there was a shout of killing sound. It seemed that an enemy was coming. Joan stood up from the tree, supported the branch and looked in the direction of the alarm bell. His eyes crossed the city wall and saw many figures rushing out of the northern forest, but he could not see the specific image of the attacker. There are cultists active near the village. He was hesitating whether to drop the tree to participate in the battle to guard the village. Tears of God suddenly issued a warning sign to remind him that another mythical creature was approaching quickly, and the myth level was one level higher than the one he had sensed before. This sudden change prompted Joan to decide to stay on the tree and observe the situation. He was still wondering what is happening today. The mythical creatures that are usually rare are sent to the door like a collective appointment. Of course, he was eager to seize this opportunity to hunt mythical creatures and complete the First Order mythology trial. However, he also knew that his strength was low, and he was afraid that he could not compete with the upcoming mythical creatures and could only hide in the trees to find opportunities. Thinking about this, Joan shrank toward the depths of the canopy, holding his breath nervously, watching the direction indicated by the mythological sensor. and not long after he saw a group of diners riding dinosaurs rushing into the woods, led by the ogre leader wearing a golden helmet and holding a big stick, riding a giant bear wearing armor. The sturdy body is like an iron tower, and it is the second-order mythical creature detected by tears of God. Seeing the other person's first glance, Joan was convinced that it was the King Shrek Magni had mentioned, the ogre lord in the deep forest valley. Joan looked at the big mace of the mythical ogre that he carried in one hand, and he couldn't help wiping his cold sweat. It's just that Shrek's big stick is thicker than his waist, and he can smash his bones by smashing a stick at will. The most important thing at present is not considering the powerful mythical ogre. Instead, he managed to save his own life surrounded by a large group of ogres. Just as Joan thought hard about how to escape, unexpected accidents followed one after another. First, Old White woke up and created the thorn wall to block the ogre army, and then cast a spell to activate the surrounding trees and launched a counterattack against the group of gangsters on the opposite side. This series of accidents caused Joan to feel overwhelmed, until the black oak tree he was hiding in also lifted up and took a stride toward the ogre as a tree man. Suddenly the shock came from his feet and nearly drove Joan down from the tree. He quickly recovered and hugged a branch tightly, and was forced to join the tree man Little Black into the battlefield. Chapter 74 Make-up Mila, who lived with the black oak, emerged from Joan's side. Perhaps it was the anger of his symbiotic plant, or the realization that the woods where he was living were being destroyed by the ogre, and the little tree spirit's face did not have the usual shyness. Ogre gangster. After all, Joan is just a country boy, and he has never participated in a real war before. In view of his limited age and experience, the scene of the fight between ogres and activated trees is too exciting, and it is a natural physiological reaction to tremble. However, when he saw Lian Ping's most timid and fearful Mila, he also stood up and tried his best to fight the murderous ogre gangsters. There was a strong sense of shame in his heart, and he was not willing to hide in the tree. A cowardly watcher. It happened that an ogre chain fighter was photographed from the back of the dinosaur by the slap of Little Black. He fell to the top of the dinosaur, bleeds to Venus. Lying on the ground facing the sky among the vines, unable to climb for a while. Joan didn't miss this good opportunity to beat the water dog, cast the remote control dagger of the High Master's hand close to the ogre, struggling to pierce his throat. Puff! The sharp daggers were rooted into the ogre's thick neck, and the blood was like a spring. The ogres squinted their eyes wide until the moment they died. They didn't understand where the dagger that pierced his throat out of nowhere came from. Kiao Anqiang endured the fear to maintain the concentration of the spell, remotely controlled the higher mage hand to pull out the dagger, and wiped the blood on the ogre body in situ to avoid being too conspicuous, and then looked for the next target. Joan has no lack of self-knowledge. A small mage like him, who is so thin and weak, can't even hold a fist of the ogre. Going straight against it is pure death. The only way to fight him is to hide in a tree and control the assassination unguarded opponent. It is indeed a bit mean to do this, but what is a good person in the ogres? Joan feels that his approach is at least called to attack poison with poison. Xiao Jingmala noticed that Joan was looking for an assassination target, and whispered in his ear in the wood language. Joan spent a lot of time listening to Mila, Candy, Xiao, and Lao by these days in the village of Pochutan. He already knows the wooden vocabulary used by goblins and tree people, and he barely listens. Understand the meaning of mild seems to help him control the enemy, so that he can easily assassinate. Xiao Shujing doesn't care whether Joan understands her intentions. She sings the spells, and points to the area where ogres gather. A magic milky mist burst out in the middle of the crowd. The ogres who couldn't breathe the mist couldn't help but yawn, and finally couldn't resist the tidal wave of tiredness, fell to the ground and fell asleep, and the snoring echoing through the woods. It interweaves with the shouting and percussion sounds surrounding it into a set of strange chords. Joan recognized that Mila had just cast a 3-ring spell Deep Sleep. The creatures affected by this spell would produce strong drowsiness. If the willpower is not firm enough, he will immediately fall asleep regardless of time and occasion. Creatures like ogres are typically developed limbs and simple minds. It is also normal to fear that this confusion control spell will be laid down by 3 rings of deep sleep. If the sleeping creature is attacked, it will wake up under the stimulation of pain. If you want to take advantage of the fire, there is only one chance. If you can't kill the opponent with one blow, the awakened ogres will probably yell and wake up other sleeping companions. Xiaozhu has very little strength and is not good at using weapons such as swords. Even if she is given a knife, she has not grasped the result of the slumbering ogre, so after casting the spell, she turned to Joan for help. Qian nodded his head appreciatively and flew towards the group of fallen ogres with a remote control dagger in mind. The sharp blade dragged the cold light and wiped the ogre's neck one by one. In a blink of an eye, the group was strong. The villains all killed in their sleep. Mila and Joan cooperated in harmony. A spellcasting hypnotizing ogre, a remote control dagger to repair the head, and within a few minutes they could join together to kill no less than 10 ogre. Joan is killing her, but Mila tells him the bad news. She can only release deep sleep 3 times a day, which has just been used up. Entanglement can be used at will, but the strong ogres can use their brute force to break the vines that are entangled in his hands and feet. It is difficult for Joan to find a good chance to assassinate. The battle continues until now. Shrek also realizes that his own casualties are too heavy. If he continues to fight like this, he will pay more losses. It is even more difficult to break through the defense line formed by activated plants. The nickname Smart King is not vain. When other ogres are still doing Shrek has already started to think about the countermeasures. After pondering, she had an idea, and ordered heralding soldiers to sound the horn at a rhythm of 3 short and 1 long. In order to facilitate the mobilization of troops on the chaotic battlefield, Shrek formulated a series of specific military command signals with the assistance of Cassio. The military signal played different frequencies corresponding to different tactical commands. Officers at all levels should keep these signals in mind, immediately after hearing the corresponding military order. Keep in mind that these complicated military orders are not easy for simple-minded ogres. Fortunately, there are always a few clever ones in the thousands of fools. The officers of the Shrek warriors are mostly made up of these spirit ghosts to ensure that Shrek's orders are carried out. The ogres who were fighting with the Asa defenders near the city gate heard 3 short and 1 long horns in the distance, and a group of them immediately responded, followed the pre-established military order to leave the war zone, and quickly rushed to the direction from the horn. This unit called by Shrek was composed of 30 particularly tall and powerful ogres and 3 times the number of goblins. The ogre is wearing a full set of armor, holding a large stick, each carrying a huge iron bucket. 3 small goblins standing in the bucket, using the wall of the bucket as the chest wall, throwing an alchemy bomb invented by the dwarf to attack the enemy in the distance. If the enemy approached and threatened the goblins in the barrel, these timid guys would squat down and retract into the barrel, and the offender would be handed over to the chairman with a big stick. Shrek summoned this special force named Ogre Sadanu to his side, and ordered the chairman to march forward, and the goblin hiding in the iron barrel threw the activated plant that blocked the chairman. Alchemy bomb of flaming glue. The bomb hit the tree, the ceramic shell shattered immediately, the thick flaming glue was spattered, the paste burned violently on the tree, and the thick smoke rose into the sky. Chapter 75 Soul-Stealing Conspiracy. Including the grown monsters and treemen, almost all the activated plants have the weakness of fearing the flame. The fire spreads rapidly through the wind, and the more it burns, the more prosperous. The entire ash forest is facing a huge threat of being burned. Ilminzur noticed this new crisis, and encouraged all activated trees and human allies around him to persevere with telepathy, and helped him fight for time to put out the fire. Joan also received the telepathy sent by Lao Bei, guessing that it is likely to perform 7 rings of natural magic, control the weather and summon a heavy rain to extinguish the forest fire. This spell is quite troublesome to cast. It takes at least 10 minutes to perform the spellcasting ceremony. During this period, Lao Bei must keep his concentration, and a little distraction will cause the spell to fail and give up his previous achievements. Facing the constantly throwing alchemy bombs, and the Shrek party who took advantage of the fire to attack, 10 minutes is not an easy task. Joan found that most of the surrounding activated plants, including the black oak man he was living in, had caught fire and had to wave branches to beat each other in an attempt to extinguish each other's flames. This kind of fire extinguishing method is very inefficient, but they have no better choice. The situation in the woods was rapidly deteriorating. For a moment, the idea of abandoning a tree fled in Joan's mind, but after a short and intense inner struggle, he finally suppressed the idea of escape. Joan gritted his teeth and said to himself in his heart, "In any case, at least I must insist that Lao Bei finishes the cast, otherwise I will be too sorry for the Candy family." Under the direction of Shrek, the ogre army narrowed the encirclement, brandished a stick and knocked down the activated trees trapped by the blazing flames, and continued to approach Ilminster. Shrek took a spear of flaming glue from the bodyguard, raised his shoulders high, and was about to throw the flaming spear at Ilminster. A sudden horseshoe sound suddenly came behind him, and it followed. It was a roaring wind-breaking sound. The Ogre Lord's face slightly changed. He did not want to throw a javelin, and looked back hurriedly. As cavalry chased up, the rider on horseback bowed his arrow and shot arrows like raindrops at the ogres gathered in the glade. "Damn it!" Shrek cursed and dropped his javelin, freeing up his hands to pick up the shield grid to stop the arrow rain. The cavalry team on the opposite side had already approached within 10 steps, and put away the crossbow and changed their swords towards the nearest ogre. Magni, who led the cavalry to rescue, kept staring at Shrek, and with the momentum of the warhorse running, his hands lifted the battle axe to the head of the ogre lord. Shrek held up the stick, the tomahawk collided with the big stick to produce a dazzling Mars, and the symphony of gold and iron echoed through the forest. Shrek stepped back 2 steps before setting foot, and looked at Magni with a hint of gratitude. "You are the most powerful human Shrek has ever seen, but unfortunately it is only human. You are also the most cunning ogre I've ever seen, but unfortunately it's just an ogre." Magni mocked Shrek's tone. Shrek laughed and waved his stick at Magni with more ferocious force. This time, Magni lost the advantage of a longitudinal charge, and fell in the pure power confrontation. After the tomahawk hit the big rod, he felt his wrists numb, and he sat on the saddle for a while, and almost fell down. Candy rode the Dreadclaw immediately behind his brother and saw Magni in danger. He hurriedly chanted the magic prayer and waved a flame to stop Shrek from chasing after winning. Magni did not waste the breathing opportunities his sister helped him, jumped off his horseback, the golden symbol of the holy emblem on his chest, continuously blessed himself with several magical techniques to enhance his combat power, and then opened the Furious with a roar. The whole person seemed to become a humanoid beast, his eyes full of blood and fierce exposure, and he held up a battle axe and rushed towards Shrek. Divine magic has comprehensively strengthened Magni's combat power. After entering a violent state, he is more fearless and painful, and he is fighting against the mythical ogre Lord Shrek. Canty feared to hurt his brother by mistake and dared not release the attack spell again. After watching the battle for a while, I suddenly remembered that Joan was still in the forest and looked around quickly. However, on this battlefield where the shouting and the chaos were chaotic, I could not find Joan's trace for a while. The timely reinforcement of the brothers and sisters of Powhatan relieved Joan secretly. Ogre gangsters were attacked by Azar cavalry and activated trees, and they were too busy to think about it. They thought that they had no time to interfere with Ilminster's spellcasting, as if the goddess of destiny intended to joke with him. Joan just wanted to relax his tense nerves, and there was a sudden rush of heat in his palm, and the tears of gods sent out an unprecedented strong mental fluctuation. Myth sensation. Discover the level 1 mythical creature spirit soul. Joan was taken aback. The stronger the mythical induction, the closer the target is to him. If the distance is within sight, the sensed information will become more detailed, no longer a general mythical creature, but will also give the target specific ethnic groups. Joan had never heard of the creature spirit soul, but from this vicious name, I am afraid it is not a good thing. Most of it is an evil goblin. Such a strong sense means that stolen spirits are near, but where is it hiding? With curiosity and anticipation, Joan stood on the black oak tree and looked around. After glow in the corner of his eyes, he accidentally glimpsed a black shadow, and he suddenly shuddered. The black shadow looked like a large bat, gliding through the trees under the cover of the sky, silently gliding past the heads of the warring parties, and finally landed on the canopy of Ilmansa. That guy is stolen spirit. Sneaky close to La Orbai. What does it want to do? Joan stared at the shadow, and suddenly a strong ominous feeling arose in his heart. After a little thought, he held the knife near the canopy of Ilmansa with the hand of the High Master. The alertness of Soul Steel was beyond Joan's expectation, and it seemed that he had glimpsed the reflection of the dagger, and suddenly looked back. Kiawan sighed and quickly retracted the hand of the High Master, hiding the dagger in the bushes. Soul-stealing spirits looked away suspiciously, and after a long time they were convinced that there was no danger nearby. The glimmer of cold light that I just glimpsed may just be the illusion caused by excessive tension. Unscrew the stopper carefully. About 20 yards away from the ancient tree Ilminzu where the Soul Stealer was standing, Joan hid in the black oak tree, secretly observing the Soul Stealer's every move, and at the same time remotely controlled the High Master's hand towards its move behind. This time, he didn't hold a metal weapon in his hand, thinking it wouldn't cause the other party to be alert. Chapter 76 Fight in the Rain. Gajan. When Joan's remotely controlled Higher Master's hand approached the Soul Stealer about 10 feet away, Joan deliberately slowed down the movement speed of this magical big hand, so as to avoid the airflow caused by the high-speed movement causing Soul Stealer's alertness. At this point the sneaky goblin had opened the stopper of the gallbladder copper bottle, and a stream of orange-yellow steam slowly overflowed from the mouth of the bottle. Joan Yuan could smell the strong saltpeter odor from the bottle 20 yards away. Based on the knowledge of pharmacology and alchemy learned from Mr. K. Islander, Joan guessed that the potion contained in the bottle might have a strong corrosion, is either a strong fuel or both. The Soul Stealer is hidden in the canopy of Ilminsa, and he still holds such a bottle of extremely dangerous magic potion in his hand. The intention is conceivable. Thinking this way, Joan's nerves could not help tightening, and he could no longer consider whether he would be exposed. Concentrate all his mental remote control on the Higher Master's hand, and manipulate this magic hand to approach Soul Stealer as soon as possible, preventing it from taking advantage of the bottle of danger. The potion hurts Ilminsa. At the same time, the Soul Stealer suddenly made a move that was much unexpected than Joan's expectation. Put the copper bottle to his mouth and took a big sip, then inhaled deeply. His cheeks swelled, and he would take the mouth. The mysterious liquid sprayed towards the canopy of Ilminsa below. At the critical juncture, Joan no longer hesitated, and the remote control hand of the Higher Mage clenched into a fist, and he took a fist with his jaw in sight of the thief's jaw. Snapped. The invisible fist shaped by the force field hit the thief's jaw with a heavy blow. The skinny goblin was attacked suddenly, and he turned his head back involuntarily. A mouthful of potion sprayed into the sky, pulling out a fan-shaped flame. Joan couldn't help but see this scene secretly. If oneself slows down for a second, the Spirit Stealer will spit this flame on the lush canopy of Ilminsa. The flame caused by the magic potion will ignite the ancient tree, even if it does not completely burn the eel. Minsa can at least interrupt its state of concentration, and the long-term preparation of fire-extinguishing spells also discards his previous achievements, which in turn leads to a reversal of the situation on the battlefield. On the ancient tree opposite, The Soul Stealer was beaten up by this sudden punch and almost fell from the tree. He quickly freed his left hand to grab a branch to stabilize the center of gravity, shaking his head and trying to wake himself up towards the beginning. Looking in the direction of the attack, it was exactly opposite to Joan's eyes on the black oak tree opposite the hiding place. "Damn human boy, you wait for me." Soul Stealer stared fiercely at the young man who looked weak and could not help the wind on the opposite tree, and reached out to pull out a white fairy skull from his waist. Joan is also closely observing the soul-stealing behavior, seeing that the other party is not well-intentioned, and is the first to manipulate the hand of the higher master to punch and punch. It is a pity that the attack attempt was too obvious. The Soul Stealer noticed the oncoming wind-breaking sound and immediately shrank his head to dodge. The fist of the force field flew across the scalp. "Human imp, try this." Soul Thief throws a fairy skull with a grin. Joan also wanted to dodge, but after all, he was just a little mage, and his skills were far less flexible than a goblin. Before he could shrink his head, he was hit by a skull flying on the chest. He suddenly felt chest tight and disgusted. Shape. Although there was no more serious damage, the concentration of the spell was interrupted, and the hand of the High Master disappeared by itself. Compared with these physical pains, what made Joan more disturbed was that the small skull was tightly attached to his chest, releasing an evil spiritual magic, trying to invade his mind and control his will. Joan barely remained calm, clenched her lips and used her willpower to fight against this spiritual magic. At the moment when he was about to support it, his consciousness gradually became blurred. His neck was hot suddenly, and his deformed eyes opened on his own. A mysterious force was injected into Joan's mind, making him suddenly sober, pulling off the evil skull attached to his chest and slamming it into the Soul Stealer. "Back to you." "How is this possible?" Soul Stealer sideways escaped the skull, his face full of disbelief. Just now he had almost completely controlled the young man's consciousness through a soul-stealing skull, and somehow he was freed by the other party. This is an unprecedented strange thing. In fact, not only the Soul Stealer was confused, but Joan couldn't figure out how he got rid of the Soul Stealer skull control. He just vaguely guessed that it was related to the eye behind his neck. When he was in Dylan, he used to be similar. The way to resist the charming human spell released by Nixie. There is no time to think about it now. Joan recites the spellcasting spell as soon as he gets rid of the control of the skull. His right index finger pierces the soul-stealing spirit from the air, and spit out a character full of anger. Valor. The original meaning of this elvish word is power, and many spells related to force field are activated by this character. When Joan spit out this magical character, purple light appeared on his fingertips, condensed into a magic missile, and whistled out in the direction of his finger. Soul-stealing spirits were horrified and shrank to dodge in a hurry. However, magic missile is different from ordinary ray spells. It has the characteristics of automatic tracking. The volley traverses a purple arc and drills into the canopy to accurately hit the Soul Stealer. There was a scream in the crown of the tree, and the soul-stealing spirit fell into the ancient tree with the broken branches and leaves. Joan wiped the sweat on his forehead, crawled down the black oak tree briskly, and hurried to the grass where the Soul Stealer fell, clenching a dagger in his hand. His heart was surging in murderous intentions, determined to completely end this evil goblin. By the way, one trial of mythology. There were 2 steps out of it, and there was a sudden gust of wind above his head. The just clear and cloudless sky was now covered by dark clouds that came out of nowhere. The thick clouds shone with electric light, accompanied by a thunder, and the heavy rain poured down. Joan stopped in the rain and looked up at the sky, realizing that Lao Bei finally completed the spellcasting ceremony, and summoned the heavy rain to fight the fire attack tactics of the ogre bandits. The heavy rain came in a timely manner and soon blew out the flames on the activated trees. The wild monster and the tree man who got rid of the threat of fire returned to the battlefield. and attacked both sides of the Azar warriors led by the brothers and sisters of Povitan. King Shrek and his ogre warriors fell into the encirclement. Joan wiped the rain on his face and braved the heavy rain to search the soul stealers in the bushes. A black shadow suddenly flew beside him, and Joan hurriedly turned to pierce the dagger. Unfortunately, the thunder and rain screen affected his hearing and vision. The reaction was slower by half a beat. Immediately after raising the dagger, he rushed to the front, and his claws clamped his wrist. The bloodshot eyes were fierce, the mouth full of fangs spouted a sickening smell and a vicious curse. Ghost, game time is over. I'm going to cut open your belly and tear your intestines. Chapter 77 Fairy Wilderness. Joan clenched her teeth and said nothing, using all her strength to try to get rid of the evil goblin's grip, but she slipped on the wet grass and fell. Soul-stealing spirit pressed against Joan. His claws tightly held his wrist, and grinned his sharp mouth to bite into Joan's throat. Joan struggled desperately, avoiding the fatal bite in his throat, but his shoulder was bitten by the opponent. The pain in his heart came from his shoulders, arousing the murderousness deep in Joan's blood, imitating the soul stealer with his teeth as a weapon, biting its sharp ear fiercely, twisting his neck and tearing hard, almost pulling the ear of soul stealer pulled off. A warm, astringent liquid filled the mouth. The soul-stealing pain distorted his face, but he still insisted on not letting go. The two violently twisted and rolled, and a little blood splashed the grass. Soul-stealing spirit pressed Joan under him again, struggling to flap his wings, dragging Joan to rise slowly, intending to fly to a high place and suddenly let go, to throw this stubborn young boy alive. Joan felt that his body was floating, and guessed that the soul-stealing spirit was not good, and his only weapon capable of killing the other party was his teeth. Fear and anger prompted him to use all his remaining strength on the 2 rows of teeth. Suddenly, the left ear of the soul stealer was bitten off. The sudden pain caused the soul thief to scream, and Joan took the opportunity to break free of his right hand and waved his knife indiscriminately. A sharp dagger pierced through the underarm membrane of the soul-stealing spirit, and cut a long rift. Bleeding coupled with air leakage, the cracked membrane wings could not support the weight of the 2 people. Soul Stealer and Joan rolled down and collided with the branches and flung to the side, which happened to fall into the tree hole of Ilminster. The tree hole is like a dark abyss, and the magic of terror flows like a vortex from all directions, pressing the 2 intruders tightly. The body continued to fall in the tree hole, and the pressure of the vortex also increased. Soul-stealing spirits realized in horror that they were about to be crushed by this magical vortex, and hurriedly flicked away Joan, inspiring all mythical forces in the body against the increasing pressure. Joan's situation is no better than that of soul-stealing. The increasing pressure on his body surface makes him have an urge to vomit blood, and his consciousness is gradually blurred. There was a sudden heat flow from the palm, and Tears of God seemed to sense that the owner's life was threatened, and automatically released mysterious energy to help Joan resist the magic pressure from the outside world. In this world, the sky is lit by the afterglow of the setting sun, but the sun will never really set or rise, but it has been grey and still in the sky like a reach. In this heaven and earth, the air is not the noise of the hustle and bustle, but the imaginative natural movement. The light of the fairyland away from the secular world reflects both life and death. This mysterious world is in close contact with the material world in which mortals live. The mountains, rivers and rivers of the material world can find non-image-like maps here, like reflections refracted through uneven mirrors. For example, here and now, the valley of the Algan Valley where the Povitan village is located is also a valley, but the Algan Valley of the world is more quiet, with no villages, houses, human inhabitants, and no intrusion. Ogre gangsters wreaking havoc in the village. Only those things that can be preserved in the vicissitudes of time can find a similar map in this outer world fairyland parallel to the main material world. Man-made buildings and living animals and plants are too fragile to withstand the impact of a long time, usually cannot cast its own brand on this mysterious plane. However, there are always exceptions. In the depths of the valley, corresponding to the grove of Pervitin village. An ancient tree far away from the hustle and bustle takes root here quietly. The bark covered with folds looks like an old face, while exist in two worlds and witness countless years. The cave on the tree trunk suddenly showed magical glory. The ancient tree seemed to hiccup and spit out a mass of humanoid objects from the tree hole connecting the main material world. Damn it! Soul Stealer Chainik lay on the grass beneath the tree hole, cursing and shaking her dizzy head, holding her hands on the ground and climbing up hard. Damn devil, wait and see for me. Soul Stealing touched the vague ears of flesh and blood, and couldn't help but spit out a series of slurs. Vicious eyes looked around, searching for the figure of the young mage. However, the surrounding area was empty, and the second figure could not be seen. The Soul Stealer scratched the root of his ear and looked at the sky in disbelief, gradually realizing that something was wrong. The environment here at first glance looks very similar to the village of Pervitin, and a closer look reveals a subtle sense of violation. If human beings come here, it may be difficult to find these slight anomalies. Chainik is different. It is a goblin. Although it was born in the main material world, the ancestors of the goblin family were born in the same place, Goblin Wilderness, a plane parallel to the main material world, the hometown of goblins. Chainik breathed in the unusually fresh air, and the sound of music sounded in his ears, and his ancestral memories deep in the blood became fresh. Yes, this must be the Goblin Wilderness, the birthplace of the goblin family. Chainik muttered to himself, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Chainik did not have any homesickness, nor did he think that the land where his ancestors lived was more suitable for his survival than the main material world. The reason why he was excited was that he had heard the Snake Hand Shaman more than once. However, one of the most important missions of conquering the Order is to find a plane portal to the Goblin Wilderness. The top ranks of the Order, including Shaman, are mostly withers transformed by fallen druids. If you can break into the Goblin Wilderness that is full of jungles and grasslands, it is like a mouse jumping into a rice tank and being able to show its talents. Chainik also heard from Shaman that the mysterious idol worshipped by the Conqueror had an unforgettable hatred for the Goblin Wilderness, and he had been dreaming of destroying this fairyland for thousands of years. If that powerful person really fulfills his long-cherished wish, he can transcend the existing level and be promoted to the eternal true God. It is conceivable that the believer who assisted the powerful God will surely receive a generous reward. Hey, this is really good luck. The Soul Stealer licked his lips excitedly, turned and rushed to Ilminzua, intending to drill into the tree hole, send it back the same way, and report to Shaman as soon as possible. However, as soon as 2 steps were taken, the Soul Stealer found that the tree cave had a magical glow, and it seemed that something was being sent. It halted quickly, hiding behind the bushes, watching the abnormal movements in the tree's hole with vigilance. Chapter 78 Last cut. What happened next was just as expected by a Soul Stealer. A thin figure fell out of the tree hole, groaned painfully on the ground, and crawled up slowly and hard. The Soul Stealer recognized at a glance that the man was the young mage who had spoiled his good deeds. He was standing with his back to him under the tree at this moment, raising his hand to take off the cloak and hood, looking blankly, and apparently had not yet figured out the situation. The Soul Stealer stared at the young man's back through the branches and leaves, grinning silently, reaching for the fairy skull. The moment my fingertip touched the skull, I suddenly remembered one thing. Not long ago, I hit the boy with the skull, but it turned out to be useless. Soul Stealers don't think that the other party has the willpower to resist the Soul Steel skull. If it's good luck, then there is only a reasonable explanation that the boy has a non-human lineage. Only for humans or humanoids an effective soul-stealing skull cannot shake his mind. This is unlikely, but it does exist. There was only one chance for a sneak attack. The Soul Stealer didn't want to bet on his luck. He simply gave up the skull, and under the cover of the bushes, he sneaked towards the young mage, intending to swoop up to within 10 feet, and bit him off neck. 20 feet. 15 feet. Closer. closer. The juvenile mage still didn't notice the stalker from behind, muttering something to himself, and the fingers gathered in the sleeves wobbled gently, looking unprepared. Soul Stealing gently opened the bushes, grinning silently and sharp teeth, leaping forcefully, rushing straight to the back of the teenager. However, it did not expect that. Just at the moment when he just launched the attack, the young mage suddenly turned around and raised his hand to grab his head. Tinned. The juvenile mage chanted a starting spell representing electric light. The magical power condensed at the fingertips turned into a flashing spark, and the electric current seemed to be 5 twisted blue and white snakes, which hit the soul-stealing head with a crackling sound. The soul-stealer was overturned to the ground by this sudden electric shock, and his face was black and numb, and his mouth opened in vain with a painful moan. Joan didn't give it a chance to struggle, pulled out his dagger and hurried forward, and stabbed into the elaborate nest with a knife. Soul-stealing twitched violently, and then his eyes turned white and paralyzed. Joan pulled out his dagger and let out a long breath. To be able to successfully kill the soul stealer this time, Joan first needs to thank the eyeball behind his neck, so that he can see the soul stealer hidden in the bushes behind him. The second thank is Tears of God. After he exhausted all the first spell slots of today, he can extract energy from Tears of Gods instead of casting spell slots to cast Electric Claws. That was the final knife that determined the ultimate destiny of both parties. At the same time that the soul-stealing spirit died, Joan felt his palm slightly hot. He raised his left hand to call Tears of God. A crystal-clear gem emerged from the left palm. The radiance radiated by this artifact seems to have a strange gravitation. The soul that contains the mythical power of soul-stealing essence is drawn from the corpse and merged into the gemstones, glowing brighter. Joan and the Tears of God communicate with each other in spirit, and feel the power of this artifact has increased. As the owner of God's tears, Joan also benefited from this, and his intellectual attributes were again raised by God's tears by 2 points, from 15 to 17. In addition, God's tears' ability to create magic potions was also obvious enhancement. In addition to the original secondary recovery potion, now can also make a cup of healing potion every day. Oral administration can restore physical strength, relieve internal injuries. External application can make the wound hemostasis and accelerate healing. Joan's shoulder, bitten by a soul-stealing spirit, was still bleeding, so he could hardly lift his arm. Through telepathy, I learned that Tear of God can produce healing potions after upgrading, so I opened the kettle that I carried and soaked in Tear of God for a few seconds, and spent 1 energy level to convert the water in the pot into healing potions. After that, take out the gem, raise the kettle and pour 2 large mouths, and leave a small half of the water to clean the left shoulder wound. Joan's personal experience shows that the potion is indeed effective. The wound after washing quickly stops bleeding and scars, and the pain is greatly relieved. The oral potion dispels the weakness and dizziness caused by physical overdraft and excessive blood loss, and the spirit and physical energy are restored. Best state. Joan tried to raise his left arm and clenched his fists. The wound was slightly tingling when exerting force, which basically did not affect normal activities. Joan nodded with satisfaction, returned to the state of meditation, and continued to view the information that Tears of God came into his mind. After personally killing the soul-stealing spirit with the first-level mythological power, Joan completed his first-level mythological trial, which is more closely combined with Tears of God. Just like getting a permission, the high key opens a door that was closed to you, and you can enter the library behind the door to get more valuable knowledge. What surprises Joan is that this knowledge does not require him to spend time learning and studying. When the trial is completed, the door is automatically opened and injected into his mind, so that he is directly promoted to Tier 1 Mythical Master and obtain the 4 professional abilities: Air Mythical Power, Mythical Spellcasting, Wild Arcane and Energy Replacement. The power of myth is the ability possessed by all mythological creatures, and it is also a major symbol to distinguish mortals from mythical creatures. The so-called mythical power is somewhat similar to the power of the true God, but this power is not affiliated with a certain deity, but a manifestation of the origin of life and wisdom in the multiverse. Like the pastor and druid who performs magic arts, most of the priests worship a deity, and obtain the divine power from specific, personalized male or female gods. But the druid does not worship a specific idol, but the natural power of nurturing everything. To worship the beautiful and harmonious source of life, their divine power does not come from the gift of a certain deity, but from a philosophical practice similar to pan-spiritualism. The power of myth is similar to druids' natural divine power, but at a higher level than natural divine power, because this power is not satisfied with the worship of nature, but also prompts people to transform nature. No matter from which point of view, the birth of life is a different number in the universe, which is a very coincidental small probability event. And the living body can evolve from the most primitive state to a smart creature that understands the use of language and tools and begins to think about where it comes from. It is even more heterogeneous in the heterogeneity, which is simply lower than the probability of 100 consecutive lotteries. The power of myth is the first driving force that promotes the birth of intelligent life in the multiverse. Chapter 79 Mythical Archmage. The power of myth was once enriched in the ancestors of all intelligent creatures, including human beings, so that the ancestors of all beings have the power to move mountains and fill the sea, so that they can survive the ancient times when the flood beasts are rampant, and transform the nature with the power of myth, in order to make the environment more suitable for people to survive and multiply, create a living space for future generations to live and work in. The great ancestors of the world of Valis are still active in epics and myths. The idols worshipped by the descendants as half-human and half-god idols. The descendants of future generations cannot make the same great achievements and inevitably doubt the authenticity of their ancestors' performance. I think it is just an exaggerated myth, which is equivalent to superstition and even lies. In fact, this is because future generations have lost the power of the myths owned by their ancestors. Starting from the fragile and small self, it is impossible to imagine how powerful this power is. Without the wisdom and sweat of these great ancestors, the surviving humans in the world of Vales have already been extinct in the long ice age and the floods that followed. In fact, there are innumerable species of wisdom that have disappeared in the long river of history. Some of these races were far more powerful and prosperous than human civilization at their peak. However, when these races gradually degenerate, generations are not as good as generations. They only care for pleasure and lose the will to pioneer. The mythical power in the bloodline has gradually become thinner, and this once great race is not far from extinction. To be precise, all the intelligent creatures existing in the world contain the power of myth, which is the legacy of their great ancestors. It is a pity that the mythical power in most organisms is too thin, like dormant volcanoes, dormant and useless. Only the creatures that activate the sleeping mythical powers, such as Soul Stealer and Shrek, are truly mythical creatures. Unfortunately, such special cases are very few, and it is difficult to find one in 100,000 people. Fortunately, the power of mythology does not only depend on lineage inheritance. Ordinary people can also arouse the mythical power of sleep in the body if they have the chance to obtain the mythical professional inheritance. Joan belongs to the latter situation. After completing the first order myth trial, he obtained the unique inheritance of the mythical creature Mythic Archmage from the treasure trove of knowledge of Tears of Gods. The mythical power in the body activate accordingly. Joan's current mythological class is only level 1, and the mythical power in the body is still very weak. He can only use the mythical power up to 5 times a day. In the future, for every upgrade of a mythic class, there will be an additional 2 times of use of the power of mythology every day. The power of myth is the most primitive, pure and very dangerous energy of the multiverse. It is not easy to use this energy. Different myth careers give different directions of use. Since Joan has embarked on the mythical master of course, It is of course necessary to closely combine this energy with arcane magic. The first path professional ability of the mythological Archmage Wild Arcane answers such a question. What is the power of mythology to the mage? The answer is simple and powerful. With the help of Wild Arcane, the mythical mage can spend one power of myth to cast any known spells without consuming spell slots. This means that the power of myth can be converted into a spell slot at any time. There is no limit on the spell slot level, and there is no need to prepare the corresponding spell before casting. Joan has seen the introduction of Wild Arcane, and with a doubtful mood, inspired a mythical power, trying to use this energy to replace the first spell position to cast Electric Claw. The blue and white electric snake sizzling from his fingertips made him ecstatic. As a small 1st-level wizard, Joan's greatest pain is that there are too few spell slots, and he can only release 2 one-ring spells per day. After the advanced mythical master, this dilemma has changed greatly. The power of myth 5 times a day is equivalent to 5 more spell levels of any level, plus 10 energy levels stored in Tear of God. Turned into the power of myth, Joan's current spell endurance is simply so abnormal that it can be called a humanoid turret. The 2nd-level mythological mage gives Joan the 2nd ability energy replacement, indicating the 2nd use of mythical power. Whenever he replaces the spell position with mythical power, it is used to cast 1 acid, cold, electricity, or flame spells. You can switch the spell attribute to any of the above 4 energy types. Energy substitution, to put it bluntly, is to use the power of myth to arbitrarily change the attributes of the magic of the 4 elements. Among the spells Joan currently masters, only 2 spells have elemental energy characteristics. One is the 0-ring Frozen Ray, which has ice properties, and the other is the 1-ring Electric Claw, which has electrical properties. Using energy substitution, Joan can modify the above spells. For example, if he meets a monster that is immune to cold and lightning, he can spend 1 mythical power to convert Frozen Rays into Flame Rays or Electric Claws, converted to strong acid claws, thereby breaking through the opponent's elemental resistance, and even being able to adjust the spell attribute according to the target's elemental weakness, causing double damage to it. The last professional ability of the mythical mage is mythical spellcasting, to be precise, a method of improving spells. Using this method, the mythical mage can try to improve the spells he has mastered into a mythical version, and must spend mythical power instead of the spell position to cast. Mythical spells are more powerful than their normal versions, but follow the same casting rules and use the same casting materials. Of course, studying mythical spells inevitably takes a lot of time and money, and not all spells can develop powerful and practical versions of myths. The success of the mythical magic research project depends mainly on the mage's own intelligence and financial resources. In addition, there is a certain amount of luck. After all, inspiration does not make sense. Joan carefully checked the newly acquired mythical ability, maintained meditation and performed the 0-ring endoscopy, examined his current overall situation, and a piece of glowing words appeared in his consciousness space. Current status, health level, Mage 1 Mythical Archmage 1. Spell position, 0-ring Infinity, 1-ring 2 Intellect Reward +1, Tower Stability Mythic Archmage, Mythic Power 5 days, Wild Arcane, Mythical Spellcasting, Energy Replacement, Attributes, Strength 10, Dexterity 12, Constitution 9, Intelligence 17 Tear of God +4, Wisdom 14, Charisma 16. Chapter 80 Call of Mage Joan's intelligence attribute has been increased to 17, which is already outstanding in the ranks of low-level mages. Unfortunately, spiritual attributes like intelligence are not like strength or agility. On the surface, there is no one who is smarter than others, and Joan only feels that his mind seems clearer than usual until he performs complex mental activity such as studying spells. Only then can I really appreciate the great benefits of improving 2 points of intelligence. Joan put away the Tears of Gods, leaned over and squatted in front of the soul-stealing corpse and searched for a total of 4 items: a fist-sized fairy skull, a gall-shaped copper bottle, and a hardwood-carved vial, and a spell scroll. Joan first picked up the skull and looked at it, remembering that this was the weapon he used to attack himself before stealing the soul essence. It seemed to contain some kind of evil magic power, which could adsorb on the target and control the other party's mind. This kind of special wonder can only be used by the creator himself. Other people can't stimulate the magic. Joan throws it away and digs a pit to bury the skull together with the soul-stealing body. Joan then picked up the gush-shaped copper bottle, opened the stopper, and immediately emitted a pungent smoke. He glanced into the bottle through the sun, and the solution inside was almost empty, rippling orange. Joan had seen the soul stealer use this magic potion and seemed to breathe flame after taking it. The remaining potion in the bottle was only enough for a sip, and Joan didn't want to waste it. He plugged the bottle and waited to study it later when he was free. The magic potion is also contained in the wooden bottle, which looks light blue and exudes a hint of coolness. After all, Joan was too shallow to see the magic effect of this potion. Appraisal technique can help him to answer his doubts. However, each appraisal needs to consume at least 1 pearl. Joan doesn't have any pearls to use now, so he has to press his curiosity and wait until the future is ample to appraise. The last loot is the spell scroll, but it does not cost money to identify. Joan unrolled the scroll and glanced at it 2 times before recognizing that it was a Ring of Arcane Burning Hand transcribed above. Hand of Burning is a rare group king spell in the Arcane. The caster can blast a cone-shaped flame in the direction of his hands, killing all creatures within 15 feet of the opposite side, and igniting the spell cover flammable substances within range. Joan now happens to be missing a group attack spell. This is the time when this scroll came, and he decided to take the time to copy it into his spell book as the focus of the next stage of study. Putting away the Burning Hand scroll, Joan dug a pit with a dagger and kicked the soul stealer's body into the pit to bury it. Clapping his hands off the dirt, Joan stood up and looked around, only to find that the environment here was a little weird. The mountains and canyons in the distance look similar to the terrain near the village of Perviton, but there is a sense of unspeakable violations, especially the sun hanging on the horizon, like a colorful paper cut. Painting flat on gray, the sky dome seems to have never moved. In such a quiet world, Joan could not feel the passage of time, and his consciousness became a little blurred. What is this place? Joan muttered to himself, restraining his fears, and quickly walked along the same path. Fortunately, Ilminster is still rooted deep in the valley, but the dense ash forest around it is gone, and the fierce fighting ogres and Azap people have disappeared out of thin air. The quiet valley is lush with trees and wind like ethereal the pipe organ. If it weren't for Laobei to stand upright in front, Joan simply suspected that he had crossed the tree hole and reached another plane. No matter how much, just leave this strange place as soon as possible. Joan ran to Ilminster quickly, shouting his head and shouting, "Old Bai, can you hear me?" An old face appeared on the trunk, nodding to him with a smile. Kiawan breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked Laobei, "I want to return to the village of Pohhuitan. Can you send me back?" Laobei was undecided, and his expression became a little weird. He hung a branch silently, wrapped Joan's waist, and lifted him into the air, throwing him into the tree hole. Falling into the dark tree hole again, the magic vortex surrounded it, and Joan recalled what happened when he came, and his heart hung up immediately. Unexpectedly, however, the magic that came around this time did not cause him oppression, as a gentle cloud lifted him up, maintaining a constant speed of falling in a void. Joan felt faintly that this time through the tree hole was not the same as last time. Until the magic cloud escorted him to a safe landing, he confirmed that this time was really different. It was dark all around, and Joan couldn't see anything. He supported the inner wall of the tree and stood up, tried to shout "Old White," and suddenly realized that his voice was shaking. Joan's cry echoed in the darkness, and no one answered for a long time. According to the echo, He guessed that he was in a very open area, perhaps a dome deep in the earth. Qian didn't understand why Lao Bei sent himself to this dark abyss. He could only keep his composure as much as possible, fumbled out to take out the cast material package, and planned to use brightness to dispel the darkness and observe the surrounding environment. Suddenly a burst of light appeared in front of him, attracting Joan's sight. The orange ball of light floated to Joan in the dark, sending a telepathic wave into his mind. "Child, this light is my soul. Follow the spirit guide. I will take you to see a person." Joan quickly followed the ball of light floating forward. That is, the old white soul manifested, and asked curiously, "Who are you taking me to see, Master Mima?" "What character is Mima?" Joan became more and more confused. "Sir, Mima is a demigod and one of the ancestors of the Aza." Before Joan felt that the name Mima was familiar, after hearing Lao Bei introduction, he suddenly remembered that Candy had mentioned this name. According to legend, the ancestors of the Asa tribe originally lived on the Asgard Plateau in central Wilnoa 40,000 years ago, during the era of floods and giants. At that time, the Asa tribes also had the power of mythology. Leaders and prophets are even demigods with level 10 mythological powers. Mima is an Asa demigod, known as the Wise Old Man. It is a pity that in the Twilight War that determines the fate of the Asa, this ancient and splendid civilization was eventually destroyed by the giants. Now, Asgard, the home of the Asa, has become a kingdom of giants, and the descendants of the Asa forced to flee. In the Midgard and Yalfheim region on the east coast of Wilnoa, they married and reproduced with the local indigenous people. They have lost their mythical powers today, and their civilization is even lower than that of human society on other continents. Colonists from the old world ridiculed themselves as foolish barbarians. Chapter 81 Cruel Test. Mima is still alive? Joan asked Lao Bei in disbelief. "It can be said, my child. Even if he didn't sacrifice in the Twilight War, he has lived for more than 40,000 years now." "How could a person live so long?" Joan shook his head, feeling even more incredible. "Young people, for demigods, death is not an insurmountable obstacle." An old man's voice suddenly came in front of him, startling Joan. Looking up at the direction from which the voice came, Joan saw an old head suspended in midair by the light of Ilmansul's soul, and a pair of deep and clear eyes hidden in the messy hair. Just forgive the look of interest looked at him. Joan stopped and sweated coldly. When he first saw the talking old man's head, he subconsciously suspected that the other party was an undead creature, a legendary half-lich. However, he did not perceive the evil breath of necromantics from the other party, but the tears of tears came to the telepathy at the right time, telling him that the old man with only one head across from him was a democracy with level 10 mythical power. "You are Lord Mima?" Joan asked tremblingly. "I am Mima, the caretaker of the Fountain of Wisdom." The white-haired head smiled at Joan. "Child, I can sense the power of myth from you. If I am right, you are a newcomer." "Mythical Grand Master?" Joan was frightened by the old man's insight into his secret, but then he thought about how well known the demigod Mima, who is known as the Smart Old Man, used such means as higher endoscopy to see through his own myth. What's so strange about the profession? What made him a little gratified was that the other party did not seem to see that he had God's tears, so that he could always retain the last trace of privacy. "Lao Bei, look at this kid, how amazing. Have you ever seen such a young mythical mage?" Mima exclaimed. "In fact, as you said, Master Mima, this child is only 13 years old. The 13-year-old mythological master. I have lived this age unheard of." Lao Bei's spirit also expressed emotion. Hearing the compliments of the two old men, Joan's embarrassed face was hot. He knew in his heart that he did not get the mythical Grand Master inheritance by his own efforts or talents, purely because he was lucky to pick up the tears of gods. Otherwise he is only a trivial master apprentice. Mima saw through Joan's mind at a glance, and said with a smile, "Boy, you may think that you are just lucky, not really capable, but you have to know that luck is also a part of strength, and change others to your position. Even with good luck, I obtained the mythical master inheritance collection, and may not have the courage and ability to kill the murderous and insidious soul stealer to complete the myth trial. Joan nodded, blushing, feeling a little complicated, wondering if he really was as good as Mima said. Boy, come and follow me to see this spring. Joan followed the call of the wise old man and walked to him. He found that behind Mima was the thick roots of Ilmansa. The countless roots fell down like wicker, and under the root system was a clear spring. The calm water reflected out of his face. Sir Mima, is this the wisdom of wisdom hidden under the roots of the world tree? Joan couldn't help shaking. Can drinking this spring really enhance intelligence? Mima nodded, but there was no smile on his face, and his expression became unprecedentedly serious. Child, the old prophecy tells me that you are the one I have waited for many years, the mythological mage who is qualified to drink wisdom springs and has the potential to change this era, but the prediction is always ambiguous, and my judgment may not be correct. Mima sighed, and then said to Joan, wisdom spring water can greatly enhance a person's intelligence, which is particularly valuable to the mage, but this power is not free. In fact, the price is very high. Sir Mima, do you really want Joan to accept the test? Ilminsa's spirit trembles slightly, looking panic-stricken. The test is too cruel. You can't ask a 13-year-old to endure that pain, not to mention enduring for 9 days. Don't say it again, Ilminsa. Mima interrupted the ancient treason treaty, and his eyes became extremely fanatical. I have waited too long to doubt whether my waiting still makes sense. How? Joan is the one who best meets the prophecy. We must give him a chance to control his own destiny. Yes, he is too young and lacks enough experience. But this is not a fatal flaw. If he is really the mythological mage in the prophecy, believe me, Ilminsa, he should have the courage and perseverance to pass that cruel test and prove that he is qualified to drink wisdom spring water. Mima turned to Joan with a blank face and solemnly asked, boy, do you dare to accept the test of fate? So far, Joan doesn't know the specific content of this test, but he knows that he must pass this level if he wants to get the wisdom spring. Joan also knows that his current level of intelligence can only be said to be good, far from the true genius mage, but as long as he drinks a sip of wisdom spring, the gap between the leveling and the genius is not a problem. From excellent to excellent the leap is in front of him. Is he willing to miss this day to give a good opportunity? Of course Joan was not reconciled. Sir Mima, I am willing to accept your test. On the south bank of the Ifine River, Snake Hand Shaman rode a grey horse on the hillside, overlooking the fierce fighting situation of the riverside. The warring party is the withered monster army under his command, and the other is the Azak cavalry from the Algonquin Valley. Before the battle started, Shaman thought that his commanded Blight Corps had a great advantage. However, he only found out that the blighted monster with low intelligence could not stop the Azak cavalry, who was proficient in riding and cooperating with tacit understanding, not to mention the opposing forces. More than 2 times more than our own. The battle lasted less than an hour, and the withered corps suffered more than half of its casualties. It was defeated all the way to the river, and behind it was the Tautau River. There was no escape route. The open area along the river is sparsely covered with vegetation, and as our hunter can unscrupulously launch arrows of flaming glue on the withered monsters of the hordes of herds, hitting the withered dry wooden body and immediately igniting the blazing flames. At the same time, the Issa druids have turned into falcons and flew into the air. The wings of the eagles almost blocked the sunlight, closely monitored the battlefield below, and convey the latest trends of the withered monsters to the ground troops. Chapter 82 Bloody Divination. There are a few senior druids who are good at natural cast in the army. They can perform natural magic while turning into a falcon, collectively release fire burning to bomb the withered monster, and the flames fall into the air. Like the rain of fire, the withered monsters with nowhere to hide were lit and burned to ashes. Snake Hand Shaman saw the situation deteriorate rapidly and his face became bleak. According to the scheduled combat plan, The mission of the Blight Corps is to attract the main force of the Algonquin tribe to fight for the opportunity of the Ogre warriors led by the smart King Shrek. The battle plan was initially going well. The news from Kanakai, the stolen spirit, showed that the army of ogres had invaded the village of Perviton, forcing the Victor and Matoka couples to have to lead an emergency return of 500 Azar hunting horses. Village rescue. According to Shaman's pre-war vision, he should lead the Withered Legion to launch a counter-attack at this time, and take advantage of the Pervitons leaving the front line to annihilate this force without effective command. But unfortunately, contrary to wishes, the Azar hunter who stayed in battle still has no choice. There are as many as 5,000 people, and the strength is still much more than the Withered. The two high-ranking rangers who succeeded the Pervitons as the frontline commanders were calm and cautious, and they did not leave Shaman with any chance to fight back. The battle continued like this, at most for 2 more hours. The Withered Legion would usher in the destruction of their whole army. Shaman secretly anxious. The only card in the current Blight Corps is himself. Apart from the Pervitons, there is no third person in the Algonquin tribe who can compete with him. Since the couple has left the battlefield, Shaman is confident to use his own strength to kill anyone on the other side. However, there is no single fight on the real battlefield. He can't be beaten by hundreds of people no matter how strong he is, and once he falls into the siege, it is difficult to get out of it. Just when Shaman hesitated to shoot himself, he suddenly felt a strong heart palpitations, and after a short trance, he realized that his servant, Kanik, was dead. Just as a druid who worships the origin of nature can domesticate a beast as his animal companion, the advanced wither of the fallen druid has a similar ability, except that the partner is no longer an animal, but an undead that is consistent with his camp, creature or evil goblin. Spirit Soul Kanik is Shaman's contract partner. If the soul-stealing spirit dies and the contract between the two is erased, Shaman will certainly feel it. Shaman knows how cunning his servants are, and even creatures more powerful than soul stealers can hardly catch this treacherous goblin, let alone kill it. However, the reality is so cruel. The soul stealer is indeed dead, and even the soul is completely destroyed at the moment of physical death. Even if Shaman used the magical technique of resurrection, he cannot be resurrected. Who actually killed the soul stealer and ruthlessly destroyed its soul? The more Shaman thought about the problem, the more shuddered. The ominous hunch like a cloud accumulating in his heart. After a few seconds of contemplation, Shaman turned and dismounted. The grey horse eased the pressure and let out a pleasant whine. However, the animal was too happy. Shaman suddenly flicked his left arm, and the venomous snake on the elbow jumped out of the cuff like a black lightning bolt, biting the neck of the grey horse fiercely. 2 pairs of sharp fangs were embedded in blood vessels and injected with venom. Frightened, the horse tried to struggle, but before he could take his steps, the poison collapsed, spreading foam on the floor, and his pupils quickly spread. Shaman withdrew his snake hand, pulled out his dagger and cut open the horse's belly mercilessly, staring blankly at the large amount of blood mixed with internal organs pouring out. His eyes focused on the horse intestines, his eyes flickering. The layered and coiled intestines are like a labyrinth. They have fascinated the so-called prophets of the wild tribes since ancient times. They firmly believe that they can see the future through the loops of the intestines, and thus have developed a complete set of methods for divination. At the moment, Snake Hand Shaman is using this and brutal method for divination. The cramped and squirming horse intestines give him vague enlightenment, and the sense of crisis in his heart grows stronger. Although it is unclear what happened to the village of Perviton and who killed the soul stealer, the divination results show that Shaman's battle plan has been completely defeated. If he does not leave the battlefield as soon as possible, he himself has danger of death. What a hell! He cursed angrily. Shaman took out a small wooden sign with a rune engraved from his pocket, chanting the start character softly, and the wooden sign glowed orange in his hand, covering him from head to toe. As a beam of light rises into the sky, it disappears without a trace in a blink of an eye. At the same time that Snake Hand Shaman cast a teleportation spell and left the battlefield, King Shrek, who was far away from the village of Paviton, also felt that the situation was getting worse. Ilminzua, who is guarding the wisdom spring, is near. But Shrek's dream is quickly dashing. In front of him were dense thorns barriers and a large army of activated plants that could not keep pace. Behind them were the Azza forces constantly approaching. King Shrek and his men were trapped in a dilemma. Originally, Shrek still had the last illusion, expecting the Snake Hand Shaman to lead the Withered Court to come to support, but the battle continued until the west of the sun, not to mention Shaman's silence. Even the representative on behalf of Shaman and Shrek's soul-stealing Kanekui also disappeared. A loud horn came from a distance, and Shrek could hear that it was not his own horn. From the scene of the Azza people cheering in unison after hearing the horn, Victor and Matoka were very likely the couple returned with their soldiers. King, enemy reinforcements are about to arrive. We may be too late to retreat, Cassio said eagerly. Shrek's face was heavy, and he nodded. I will order the retreat. You will lead the brothers out of the village of Powhatan as soon as possible. I will stop the pursuit. After Cassio listened to Shrek's determination to tear himself up, he couldn't help moving tears into his eyes and sang loudly on the battlefield. He praised King Shrek's heroic actions and vowed to fight side by side with him as hell. The anthem written by the Impromptu had just been sung halfway, and Cassio suddenly heard a shout of killing behind him. A burst of arrow rain came, and his tongue was suddenly scared, and he hurriedly raised the lute to act as a shield against the arrows. There was dust and smoke across the woods, and the sound of a horseshoe like a shower was looming. Cassio's poetry had to give way to the cold reality, realizing that the pursuit was behind him, and he would be too late to run away. Faced with the threat of death, Cassio felt that as a literati and a poet, he really shouldn't throw his good life on the battlefield in vain. An extra martyr would not change the passive situation of the Shrek warriors, but the world will be overshadowed by the loss of a genius poet. Chapter 83. Which Fiona I still have many great works that have not yet been written, and there are many glorious poems for future generations to sing. The battle in the battlefield is of course a heroic move, compared with the lofty mission I shoulder. It is so small. How can the poet the bravery of the flurry of blood forsake life rashly? Oh, the cruel goddess of destiny, why do you force me to choose the path that looks cowardly and great, walking on this glorious road full of thorns, like a lonely saint, destined to cry in tears, not for mediocrity. It is one thing how Cassio expounded his mental journey, but the reality is that the court poet in the deep forest valley recovered his true character as a chasing soldier. The haiku just boasted in front of Shrek. Can't put away the lute, and walk away, running faster than the rabbit. King Shrek led 10 ogre warriors to carry out the mission of covering the retreat of his subordinates, insisting on fighting until all the companions around him fell, and he was also trapped in the bushes, covered in blood, and had no way to escape. He spit out a spit, and the ogre lord gasped against the trunk, grinning bitterly. I didn't get a sip of wisdom spring before death. Shrek, Fiona said. It's good, you're stupid to get home. I'm terrified in my heart, and on the surface it needs to be a good guy. It's really stupid to get home. Suddenly there was a woman's cold mocking behind him. Shrek instinctively grabbed the big rod and tightened his nerves. When he turned back to see the person speaking, the vigilance in his eyes immediately became ecstatic. Oh, my dear Fiona, what gust of wind is blowing you, idiot? Now it's not time to say these stupid things. Don't hurry me over. The high-level ogre witch in the blue robe glared at Shrek angrily, his beautiful round face exuding an inexplicable anxiety. Shrek stared blankly at his dream lover, at a loss. The witch shook her head helplessly, walked straight to him, and suddenly reached out to twist his ear. Shrek groaned in pain. The witch ignored it, quickly made a spellcasting gesture, and slapped at his chest. The golden magic halo, symbolizing the school of change, burst from Fiona's fingertips and quickly flowed through Shrek's body, turning this gigantic and mythical ogre lord into a yellowish steam, floating in midair while maintaining the human form. The great witch Fiona spit out a string of spells again, cast a ring of wind making on the ground, and set off a gust of wind, blowing Shrek's illusion of steam into the depths of the woods. It was like wind and clouds. Behind the chasing soldiers, Fiona turned back and waved her hand, and a white mist filled with magic burst out, covering the chasing soldiers who rushed to the front. The horses and the Asa warriors on their horses inhaled the mist. They all couldn't help but yawn and collapsed into a lethargy on the grass. Fiona let out a sigh of relief, flew off her cloak and flew into the air, and her figure quickly escaped in the direction of Shrek, flying away. "Damn witch, you can't run away." Matoka's face was full of anger, and Jang bowed his arrow to lock the back of the ogre witch. Victor raised his hand to stop his wife from snipering the ogre witch and gently shook his head. "Fiona is more difficult than King Shrek, and since she intends to leave a bit of affection, and does not hurt our people, why should we offend the witch? Forget it, let her go." In the forest glade where Ilmansur is located, the Magni and Candy brothers and sisters watched the ogre army retreat, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. The village and the holy tree are finally preserved. Magni put down the battle axe and smiled with relief. Canty was reminded by his brother's emotion. He hurriedly ran to the front of the black oak tree, searching up and down while shouting Joan's name. "It's weird. Just now I saw him jumping from the black oak tree, but in a blink of an eye, it disappeared." Candy said anxiously. "Stupid girl, there are ogres just now." "If Joan is clever enough, he will of course run to a safe place in the distance to hide. You still have to ask others," Magni told her sister. Candy nodded, turned to look at the black oak tree, and called Mila in the wood language. Xiao Shujing quickly came to her and pointed to Ilminsa. "I saw Joan wrestling with a bad goblin, and the last two fell into the tree hole." Mila said, "Fall into a tree hole?" Magni couldn't laugh anymore. He certainly knew that the tree hole in Ilminsa was actually a plain portal, and the end of the tree hole led to the fairy wilderness. However, unless the permission of Ilminsa is obtained, the creatures forcibly breaking into the tree hole will suffer a magical bite, and their flesh and blood will decompose into dust. "Lao Bei Ai, Lao Bei Ai!" Candy shouted at the ancient tree with a cry. "You didn't hurt Joan?" "Who? I'm not going to hurt Joan, the little girl." Guxia let out an old sigh. "You can rest assured that Joan is still alive and is experiencing an adventure. As for the result is good or bad, it depends on his own choice." In the wilderness of the fairy, in the underground dome that is hidden from the sun, a clear spring with ancient wisdom is in the center of the cave, surrounded by the roots of Ilmansa. Joan hangs upside down under a thick tree root with his head and feet, and underneath the overhanging body is a fountain of calm and mirror. If Mimma's timing did not go wrong, Joan had maintained this upside-down posture for 9 days. During this period, he had not eaten anything or drank a drop of water. His body was exhausted to the limit, and his thirsty lips were as dry as the reason why he can still survive and rely on mythical power to maintain his life. After such a brutal temper, Joan can stay awake for 9 long days and 9 nights. Perhaps he should be grateful for the pain in his right eye. In fact, he no longer has a right eye, and there was only a hole in the flesh and blood where the eyeballs were originally contained. As part of the test, Joan had to pluck out his right eye with a knife, and handed that eyeball to Mimma in exchange for the Fountain of Wisdom. Joan didn't want to recall the details of his right eye. It was too painful. Despite his own actions, he still felt painful when he recalled it, like a real nightmare. Plucking out his right eye and hanging upside down on the tree for 9 days. This is the test Mimma put forward to Joan. It is a cruel test for a 13-year-old boy. Joan accepted the test and silently endured all the pains he experienced during these 9 days and nights. He didn't hate Mimma, no one forced him, it was a choice he made himself. No matter how painful, he had to bite his teeth. Chapter 84 Mother of Manwin. If Joan has something extraordinary, it is super perseverance, and if it is not perseverance, he cannot maintain the casting focus from morning to night. It's just that this time the torture he was going to bear was too heavy, and it was so heavy that it almost exceeded the limit of endurance. Joan hangs over the spring water. His blind right eye is filled with viscous plasma. Every half an hour, a drop of blood comes out of his eye socket and drops on the water below, splashing a circle of scarlet ripples. Joan stared at the water surface with that intact left eye. When the spring water rippled, his pupils contracted, focusing all his energy to restrain the pain and observe the changes in the water surface. Yes, the water surface is changing. Whenever a drop of blood falls, the ripples of wisdom springs will form a wonderful rune. What Joan has to do at this moment is to keep these runes firmly in his heart, and he is absorbed in the wisdom of the runes. Not much time was left for him. The rune formed by the ripples quickly faded at the moment of formation. When the water surface calmed down, the rune disappeared. Until the next drop of blood fell and splashed on the water surface, new runes would emerge. During these 9 days and nights, Joan has been observing the fleeting runes. According to his statistics, there are a total of 24 runes, which always appear according to a fixed rule. For example, the first rune is rune number 1 for, and the next one is rune number 2 followed by rune number 3 thorn. And so on until rune number 24 idle. After the idle rune disappears, the number 1 rune for will appear next, thus starting a new cycle. 9 nights hung on the tree. Stabbed by a spear. I was treated as a sacrifice. I sacrificed myself. On a tree that no one knows. No bread for hunger, no dripping for thirst. I looked down and picked up Lun's text. Shout while picking up, falling from the tree. Desolate singing echoed in Joan's ear. During these 9 days, Mima has been singing this ancient and mysterious ballad. According to the information disclosed in the lyrics, Joan guessed that most of the runes he saw in the spring water were the Lun script sung by Mima. As for who invented this ancient text with infinite wisdom, what did it mean? He couldn't guess. Joan doesn't know who else Lun's script is still used in today's era, and he doesn't even know how useful it is to learn the knowledge that was buried in the historical dust with the ancient as a civilization as early as 40,000 years ago. He eagerly studied the Lun script, thinking about the meaning behind each rune, perhaps just to divert his attention, so that he can forget the pain, fatigue and hunger torture, and endure a moment in this long test. The spring returned to calm, and the number 24 rune slowly disappeared. Just as Joan expected Lun rune to start a new cycle, the tree and vines around his ankle suddenly loosened, and Joan plopped into the spring with a sloping posture, and immediately choked 2 large sips of cold water, unable to help coughing violently. Joan thrashed wildly in the cold spring water, trying to surface himself. At this moment, his body suddenly lightened, and seemed to be picked up by a large invisible hand, and fell off the water and landed on the shore. Joan coughed for a while sitting by the spring, and suddenly realized that the water on his body was evaporating on his own, and the wet pants appeared white mist, which became dry and clean within a minute, like being ironed. Joan touched his hair, and it was also dry. What surprised him even more was that after a short immersion in the spring water, the pain and fatigue accumulated in the body over the past 9 days disappeared, like a beautiful sleep after a full meal, full of energy than ever before. Admiral Mima, even if it passes the test, Joan asked in a mixed bag. The old man's head suspended in the air smiled and nodded. Yes, you have passed the test, my child. You should be proud of your courage and strength. So, I am already qualified to drink smart spring water? The old man's laughter made Joan realize that he was asking a silly question and could not help his cheeks burn. That's right, he just drank the smart spring water, and even took a cold bath in the smart spring. With a glimmer of anticipation, Joan performed endoscopy to enter the state of meditation and check his intellectual attributes. As a result, he was overjoyed. His intelligence attribute soared from 17 to 22. And a sip of wisdom gave him 5 points of intelligence. The pain he had endured for 9 days was worth it. Children, The greater gain than the increased intelligence of the spring is the words you have seen and recorded in these 9 days. Mima said meaningfully. You mean the 24 runes? Joan asked curiously. The old man of wisdom changing head. His deep eyes reflect the vicissitudes of the sea for 40,000 years, softly whispering to Joan the mystery behind the rune. Rune is the oldest of all the known scripts in the world of airs. It is called the mother of all scripts in the world. It is said that all script systems including Elven script, Dwarf script and Dragon script it is based on the evolution of 24 ancient runes. So of course, no matter whether it is a magic spell written in Elven, Dwarf, Dragon, or any other language, it can be parsed out with 24 runes. This is the biggest use of runes. Analyze the spell structure. Whether it's a spell written on a scroll or a spell condensed on a magister, you can quickly extract and interpret it using the rune. Like removing a painting from the wall or a fish tank, it's so easy to fish out a pebble, Mima told Joan. The analysis function of rune is similar to appraisal technique, and it is far more powerful than appraisal technique. For Joan, the use of rune instead of appraisal has an additional advantage, that is, it no longer needs to consume pearls as a casting material, which can save a lot of appraisal costs. This is really true for young mages who are not well off. It's a good news. If you reverse the parsing process I just mentioned, you can use the rune to fix magic on a specific device or equipment, so that you can create magic items at lower cost and higher efficiency. This is Lu. The second use of the Rune of Grace is to create a magic guide. In addition to parsing and constructing the magic guide, Lun Rune has many magical functions, which will be left to you to explore. In the end, Mima gave a friendly smile to Joan. Okay boy, you are here. It's been too long here, it's time we say goodbye. Goodbye, Master Mima, I will remember your teachings. Joan bowed deeply to the respectable demigod and turned to follow the way he had come. Chapter 85. An eyed Joan Ulminster's spirit appeared again in front of Joan, as a fluttering lantern led him back home. Joan followed the spirit in the darkness. I don't know how far he walked. The road finally came to an end, and in front of him was a slightly glowing tree hole. Joan did not hesitate to drill into the tree hole, teleporting surrounded by the magic vortex, and there was a trance in front of him. His body fluttered lightly, and when he recovered, he found that he had returned to the lacquered forest in the village of Pochuatan in the shade of Ilminster. The fiery red sunset sprinkled through the leaves, and it was very comfortable and warm. Joan Candy flew over with tears, hugging him tightly and letting go, as if fearing that he would disappear into a bubble and disappear. Thank you, Mother of Nature. You are finally back. There was a warm current in Gaoan's heart. It turned out that this was the taste of being missed. Candy looked at Joan carefully. Suddenly his eyes widened, and his voice could not help shaking. Your right eye. Joan touched her right eye, which was no longer visible, and calmly told her, now I have only 2 eyes. Candy didn't find this joke funny at all, sobbing and asking him, did the bad goblin hurt your right eye? Gaoan was worried and could not explain it. He simply put the black pot on the head of the soul stealer and pushed the boat. Anyway, the guy couldn't survive to justify. Well, in the end I killed it. It's worth paying for this sacrifice. Joan was still not used to lying, twitching in a few words, flushing his white cheeks. Motoko and Victor came over, and the couple carefully looked around Joan, and saw the blood hole in his face that had solidified, showing a look of intolerance and sympathy. Poor children, blame me. If we had brought you to the village of Pochuatan, you wouldn't lose it. You wouldn't suffer this crime. Motoko hugged Joan, sobbing silently. Joan was both moved and ashamed. I couldn't bear to lie to the Candice who really cared for me. I could only avoid it and said lightly, I really don't care. It doesn't hurt anymore. Victor patted his wife's shoulder to comfort her and calmly asked Joan what happened after falling into the tree hole. After entering the tree cave, I was teleported to a weird place, where I wrestled with the soul-stealing spirit, and after killing the evil goblin, I tried to find a way back, distracting myself. Candy, What time is it and how long have I been away? It's almost dusk, from when you enter the tree hole to return. Almost 3 hours have passed. Only 3 hours. But I clearly remember ... It has been staying across the tree hole for several days. Joan shook his head in disbelief. Even if he had been hanging upside down on the roots of Ilminster for the test for 9 days and 9 nights, how could it be 3 hours? I can answer this question. Victor touched Joan's head with a gentle look. The place you just went to is called Fairy Wilderness. The time there is not exactly in sync with the world we live in. The fairy wilderness is a plane closely parallel to the material plane. They both occupy the same spatial dimension, but are independent of each other, like the front and back of the same picture. The landscape of the fairy wilderness is a mirror image of the material world, and at the same time, its characteristic form must be extremely enlarged. A volcano that stands on the material plane is a towering crystal peak in the fairy wilderness, and the tower-like flames shine inside the mountain. The spacious and muddy river in the material plane may be reflected as an extremely beautiful and clear crooked stream. A wetland may be reflected as a large black quagmire. When travelers enter the fairy wilderness from the old ruins of the material plane, they are likely to appear in front of the gate of an ancient elf castle. It is said that the Goblin Wilderness is divided and ruled by the royal court led by the 2 queens, and most elves are loyal to one of them. Queen Titania and her King of Summer lead the Joy Fairy, while the Queen of Darkness rules the King of Twilight and governs the Sorrow Fairy under it. The Court of Joy and the Court of Anger are not directly related to good and evil, although many people directly regard it as equal. There are many kind and joyful goblins, and there are also many evil and mourning goblins, but the confrontation between them only stems from the envy of their queens, not purely moral positions. The ugly inhabitants of the Goblin Wilderness, such as the Ghost family, almost never belong to any royal court. The 2 royal courts sometimes wage wars, but they also compete in a relatively friendly manner, and sometimes even form alliances with each other in subtle ways. Joan entered the Goblin Wilderness through the tree hole in Ilminster. This type of transmission channel is still deep in the jungle of Yalfheim, but it is very hidden and difficult to find. These portals leading to the Goblin Wilderness are collectively referred to as the Goblin Channel, and are mysterious nodes that connect the Goblin Wilderness to the material plane. Sometimes, when a traveler enters a forest clearing, walks into a pond, walks into a mushroom ring or fears to enter a tree trunk, he passes through a goblin channel. In the eyes of the traveler, he just stepped into the fairy wilderness. Other observers will only see the traveler disappear at that moment. As for Joan's time during the stay in the Goblin Wilderness seems to be longer than the elapsed time in the real world, Victor also gave a reasonable explanation based on his own knowledge. When a traveler inadvertently breaks into the Goblin Wilderness, he can realize that he has spent the day after day and the time passes normally. However, when he leaves the Goblin Wilderness and returns to the world where he was originally, he will find that time has passed. More or less in the past, in the world of Veils, where we live, the speed of time is faster than that of the Goblin Wilderness. So you have been wandering in the Goblin Wilderness for several days. But when you return to the village, you realize that only 3 short past it's just an hour. P.S. Dragon and Dungeon 5th edition about Fairy Wilderness related settings. Memory loss. Those who leave the Goblin Wilderness must pass a wisdom check DC 10. The loser will lose all memories during the stay in the Goblin Wilderness. The successful saver retains the memory but the impression is blurred. Any spell that removes the curse can restore the lost memory of the creature. The sperm creature automatically passes the exemption. Time warp. Time passes normally in the Goblin Wilderness. Players can realize that they have spent day after day, but when leaving the plane, they will find that more or less time has been spent elsewhere in the multiverse. The time velocity of the main material world is usually faster than the Goblin Wilderness, Prayers can eliminate this time effect. Chapter 86 Branch of Ilmancer. After listening to Victor's explanation, Joan couldn't help recalling the 3 fairy tales he heard from his grandfather when he was a child. The first story is about a little boy named Peter who drifted to the island where the fairies lived in a storm. Peter Pan lived on Goblin Island for many years, and later returned to his hometown and found that his former companions had grown up, and he still maintained his youth. The protagonist of the second story is a little girl named Alice, who enters a strange world through a magic mirror, where there are talking rabbits and cats wearing boots. Alice returned home after many adventures, but found out that she had only had a dream. The last story is about a girl named Dorothy, whose house was swept away by a typhoon, and along with her puppy was blown into a mysterious world, where there is a powerful witch, who was enlightened the lion that gives wisdom but also loses courage, and the scarecrow and iron golem activated by constructive enlightenment. Joan used to think that the stories my grandfather told were just fairy tales for coaxing children. Now I listen to Victor's story. Considering that when my grandfather was young, he was a well-traveled, well-informed adventurer. These fairy tales are not necessarily all fabricated. Peter Pan's Fairy Island, Alice's Wonderland and Dorothy's Exotic Country may refer to the fairy wilderness or other similar mysterious plains. When Joan left the Fountain of Wisdom, Mima warned him not to reveal to anyone about the Fountain of Wisdom, the mythical mage, and Mima himself. He also specially blessed Joan with a protective spell to help him hide the power of myth. If someone peeks at Joan with higher endoscopy and sees at most his mage class, he can't detect that he also has the mythic Grandmaster level in addition to his normal mage class. Although Joan had regarded the Canty family as his closest person, but limited to the oath to Mima, he had to keep the Canty family secret. Fortunately, Joan has always been a reticent character, plus Fairy Wilderness has a plain rule that allows outsiders to lose some of their memories when they leave. Joan cannot describe all the details of his adventure in Fairy Wilderness. Kang the Tea family felt understandable and stopped asking. Early the next morning, Joan got up and prepared the spell as soon as the old habit dawned. After getting out of bed and washing, I suddenly heard a knock on the door. Joan scrubbed her face and opened the door. Candy stood outside, her hands hidden behind her, her eyes darkened, and she obviously didn't get a good rest last night. Last night I sewed something. It's not appropriate for you to try it on. Candy handed the thing hidden behind him to Joan. It turned out to be a black blindfold. Joan took the blindfold and touched it. The silk felt like the girl's smooth and cool skin. He picked up the blindfold and looked over and over, unable to tell whether he was grateful or embarrassed. I have only seen this thing in the storybook before, and it is like a must-have decoration for the leader of the vicious pirate. He never expected that he would wear an eye mask one day. Don't you like it? Candy's eyes flashed in a loss of emotion. Joan shook her head quickly, putting on blindfolds immediately in order not to disappoint her. Candy was amused by his tumultuous behavior, stepped forward to help him adjust the position of the blindfold, and tried the elasticity of the tendon straps again, and nodded in satisfaction after confirming that the elasticity was appropriate. Don't say it, it looks pretty majestic. Joan took a photo of the small bronze mirror she handed, and a familiar and unfamiliar face was reflected in the mirror. The black blindfold worn obliquely on the face covered the blind right eye, making the boy's originally fair and handsome face less childish and adding a touch of coldness. The blindfold is only a temporary decoration, and when I learn regeneration in the future, I will cast a spell to help you cure your blind right eye. Canty tried to comfort Joan, but she couldn't help her nose getting sour as she spoke. Of course, Candy knows that the regeneration technique that can repair the incomplete organs is a 9-point natural magic. Most druids in the world cannot live on the day when they touch the 9-point magic. She didn't even dare to imagine when she would have to wait until she fulfilled her promise to Joan. Even if she can really learn regeneration in her lifetime, it will be decades later. At that time, she and Joan may be a pair of old people with white hair and wrinkles. They will come to the end of their life. Right eye, does it matter if it can be restored? Thank you. Mage Joan hesitated and finally said, I have lived in the village of Pervitin for so long. It's time to go home. The tears in Candy's eyes could not help but finally kept smiling, and said softly to him, yeah, if you don't go home, you will have to report to Leiden College. When are you going to leave? If I can, I want to leave today. Joan lowered his head, feeling like he owed Candy something. How much is the tuition fee? Enough is enough. The money to sell the trees, plus the bursaries. Enough. In fact, only 1 year's tuition is enough. As for what to do next year, Kian doesn't want to worry about this for the time being. With this year's buffer time, I always try to make up for the next school year. Before going on the road, remember to say goodbye to my parents, and, Lao Bei, I will also go there. It has something to tell you. Joan is an orphan without siblings, and has long been accustomed to living alone. But Candy's soft-sounding look makes him feel a strange warmth. Imagine that if he has a sister, it might be like Candy. Thinking about this, Joan picked up his suitcase, and quietly followed Candy out. On the way, neither of them spoke. They thoughtfully walked through the ash forest and came to Ilminster standing quietly in the glade. Lao Bei, I brought Joan. Candy looked up at the canopy and called, and then turned around to leave the glade, so that Joan and Lao Bei could communicate alone. The old face appeared on the tree trunk, and a kind smile appeared to the young mage. Little guy, congratulations on passing the test and getting the reward you deserve. Thank you, Lao Bei. I'm going home. Do you have anything to tell me? Kian asked immediately. Who is this about to leave? I'm really reluctant. Gushu sighed and slowly dropped a branch. With a click, the branches broke on their own, and a foot-long young branch with leaves fell under Joan's feet. Joan picked up the branch and immediately found that this emerald-like green branch contained abundant natural power. Chapter 87. Little guy, I have something to ask you before I leave. Lao Bei said slowly, if you have the opportunity to travel to the Midgard area in the future, remember to take the time to go to Shiza Town, visit my brother for me, another Ilminster, which is rooted in the woods near Shizu Town. Joan nodded solemnly, holding the branch and asking Lao Bei, is there anything else? I remember you have 2 relatives in the world of heirs. Oh yeah, in addition to the brothers in Shizu Town, I have a younger sister rooted in the area of Nvolheim, but unfortunately I don't know the specific location. If you have the opportunity to go to Nvolheim in the future, remember to help me ask about the whereabouts of my sister. Joan nodded, but felt a little embarrassed. Midgard is located in the north of Yolfheim. It is a fully developed colony. The colonial capital Midgard City is the premier metropolis of the New World and the largest commercial, trade and industrial center on the east coast. If Joan can successfully graduate from Leiden College and intends to continue his studies, then the Arctic branch of Midgard University is the best choice for him to continue his studies. Therefore, it is very likely that he will go to Midgard in the future and help Lao Bei to visit his relatives who have settled in the area. As for Nilfheim, that is another matter. The north of Midgard is the Jotunheim, a colony of Fijians, a northern country with a cold climate, and further north located within the Arctic Circle is Niflheim, a piece of fog and wind and snow all year round. The bitter cold land is also known as the Mist Country. It is said that Niflheim is the birthplace of the Styx, the kingdom of the undead and the witches. Any outsider who breaks into Niflheim will be regarded as an enemy by the extreme xenophobic Styx, which, ruthlessly killed and transformed into undead with spells, wandering helplessly in the misty canyon, and will always be cruelly tortured. If he had no choice but to do it, Joan didn't want to go to that horrible place. Lao Bei pointed to the branch in Joan's hand and told him, keep this evergreen branch as a token. If you can see my loved ones in the future, you can use this branch as a token to gain the trust of the other party. You are very helpful. This branch has been infused with magic by me. You can carry this branch with you and you will be able to perceive the surrounding intelligent creatures and communicate with each other through telepathy. In addition, you can extract the magic from the branch when you need it. Transformed into a tall and strong tree man. Finally, Lao Bei emphasized the tone and admonished Joan, remember, my child, The magic in the branches is limited. You can only maintain you for 2 minutes at a time. After that, you will return to your original form, and the branches will need to be recharged day and night to restore the magic, so that you will once again be able to transform into a tree. Thank you for your gift, Lao Bei. I have written down your instructions. Joan bowed gratefully to Guxiu. For a weak mage like him, this magical branch can just make up for the shortcomings of melee. He had witnessed the powerful fighting power of Shuren himself. The minute transformation time was very short, but it was enough to save his life at a critical moment. Joan put away the magic tree branch, said goodbye to Ilminsa, went out to the woods to meet with Candy, and went to find her parents. Victor and Matoka listened to their daughters and said that Joan planned to go home today. Although they were reluctant, they did not retain much. Matoka forcibly stuffed Joan with a large purse full of 100 gold coins, saying it was for his travel expenses. Victor considered that the road from Pokhutan village to Dilin town was far away, and there were many beasts and monsters on the way. Worried that Joan was too risky to hike alone, he cast a spell to call a giant crow with a horse as big as a foal. Take Joan to fly until Ping An and send Joan to Dilin town. Joan said goodbye to the candies, and dared to climb on the back of the giant crow. The jay was very gentle, and waited for Joan to sit firm before spreading his wings and flying. Joan was riding on the back of the crow, feeling the airflow blowing through his ears. His body rose quickly, and his heart could not be accelerated by beating. The crow flew 1,000 feet above the sky, maintaining this altitude and soaring towards the direction of Dilin town. Joan gradually became familiar with the feeling of riding a crow, and the tension was slightly calmed down. He looked down on his side. The buildings and streets of Purvitan village have shrunk like a chessboard, and people's figures have become blurred black spots. Vaguely, I can see Kanti standing on the spot and constantly waving in the air. Joan clenched the crow's neck quill in his left hand, freed his right hand and waved it down. The last time he said goodbye to the candies, and I wonder if they could hear it. Recalling the 2 weeks spent in the village of Purvitan, the adventures that he experienced during this period, Joan was sad, as if everything in the past was a dream. Now that the dream has dispersed, he has to leave for himself. In many villages with good memories, life will also return to the old track. It wasn't until the village below completely disappeared at the end of the field of vision that was replaced by lush jungles and winding rivers, Joan recovered. The crow flies so fast that he can reach Dilin before the sun sets. There is nothing to do during the flight. Joan silently performs endoscopy to enter the meditation state, check his occupation and attributes, and travel for himself on this trip. A summary of the gains and growth in China. Status: Right Eye Disability. Level: Mage 1 Mythical Archmage 1. Current spell slots: 0 Ring Infinite, 1 Ring 3 Intellect Attribute Bonus +2. Taoist Ability Mythic Archmage, Mythic Power 5 days, Wild Arcane, Mythical Spellcasting, Energy Replacement. Attributes: Strength 10, Dexterity 12, Constitution 9, Intelligence 22, Wisdom Spring +5, Tears of God +4, Wisdom 14, Charisma 16. It is about 200 miles away from the Aragon Valley in the village of Purvitan to the town of Dilin, Joan's hometown. It takes half a month to walk, and it takes 4 to 5 days to ride a horse. However, this time Joan rode a crow home, and counted the time it took to land and rest on the way. The whole journey only took 4 hours. Before the sun has set, I can see the town on the banks of the Dring in the distance. The huge water wheel roared under the impact of the river, and the rising water reflected a gorgeous rainbow in the sunset. Joan patted the back of the crow's neck and motioned for the magical beast no less than humans to land. The crow nodded knowingly, gathering wide wings and circling down, driving a gust of wind to disperse the cooking smoke over the town, and also terrified the hounds lying in the sun at the mouth of the town, all with their tails hidden under the roof. vigilant and stared at the huge dark shadow that landed in the air with fear. Chapter 88 Purchasing Magical Objects. The jay landed smoothly. Joan jumped down, stroking the crow's neck and struggling hard. Because the structure of the vocal cords is very different from that of human beings, even though most of the crows can understand human language, it is difficult for them to use human language fluently for conversation. This pronunciation is too complicated for them. Despite this, the crow spoke Joan with a weird accent and said, "Welcome," and then flew into the air. The hounds huddled in the shadows saw the big bird leaving, and suddenly their courage doubled, rushing out to bark at the sky, showing that they were not scared by the big bird. The jay ignored the wagging tail of wastewood, and flew its wings to the west. It flew into the fiery red sunset in a blink of an eye. The militiaman on the whistle also saw the figure of the crow, and hurried over with an iron whistle, and found that only Joan was standing at the mouth of the town, watching the big bird away, and scratched his head in confusion, hitting Joan. "Hear what happened just now?" "It's nothing. A friend took me home and accidentally frightened the hound," Joan replied briefly. "Oh, it's okay." The sentinel sighed with relief and turned his back on the group of dogs. "Go." A group of local dogs who haven't seen the world. They are nothing to call. Joan smiled, took his suitcase and walked into the town, stopped by Aunt Barbara's grocery store, and decided to go in and check out the novelty goods. The magical objects displayed on the counter were the same old ones. Joan was about to walk away. Aunt Barbara approached him. When she came into contact with his eyes, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Joan, what's wrong with your eyes?" "It's nothing." Joan tried to perfunctory, but helpless Aunt Barbara was too enthusiastic, and pulled him to ask questions, but had to daringly repeat the lie to the Kinty family, blamed the blindness of his right eye on soul stealers. "My God, it should be cursed, that evil goblin," Aunt Barbara exclaimed angrily. "The goblin is dead. I killed it myself in a fight," Joan answered. "Good thing, my child. This should be the way to deal with the bad goblin bullying you." "Let me say, the only thing that is not so good in our Alfheim area, is that there are too many goblins." "Is it about the old Flint water mill?" Joan was speechless and had to patiently listen to the overzealous aunt. Fortunately, Aunt Barbara had to be busy greeting other guests. She had to close her talk box for a while and kissed Joan on his face. She said sympathetically, "Good boy, only one eye. Don't be too sad. By the way, if you have something you like on the counter, take it and your aunt will give you a 50% discount." "Then thank you so much." Joan's eyes lit up, rubbing his hands close to the counter. First brought the magic hat, thought for a while, and then took the human face shield. These two wonders Joan wanted to buy before. At first, they were too tight at hand. Second, they were of little use. They hadn't been willing to buy them. Today's situation is very different. Aunt Barbara's promise of a 50% discount is still secondary. The key is that Joan is not the same as before. You can use the rune to bless the two strange things. Once stripped down to learn, it is equivalent to buying at least 3 0-ring spell reels at the price of 10 gold coins, which is too cost-effective. In addition to the magic hat and human face shield, Joan also purchased a large amount of food in the grocery store, took a handful of gold dugo from the money bag that Candy's mother gave him, and settled the bill. "A rattan basket filled with various foods," said Aunt Barbara, and went home by herself. When he arrived home, Joan dropped the bag first, boiled the water to wash away the dust, changed into a clean dress, and felt much cleaner from head to toe. At this time, it was dark. Joan first ran to Dr. Kailendil's clinic and looked at it. The locked door indicated that the doctor had not returned, and Joan returned the same way, dividing the newly purchased bread, cheese and ham in half. To Grandpa Haushan. Before entering the door, Joan was still playing drums, not knowing how to explain his blind right eye to Grandpa. Unexpectedly, my grandfather was not surprised that he came back wearing a blindfold. He pointed to the envelope on the table and said, I just received a letter from the Victorian Crow. Your experience in the village of Pochutan was written on it. Victor felt deeply guilty for this. It's not an encounter. The candies are kind to me. Joan touched the blindfold. It's just an accident. I don't blame Mr. Kalinin. I can only blame myself for being careless. Old man tear-eyed, leaning on a cane and trying to stand up. Joan quickly stepped forward to help his grandfather. The old man sat back in his armchair again, reaching for his grandson's right eye, feelings of distress and guilt flashing alternately in his eyes. Look at his crippled leg and then his grandson's crippled eye. The old man is sad and can't help choking. Joan, I failed to take care of you. I'm sorry your parents. Before Joan came to the door, he only thought about how to face the grandfather's scolding. He never thought that this old man who had always been stubborn and surly would say such a thing. I really don't care. If you think about it, I was born with one more eye than a normal person. Even if one eye is blind, the remaining two eyes are enough. Old man Tell was amused by the grandchild's childish words, and shook his head in tears. Joan was not used to the atmosphere in the room, nor did he know how to get along with the rare grandfather, who rubbed his hands and said in a humble way, Grandpa, I will go first. Go to Haushan to see how the fruit trees are growing. I don't know where Jamie's guy went crazy. Jamie was with the grey bagger in the woods. You. Joan looked at Grandpa in surprise. You already know that Grey is hiding in the woods? The old man glared at him angrily. I'm not too old to be so dizzy that I don't even notice a grey sack beast hidden in my own woods. Don't make any claims in the future, just tell me. Joan nodded awkwardly, said goodbye to his grandfather, and fled out of the hut like he ran away. There are beasts in the woods for Grey to hunt, wild fruits and springs to quench his thirst, without worrying about eating or drinking, and a hut to shelter from the wind and rain, with a mixed blood winter wolf Jamie as a companion, and the life is quite easy. Happy. If there is anything unsatisfactory, Joan hasn't visited it for a long time. This evening Grey took Jamie to the forest, catching a painted-faced badger who dared to break into Jewel, and Sanyan fell to his death. Jamie smelled a little master's breath away from the old man, and immediately dropped Grey, barking excitedly, and hurried towards the forest hut. Chapter 89 The Master's Daily. Joan heard the familiar bark of the dog, opened the door and went out, saw Jamie flying over, and don't hurry to stretch his arms to hug it. The half-blooded wolf wobbled and whispered with its tail wagging, and the furry head arched in Joan's arms, seeming to blame the little master for going out alone without bringing himself. Mott. The grey bag beast also noticed Joan's return, threw his prey and ran to cheer, picked up Joan, and turned around for several laps before putting him down reluctantly. The face-effaced badger, who was dropped by Grey, woke up in a coma, looked around, and confirmed that the terrible grey giant had not noticed himself, twisted his full buttocks, and swiftly penetrated into the bushes. A little life. Joan stayed in the lodge until late at night before bidding farewell to Jamie and Grey. He went home and looked at the calendar. Today is the 7th day of March. Before planning the trip to Leiden, he can stay at home for about half a month. After washing, Kiawan lay in bed, thinking about how to make the most of this free time, unconsciously rising up tiredly, and sleeping until dawn. Joan sat up from the bed, stretched out comfortably, and sat in bed to meditate according to his old habits, preparing for today's spell. A 1st level mage normally has only one 1st level spell slot. In addition, if the mage's intelligence is high enough, he can gain additional spell slots. Joan originally had only 13 intelligence attributes. First, Tears of God increased his intelligence by 4 points, and after taking Wisdom of Wisdom, he increased his intelligence by 5. Now his intelligence attribute has reached 22 at his age and age. The level can be called a genius caster. Superman's intelligence attribute provides Joan with 2 additional one-ring spell slots. Counting the original one-ring spell slot, a total of 3 one-ring spells can be prepared every day. Joan first prepares a hand of a high-level mage, followed by a magic missile, and the last spell slot corresponds to a magic weapon. In addition to the prepared spells, there are two other spells that Joan has mastered, namely Identification and Electric Law. Appraisal Technique is a ceremonial spell, which does not need to be prepared in advance or occupy a spell position. As for the Electric Law, it can't be used without advance preparation, and it will take a moment to temporarily modify an already prepared spell position. It takes half an hour to concentrate on meditation. It is precisely because it is too troublesome to rematch spells and spell slots to adapt to the rapidly changing forms on the battlefield or during the adventure. The wizards will always be brainstorming for which spells to prepare for each morning. The more spells they master, the more spells they are forced to give up. The more, if the critically needed spells are not prepared in advance, it is inevitable that people will regret it and may even pay the price of their lives. On this issue, the Warlock class who does not need to prepare spells in advance is undoubtedly more flexible than the Wizard class, and is better at dealing with emergencies. Even the most proud masters have to admit this fact. Joan is an exception. In addition to the normal mage profession, he also has the special profession of mythical mage, which can use the mythical power to replace the spell position to release any known spells without preparing in advance, which means that Joan is also a mage and a warlock. The strengths of the two major spellcasting professions can not only learn new spells like a mage, but also be flexible and cast spells like a warlock. It is precisely because he is fully aware of his spellcasting characteristics that Joan does not need to spend too much time when preparing spells. Anyway, in addition to the three strictly matched spell positions, he can also stimulate the power of myth 5 times a day. You can use the power of mythology to release spells that were not prepared in advance. After preparing for the spell, Joan got out of bed to dress and wash, fire water, boil the butter in a frying pan, cut a large piece of thick ham into the pan and fry it, exuding a scent that appealed to the appetite. Joan made a large cup of hot tea, cut 2 slices of rye bread and fried ham to make a simple and delicious sandwich, and sat at the desk and read. While reading, after filling his stomach, Joan started a new day's work. First, open the backpack and take out the loot obtained by killing the soul thief, including a burning hand scroll and 2 bottles of unidentified magic potions. Joan first unrolled the spell scroll, laid it flat on the desk, and opened his spell book below. Turning to a blank page, Joan took the quill and dipped it into the ink specially prepared by the master and added the deep sea squid ink, and concentrated on writing the burning hand to the spell book as the key topic of the next stage of spell research. Transcription spell is a basic skill that all mages must master. It seems simple, but it is very troublesome. During the transcription process, you must maintain mental focus. Even if you make a mistake, you will make the entire spell invalid. You have to copy it from scratch, wasting energy and expensive spell pages and special inks. Latter is a difficult task for Joe, and is particularly important, so he would rather slow down the copying speed and try to avoid typos. According to Joan's previous experience, even if no errors occurred during the transcription process, it will take at least 1 morning to finish copying a 0-ring trick reel. As for the more complicated first spell scroll, it must be transcribed from early morning until late at night when it is at its best. However, today his transcription efficiency is surprisingly high, and it took less than 2 hours to write a ring of burning hand from the scroll to his spellbook. Joan stared at a whole page of dense mantras and checked it twice, reassuring that there were no spelling mistakes. Afterwards, I felt incredible. How could I copy it so fast? After thinking for a long time, Joan gradually realized that the efficiency of writing spells was closely related to the wizard's intelligence level. His intellectual attributes had been greatly improved compared with before, and the efficiency of transcription spells had also been greatly improved. With such a thought, Joan's lips appeared a relieved smile. Put away the burning hand scroll and move 2 bottles of magic potion to your eyes. To find out the mystery of these 2 magic potions, Joan now has 2 options. Either follow the old method and use the appraisal technique to analyze the composition and efficacy of the potion, or as Mima said, use the rune to analyze the potion. The magic contained in it infers the purpose of the potion. If the appraisal technique is used, Joan will have to pay at least 2 pearls with a value of not less than 100 gold coins for the identification of these 2 potions as a casting material. Joan did not have pearls on hand, and he was reluctant to pay for such expensive casting materials, so he naturally chose the second identification method. Although he didn't understand Lun Rune's mystery well enough, it may not be able to identify the success, but trying it always costs no money. No trial and no trial. Chapter 90 Rune number 4 Ansuz. Joan made up his mind, first turned the spell book to a blank page, and neatly copied the 20 runes, leaving enough space under each rune to write his own The Understanding of Rune Morals. The rune is the common source of most of the extant scripts in the world. The 24 seemingly simple symbols contain endless knowledge, which together can explain all the mysteries in the universe. Joan has just come into contact with this broad and profound knowledge. It is still far from the realm of flexibly combining multiple runes. The most important thing at present is to thoroughly understand the meaning behind each rune. Joan is immersed in the world of meditation, studying the runes in front of him one by one. If he encounters unimaginable problems, he will skip them for a while. When his eyes fell on number 4 rune Ansuz, he couldn't help blinking, realizing that he had found a rune that could be used to identify magic items. According to Joan's superficial understanding, the basic meaning of rune number 4 Ansuz is prophecy and revelation, symbolizing wisdom and reason. The magical nature of this rune is very similar to the prophecy spells. Joan is convinced that Ansuz can not only be used as the starting character of most prophecy spells, but even directly inspire the magic with the effect of prophecy and revelation. It belongs to the school of prophecy, and its main function is to reveal the hidden mysteries of magic items. Based on the above analysis, Joan believes that the mantra number 4 is a key element in the analysis of magic, so he lifted the quill pen and described the character on the outer wall of the gallbladder copper bottle, and then concentrated his thinking on the runes. Rune examines the potion. Joan focused on the rune Ansuz on the wall of the bottle, and felt that every letter that made up the rune was glowing with magical power. Under the silver and white light of the prophecy school, the copper bottle suddenly became transparent like glass. The orange potion contained in the bottle caused slight ripples, and lines of elven text surfaced in a flash of water, just as Joan hung upside down on the tree. Seeing the blood dripping from his right eye in the wisdom of wisdom, the water on the spring was rippling. Joan tried to copy the spells that appeared in the potion bottle, but the spell was too complicated and fleeting, so it was too late to record. Joan frowned, raising his concentration to the extreme. His pupils contracted like needle points. The higher concentration really played a role. When Joan's eyes penetrated the copper bottle under the blessing of Ansuz runes, the spells appearing on the surface of the potion almost solidified, giving Joan enough time to interpret. Joan quickly glanced at it, and then relaxed slightly. The spell on the water dispersed, and then a new spell appeared. Joan immediately concentrated on using the power of number 4 rune to fix the newly appearing mantra on the water, so that he could read it calmly, and then no new mantra appeared. The water-filled spells are small and dense. If it is copied in a spell book equivalent to a full page, representing one spell level, the spell contained in this bottle of potion will take 2 pages to copy. I can imagine it is a 2-ring spell. Super high intelligence gives Joan Superman the memory. According to the impression, the spells peeped in the copper bottle are completely copied into his spell book, and a large part of the content is purely based on the gourd paint. In every word he recognizes it, and you can't understand it even in one article. After all, he is just a 1st level mage who has just been in contact with 1st level spells. He can't understand that 2nd level spells are purely normal. In short, Don't worry about that much. I copied it down by rote memorization. In the future, I will be promoted to 3 rod level mage and get to it's not too late to study the magic spells. A mage gets a spell that exceeds his current ability to cast spells. Just like a student gets a textbook for a higher grade. It is impossible to completely understand it, but it is impossible to understand it at least recognize the title and subject of the book. For example, the 2-ring spell Joan copied at this moment. Although there are still many details that cannot be understood, it is not difficult to recognize the name, affiliated school and basic functions of this spell. Sculpture School 2-ring spell, Scorching Rays. Joan muttered to himself, his eyes bright. Scorching Ray is a highly lethal touring spell. After casting, it emits a high-temperature condensing magic power, which can cause 4 levels of fire damage to the target. As the cast level increases, the number of rays also increases, and up to 3 glowing rays can be emitted simultaneously. Since the magic potion in this copper bottle used burning rays in its manufacture, it was not difficult for Joan to understand why he could breathe flames after drinking the potion. Putting away the bottle of fire spit potion, Joan took a short break, and then used the number 4 rune to identify the potion in the wooden bottle. The results show that the potion's potency is exactly the opposite of the fire spray potion and is specifically designed to resist fire damage. According to the procedure just described, Joan extracted the tuned level spell resistance to flame from the wooden bottle of potion, copied it in his spell book as a reserve, then plugged the bottle stopper and collected this bottle of fire resistance potion stand up. 2 bottles of magic potions were identified, and 2 very useful 2-ring spells were copied. Joan was very satisfied with today's harvest. Standing up from the desk and moving a sore limb, I found that the night outside the window was drooping, and I unknowingly passed the whole day. The drunken spell research forgot to eat lunch. No wonder the whole body was soft and heart beat quickly. Joan went to the kitchen and cut a piece of bread, filling his stomach with cold tea. Go back to the desk again. Lift your hand to release the lighting technique to light the candlestick. Illuminate the notebook by the magic light ball. Decide to sort out the ideas. List all the tasks that need to be completed before the school starts, according to the importance and urgency sexual ordering, in order to reasonably allocate their limited time, energy and money in the research process. Unless copying the magic mantra, Joan was reluctant to use that expensive bottle of deep-sea squid ink when writing other things. Unscrew a bottle of ordinary ink that costs only 5 copper plates. Dip the goose feather pen in the notebook. The first topic written above is analyzing the Magister. After today's attempt, Joan has already had some experience in the use of number 4 rune answers and decided to continue to focus on this topic tomorrow. At present, Joan's idea of using number 4 rune is divided into 2 types. The first is to identify unknown magic items, and the second is to strip out the spells used to make the magic items and record and learn. There are no more items to be identified in Joan's hands, but there are 3 other magic items that can be studied in depth using the second idea of using the number 4 rune, and the new spells that can be learned are stripped from them. These 3 magic items are the sports belts, magic hat and human face shield. Chapter 91. From mediocrity to genius. Joan dipped in ink and started a second paragraph to record the second and most basic subject, learning and studying spells. Regardless of those 2-ring spells that are temporarily unable to be learned, there is a new spell in Joan's spell book that he now has the ability to learn. 1-ring Burning Hand. In addition to learning new spells, Joan also intends to conduct in-depth research on the spells he has mastered in accordance with 2 ideas. Both of these ideas originated from his professional skills of mythological mage. One is energy replacement, and the other is mythical spellcasting. Spells with flame, freeze, electric shock, and acid etch properties can all be tried for energy replacement, such as frozen rays, electric claws, and burning hands. This research can greatly expand the scope of the spell. Compared with energy replacement, the development of mythical spells is much more complicated. Joan has no clue now, and he doesn't even know which spells have more development value. He can only select a few of the most commonly used spells as candidates, and synchronize conduct research to further analyze which spells are more valuable in the development process and which are not worth the effort, so as to make more targeted screening. The third topic Joan listed in his notebook is trying to make magic guides, including but not limited to magic potions, weapons, and wonders. As a mage, you can't just be content to study spells in the library from morning till night, otherwise the fun of learning will soon be exhausted in the hard study day after day, replaced by confusion and boredom. For this reason, it is necessary to walk out of the library to learn to apply. The sense of accomplishment obtained through the application of knowledge can not only provide incentives for boring work, but also point out a clearer search direction for the mage and avoid getting lost in the ocean of knowledge. Making magic items is the best way to apply the science of Mage. Joan listed 3 ideas about making magic guides in his notebook. First of all, we must ensure that the revenue and expenditure are balanced. It is best to sell the works and recover the manufacturing costs. It is not a trivial matter to make a magic device by not knowing how to cast spells, but also to consume a lot of expensive materials. On the premise of ensuring the balance of revenue and expenditure, Joan also wants to make as much money as possible by making magic devices, adding research equipment, and buying casting materials. If a mage wants to achieve something, it is not enough to have a smart mind, but also has enough money to squander. Spell research can be burned everywhere, so poor he can't even afford ink and spell books. Talk about how to stand out. Finally, if Goddess of Fortune blesses and earns a fortune by selling homemade magic devices, Joan also wants to create a handy enchant weapon for himself. When people talk about mage weapons, they often think of magic wands, and scepters that can release magic equipment with a single wave. Unfortunately, this is just the imagination of laymen. They do not know how much energy and money it takes to make such magic items. With Joan's current mage level, he can barely try to make the lowest level wand, but his financial resources are still far less than mana, and he can't even afford the materials needed to make the lowest level wand. Rather than thinking about things that are out of reach, it is better to upgrade your handy dagger to an enchanted weapon. Joan finished writing these schedules. It was not early, closed the notebook, went to bed after washing. Waking up the next morning, Joan went to visit grandpas, Jamie and Gray, then returned to his hut, opened the schedule notes, and started a new day's work. Joan first solved the sports belt and used the number 4 rune to analyze the spells used to make the belt. It successfully resolved 3 2-loop spells: the power of the bull, the grace of the cat, and the tenacity of the bear. On the book. After 2 days of practice, Joan has a deeper understanding of the number 4 rune, and the efficiency of parsing spells has also increased. While it was still early, the magic hat and human face shield were also analyzed. As Joan expected, the magic hat used 3 0-point tricks in its manufacture, namely magic sounds, flashes and magic tricks. Phantom can create unreal sounds, such as a piece of music, or a group of people talking. Flash and brightness are similar, except that they don't emit long-lasting soft light for illumination, but more intense short-term glare, which can make unexpected creatures dazzled by strong light. Magic trick is the most complex and versatile of all their zero-ring tricks. For example, you can create a spark to ignite a campfire, and the wind blows out candles or torches, making a piece of clothes dirty or instant. Restore cleanliness, make a pot of water immediately cold or warm, leave a special mark on the surface of an object, or let a paper crane flap its wings and fly in the air. The vast majority of rivers and lakes artists who perform magic on the street, it is nothing more than a small magic trick to eat together. Joan copied the 3 tricks obtained from the magic hat into the spellbook. As for the human face shield, the parsed spells are also magic tricks. There is nothing new. Fortunately, this product is a bonus for the magic hat, and it is not a loss. Joan spent a whole day parsing and transcribing 3 second ring spells and 3 zero ring tricks. The second ring of spells is put down first, and their zero ring of tricks is the focus of future study. In the following days, except for visiting grandpas, Jamie and Gray after dinner every day, Joan spent almost the rest of his time learning spells, so much so that he had to sleep and forget food. With up to 22 intelligence and unmatched hard work, Joanne spent only 5 days to master Magic Trick, Flashing Technique, Phantom Sound Technique and Burning Hand. It's been a week since Joan returned to Dillintown. When he got up this morning to prepare his spell, Joan found out that he had one more spell slot than usual. He also experienced a similar experience and soon realized, when I was promoted to attuned level mage, I couldn't help being happy. Just 2 levels in a 3-month period. Such a speed of progress can only be described as genius. When he took the entrance test at the port of Leiden 3 months ago, in the eyes of the examiner, Joan was just a mediocre mage apprentice. He once persuaded him to give up the mage profession and take the road of warlock. But who could have imagined that in just 3 months, this country boy had undergone a radical change from a mediocre generation to a genius mage. Even Joanne thought it was unreal. Chapter 92 Open up business opportunities. The arduous practice of spells has imposed a great burden on Joan's spirit and body. Mental fatigue can still be alleviated by meditation and sleep. Long-term lack of physical exercise will seriously damage health, resulting in weaker and weaker bodies. It is easy to contract diseases when the season changes. Joan lost 5 pounds after studying a week of sleep and forgetting the spell. His thin body was thinner, he could be blown down by a strong wind, and his skin color became morbid pale due to long-term lack of light. Past experience tells Joan that if he continues to live this way of life, he may fall ill. It is necessary to temporarily put down the book and do some work that is more dependent on physical strength. Net the brain to regulate diet and work and exercise well. The stage of study builds a healthy foundation. When Joan usually needed to exercise, he took Jamie to go to the back mountain to hunt. Now I can see that the forest hunting work has Gray to take the lead. I can't use it much by myself. I would rather try some more technical work, such as create a magic device. There are so many magic items in the world of Veils. When people evaluate the quality of a magic guide, they often use 2 conventional standards. The first is to see that the magic level applied by this magic guide at the time of manufacture is a few rings, and the second is to see that the manufacturing cost of the magic guide is converted into a money price geometry. The 2 complement each other, and the higher the magic level of the applied magic guide, its cost is often higher. According to the above 2 unwritten standards, the magic weapon of the world of Veils can be divided into 5 grades: secondary, intermediate, advanced, legendary and artifact. The spell level of the secondary magic guide is not more than 3 rings, and the cost is generally not more than 5,000 gold coins. The spell level of the intermediate magic guide is not more than 6 rings, the cost is generally not more than 50,000 gold coins, and the spell of the advanced magic guide is the level is not more than 9 rings, and the cost is usually not higher than 500,000 gold coins. Legendary magic guides and artifacts are very rare, and they are rarely sold on the magic guide market. The average person has no way of knowing how the legendary magic guides and artifacts are made. Of course, there is of course no cost-making cost for reference. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a priceless treasure. Joan is just a tuned level mage, and the enchantment funds available to him are pitifully small. Regardless of the standard of spellcasting ability or financial resources, he can only try to manufacture the lowest level products in the secondary magic guide. For example, human shield. Poverty makes people sensible. Joan has no spare money and free feelings to make human face shield and other works that are not considered marketable and are purely self-entertainment. His ideal works must first be practical and secondly have commercial value that can be quickly realized. After careful consideration, Joan finally set his target on one of the local souvenirs in Dillintown leather goods. 2 days later, Joan, with a letter written in advance, pushed the door of the leather shop in Dillon with a sense of suffering. There were no other guests in the leather goods store in the early morning. Mr. Longfellow had just had breakfast and was whistling to clean. Seeing Joan walk in, he greeted him warmly and sat down to drink tea, and cast a curious look on his face. Joan guessed that Mr. Longfellow was observing his right eye covered by a blindfold. He was secretly calculating how to explain the matter, but the other party actively asked him about fighting with Soul Stealer. After some questions and answers, Joan learned that the owner of the leather goods store had heard about his experience from Aunt Barbara. Enthusiastic Aunt Barbara has a big mouth that can never be idle, but whenever you hear something new, you will always be able to wait and tell the neighbors and the neighbors. News of fighting with the evil goblin that blinded his right eye has spread throughout Dillon. It's not a pleasant experience to be the topic of some Joan's tea after dinner. Joan used to be known as a lonely and eccentric town. Coupled with the mystery brought by the mage profession, he was regarded as alien by the townspeople. Now he wears an eye mask and his image has become commensurate with his character, becoming a real one in people's eyes. Monster. When walking on the road, people often stop and watch, and look at him with sympathy or disgust. When the children see him from afar, they turn their heads to avoid it. Joan doesn't care about people's strange eyes. He is regarded as a monster but brings him more cleanliness. He doesn't have to waste time for social entertainment, and can devote all his energy to what he likes. Of course, no one can achieve absolute surviving independence. Joan occasionally communicates with others and even asks for help. Just like today, he has to walk out of his little world and come to visit Mr. Longfellow. Longfellow saw Joan enter the door and thought he was going to sell prey fur. When Joan offered to carry out in-depth cooperation with him, he raised his eyebrows in surprise, and asked with half joking and half curiosity, "Mr. Master, how should I at your service?" "Mr. Longfellow, I have heard you say that cleaning fur coats and wool fabrics is a very troublesome thing?" Joan asked quietly. "It is true. If fur products are contaminated with oil sludge, it is difficult to clean with cold water, and it cannot be soaked with hot water. It is not only troublesome to clean, but also uses detergents such as soap. As far as I know, your fine regions and even the entire New World cannot produce detergents specifically for cleaning high-end furs. They can only be imported from the Far East. A pack of imported detergents is included in the tariffs. The price even exceeds a good leather hat, which is basically the burden of ordinary people. I can't afford such an expensive cleaning fee, so we have such a saying in the leather goods trading circle: affordable. Can't afford to wash." Longfellow smiled bitterly. "It's because high-grade fur is not easy to clean, only those rich people I'm willing to buy. We don't have many gangsters like Dillon Town. It's hard to open the market for high-end fur. You can see that the high-end white fox fur cloak in our store can't be sold on the shelf for a whole year. Facade. If there is a way to make the fur clean automatically, it must help to open the market," Joan said carefully. "That's for sure." Longfellow's eyes suddenly lighted up. "Oh, I guessed it. You want to partner with me to open a leather cleaning shop and use magic to clean fur products, right? This is a good idea. How much worse are you?" "Capital. It's not a laundry. It's too much trouble for me." Joan pulled the envelope out of his arms and handed it to the owner of the leather goods store. "I wrote down all the ideas. You'll understand after reading it." "Huh? Isn't it possible to chat in person?" "You still have to write a letter." "Is it necessary to be so serious?" The owner of the leather goods shop didn't understand Joan's quirks, shaking his head and complaining in a low voice, pulling out the stationery and browsing it again. The confusion in his eyes was quickly replaced by shock. Chapter 93 Leather Enchanting Joan, aren't you kidding me? Mr. Longfellow stared at the young mage with wide eyes, and asked incredulously, "You really have a way to get the fur coat back to clean automatically?" "No kidding, this is just a simple enchanting process." When Joan said this, the corner of his mouth could not help twitching. In fact, the principle of this enchanting process is indeed very simple. It is nothing more than blessing the magic trick of the zero ring trick on the clothes. When you need to clean, enchant the activation character activation spell to make the clothes instantly clean. However, the simple principle does not mean that the process is also simple. If the conventional process is used, only the enchanting link takes a lot of time and effort. Joan's advantage is that he has mastered a set of enchanting technology that is completely different from conventional craftsmanship. That is, using the rune to create a magic guide. After Joan decided on the idea of enchanting the fur, he took his fierce badger tanned cloak as a test article and set out to try enchanting. First of all, Joan wants to find a suitable rune from the 24 Lon runes as a carrier to accommodate magic tricks. After some comparison, Joan chose the number 18 rune book. The meaning of this rune is new life, purification and revival, which is exactly in line with the demand of purification of dirt and clean clothing. Joan first painted the book runes on his cloak. For aesthetic reasons, the runes can be drawn inside the lining without affecting the enchantment effect. Next, Joan took the book rune as a container and applied magic tricks to it. One of the characteristics of the rune is that it can act as a medium or carrier between the spell and the subject. Spells such as magic tricks that take effect immediately after casting, if injected into the rune, will appear like a frozen state, and the magic power is stored inside the rune until someone uses a specific spell or spirit. When the rune is activated by induction, the magic stored in the rune is released. Once the rune is drawn on the surface of an object or creature, it cannot be erased or peeled off by physical means, but can only be removed by magic. Joan's first attempt was very successful, and the magic trick was successfully deposited into the book rune. When someone touched the cloak and recited Joan's preset start character, the magic trick stored in the 18th rune would be automatically excited to make the cloak clean and new. So it seems that the enchanting experiment is very successful. However, a little analysis of Joan found that this was not the case. When the book rune is activated, the magic power stored in the rune will be released all at once, and the cloak will also transform into a mortal. If you want to clean it again, you must re-inject magic tricks. To put it bluntly, what is created in this way is only a one-time magic guide, and the rune only serves as a storage method. This is not the case with Joan's ideal enchanted cloak. If you have to reapply the spell before every cleaning, then you can't just cast it and clean it. Why rune enchantments? Joan hopes that an enchantment will be permanently effective. Can rune fulfill this requirement? Maybe it can. However, Joan's understanding of Lun's rune knowledge is still too shallow, and the realization of the one-time storage method is already the limit of his ability. After a day of repeated attempts, Joan had to admit a cold reality. Enchanting with runes can indeed greatly simplify the enchanting process, which is more time-saving and labor-saving than conventional processes. But if you want to achieve long-term effectiveness of the spell for the purpose, the cost of the enchanted raw materials spent still has to be spent, and a copper plate cannot be saved. The next day, Joan changed the experiment. The first half of the enchanting process is the same as yesterday. On the cloak, the 18th rune book is drawn, and the second half of the casting process uses the traditional process, adding auxiliary materials based on magic crystal powder while casting. These auxiliary materials will be automatically used as steam to penetrate into the book rune during the casting process, and play the magic effect of stabilizer and charge module. The cloak that uses this new and old mixed craft enchantment can stimulate magic tricks once a day, which perfectly meets the needs of frequent cleaning. This enchanting process saves time and effort. The only drawback is that it does not save money. Joan spent 94 banging gold coins for that handful of magic crystal dust, which is almost the same as the cost of the conventional enchanting process. At least in the short term, Joan has no ability to further improve this enchanting process, and he himself does not have the capital to mass-produce the enchanted cloak. He can only find a funder to cooperate. Since Joan intends to do a fur enchanting business, it is obvious that Mr. Longfellow, the owner of the leather goods store, is his ideal business partner. In order to win the trust from Mr. Longfellow, Joan brought his own enchanted cloak, which was used as an experimental product. In the face of Mr. Longfellow, a bottle of ink was poured on the fluffy cloak, and the chanting started immediately. The charm, the wet cloak glowed dimly, and in a blink of an eye it was clean and dry. "Wow, it's amazing." Mr. Longfellow hugged Joan excitedly and kissed him fiercely on his face. "My dear little mage, you are amazing." Joan rubbed the itchy cheeks of the leather shop owner and whispered a little embarrassedly, "Every time you enchant, it costs about 100 gold dugas material cost." "I know, boy, you wrote it clearly in the letter," Mr. Longfellow said with a smile. "We can cooperate in this way, pay for the clothing and materials. In addition, each enchanted costume pays you 50 gold. What do you think of Duga's processing fee?" Kiawan expected that if he insisted on raising the price, the processing fee could be mentioned, but it was too difficult for him to bargain with people with his personality. Moreover, Mr. Longfellow was generous enough, and the cooperation conditions already proposed exceeding his psychological expectations, he nodded happily. Longfellow was relieved and hand-picked 5 high-end fur coats, and handed them to Joan along with 500 gold duga. He was urged to start construction as soon as possible, and if these samples are sold well, additional orders will be added in the future. Mr. Longfellow still has to figure out how to make eye-catching and exciting advertisements for the new products in his own store. Joan can't help in this regard. He simply takes the big bag of leather to say goodbye to him, go home as soon as possible to enchant the leather. After arriving home, Joan started to work. Enchanting batches of similar items in batches, in particular, can reflect the efficiency advantages of the rune enchanting process. Joan only enchanted 5 high-end furs one by one in the morning, and returned the finished product to Langf after lunch. Luo's Leather Shop. Chapter 94. Make a small profit. Mr. Longfellow is holding a piece of chalk to write and paint on a huge wooden sign, "Nothing more than our shop is new to enchanted fur. A limited number of adverts like quick purchase and so on." It was a little unbelievable that the big bag came in. It wasn't until Joanne confronted him one by one to verify the magic effects of the 5 furs that he believed that the young mage was working hard. Joan showed the enchanted fur face and also received unexpected advertising effects, which attracted a large group of passers-by to watch, and saw Joan utter a short word to make fur glow, and the cleansing stains became clean and new. Cheers. Immediately, there were 2 wealthy wives, both regular customers of leather goods stores, who went to Longfellow to ask for prices and intent to purchase enchanted fur. Mr. Longfellow discarded the unfinished billboard and tried his best to brag about the enchanted fur, and Joan was ashamed beside him. However, it turned out that he was still too tender and wanted to complete the business. Mr. Longfellow's self-promotional eloquence and cheeky skills were necessary skills. In the end, both furs were sold at 350 gold duga. A kind of fur without enchantment sells for only 150 gold coins. Excluding the cost of enchantment and the processing fee paid to Joan, Mr. Longfellow made a net profit of 100 gold for each enchanted fur. Kiawan is envious of envy, but his mind is very peaceful. After all, marketing is also a technical job. Don't force yourself without that skill. Annan can earn a processing fee. Where there are people, there is fashion, and rural villages like Dillon Town cannot escape the trend of chasing fashion. When the 2 wives wore enchanted furs, they became more radiant, and when they walked out of the leather goods store, they immediately became the focal point of the women's social circle in the town. Afterwards, people came to buy the same kind of enchanted furs. Mr. Longfellow was happy to close his mouth. In addition to entertaining guests, he took the time to pull Joan to the next workshop and stuffed him with a large purse. In addition to the 250 gold duja payable, he was given an additional 50 gold duja bonus. Since enchant fur is selling very well, Mr. Longfellow certainly has to make additional orders. Joan also made a lot of extra money and agreed to process 15 more enchanted furs, with a processing fee of 50 gold duga. Calculated in this way, you can get another 750 gold duga compensation. At this point, Joan was like a money shaker in Longfellow's eyes. Not only did he generously pay the entire processing fee in advance, he also offered to increase the compensation of 10 gold coins per fur. In this way, Joan made a total of 1,200 gold dugat a day, which is the largest income ever earned. 1,100 gold coins weighed more than 20 pounds, plus 15 fur coats, Joan couldn't drag home with his own hands. Mr. Longfellow called a carriage, personally helped Joan to bring the leather clothes and purses into the cart, and personally escorted him to the house before leaving. The rest assured the poor child had never seen the world. Joan opened the money bag and looked at it again. He was dazzled by a lot of shiny gold coins, and his heart was full of ups and downs. With such a large sum of money at home, I am afraid that I will not sleep well at night, and I am always worried about being targeted by thieves. For safety reasons, there may be a hint of conspicuous psychology that Joan did not want to admit. He carried a money bag to find his grandfather and asked his old man to help him keep the money. Joan picked up the heavy purse and placed it in the center of the dining table, so he casually said to his grandfather, "This is the money I made recently, please save it for me." Old man Thiel glanced at the money bag and estimated how much it was worth. He also knew the subtle mentality of Sun, which was both funny and gratifying. "Yes, I made such a large sum of money in just a few days." "Okay, good luck." Kiawan pretended to be reserved. "You can rest assured that the money is legally earned." Okay, even though my old man is poor, and he made a lot of money when he was young, you shouldn't show it to me." The old man waved his hand angrily. "I will improve the food when I have money. All day long it's not okay to nibble on the black bread. It doesn't make sense to make any more money in the event of a physical breakdown." Joan nodded, and was touched by the concern revealed in his grandfather's discourse. "So many gold coins are not portable. You leave some for petty use, and I will save the rest for you." The pub in the town also operates coin exchange. Before going out, you can go to the pub to exchange large amounts of gold coins for checks. You will come to Leidenport. It is more convenient to find a bank or a large commercial bank to exchange gold coins or directly hold a check issued by the bank. This is more convenient. Old man Tell told his grandson, "Check." Joan thought about it for a while. He did see foreign travelers use a colorful piece of paper to go to the pub to exchange gold coins. What he wanted to come was the bank check that my grandfather said, but the school is willing to accept it. Is that small piece of paper. You are really a bun. Old man Tell told his grandson with tears and laughs. Young people staying in this small rural place will not have a big deal. When you arrive in Leiden Harbor, you will see the big world in the big cities. Many things will naturally be understood. Joan nodded inexplicably. Walking out of my grandfather's hut, I was still wondering, is the bank where money is saved? Why do people feel at ease to replace the real money in the bank with a thin piece of paper? If such small pieces of paper can really be used as money, wouldn't they replace gold and silver coins one day sooner or later? He couldn't figure out these things, and he was too lazy to think about it, and turned to think about issues he was more interested in. The cooperation with Mr. Longfellow was more successful than Joan had expected, but he was soberly aware that the market in the town was limited, and few people were willing to spend 300 to 400 gold to purchase enchanted fur. The 15 enchanted leather garments in his hands after completion. This small market is almost saturated. Unless Mr. Longfellow intends to expand into foreign markets, orders for enchanted furs will hardly continue to grow. Joan's primary purpose in processing enchanted fur is not to make money, but to hone his own enchanting skills. Enchanting fur is no longer difficult for him. The next thing to do is non-repetitive work, which is not worth all energy. Now that you have some spare money in your hand, you may wish to try a more technical subject, such as manufacturing enchanted weapons. Thinking so, Joan quickly returned to his hut, took out his usual dagger and put it in his backpack. After thinking about it, he put the human face shield in it again. and carried his bag straight to the wrought iron workers on the banks of the Dring River Square. Since the last time he helped Flint Anvil solve the water mill incident, Joan has been accepted as a disciple by this skilled dwarf blacksmith, and he can come to the forging workshop to learn forging skills at any time. Shortly afterwards, Joan travelled to the village of Powhatan at the invitation of the Canty family. After returning from the trip, he was busy studying spells. In total, he had not been to the wrought iron workshop for a few times. Chapter 95 Forging Craftsmanship. Hey, the hammer is on. See who is coming, isn't this our dear Mage? As soon as Joan entered the gate of the wrought iron workshop, he heard a familiar laugh. Flint's nephew Tom ran over in surprise and couldn't help but give him a big hug. The strong dwarf blacksmith easily picked up the young mage who was higher than himself, as easily as lifting a bag of potatoes. Joan, it's been so long since I came back to visit my old friend. It's not interesting. Tom asked Joan to put down and asked cheerfully, come and tell me, how do you deal with that dozen of evil goblins? A dozen? Joan was stunned. Everyone said that you were hit by a dozen evil goblin attacks in the Algonquin Valley. With a smart mind and powerful spells, they killed all the robbers. Of course, they paid a price for it. Sorry, I don't. It's time to say this. Tom glanced at Joan carefully, looking away from his right eye deliberately. There is only one soul stealer. Where's a dozen? Joan felt helpless at these outrageous rumors. Starting from Aunt Barbara, when people spread his encounters, people always seem to unconsciously add some fictional components, and the evil goblin that caused him to lose his right eye also grew larger and larger, and it became a dozen in Tom's ears. Joan briefly talked about his experience in the village of Powhatan, and then returned to the topic, asking Tom if he could spare his time to teach him forging skills. Of course, I'm free, I'm bored and plan to sneak out for a drink, Tom said cheerfully. Is the work in the blacksmith shop very leisurely? Joan asked in surprise. In his impression, the blacksmith turned around the iron furnace from morning to night, and the non-stop wheel forging hammer was one of the hardest jobs in the world. How could Tom be so relaxed? Busy is very busy, but mainly the machine and the apprentices are busy. My supervisor does not need to do anything by himself. The young dwarf grinned and took Joan's hand to the workshop. Now today's forging iron workshop is very different from the old-fashioned blacksmith shop. Many of the work previously performed by humans have been replaced by automatic forging hammers. The blacksmiths only need to show their skills in key processes. Let me take you to visit. Joan walked around with Tom in the workshop, and was deeply impressed. The Flint workshop already has the prototype of a modern factory, which uses a water wheel to draw automatic forging hammers to process pig iron. The crude steel produced in this way is further processed with a hydraulic machine tool to cut out the blanks of utensils, and then it is manually polished into smooth iron products by craftsmen. In addition to the forging workshop, there is also a casting workshop. In the workshop, the craftsmen inject the molten iron into the sand vein, and when the molten iron cools, the sand vein is crushed to obtain castings, which are then processed and polished by hand, and a cast iron appliance is considered completed. Cast iron utensils are more convenient to process, but the texture is relatively brittle. It is only suitable for processing daily necessities such as pots and pans. The strength of agricultural tools and weapons is higher. Cast iron is not enough. Forging is still necessary. Tom is very patient. Explained to Joan. Tom, if I want to build a dagger, where do I start? Well, I can't explain in a few words. You should try it yourself. Tom ran to the warehouse where the steel was piled up, selected a 1/2 inch thick, 3 inch wide, and a 1 foot long steel plate, and took Joan back to the hydraulic machine. He taught him how to use a milling machine to cut the steel into a dagger, the general outline of, and then drilled 3 small holes for fixing the wooden handle at the end of the dagger with a hydraulic drill. The dagger blank is available, and then it is our blacksmith's fortune forging. Tom took off his coat to reveal a strong muscle, skillfully picked up the iron tongs and stuffed the dagger blank into the torch, burnt to red, took it out on the anvil, and rounded up the forging hammer and ping-pong. Joan watched the dagger burst from Mars between the anvil and the forging hammer, feeling inexplicably excited, and asked Tom aloud, "Let me try it." Tom raised his head and looked up and down at him for a while, then nodded slightly. "Maybe, but I will help you change a forging hammer." Joan took advantage of his time to turn around and tried to grab the large forging hammer next to the anvil. One hand couldn't pick it up at all, and the two hands worked together to barely raise it, let alone forging. This is a hammer used by children of our dwarf family when they first learn to make iron. You give it a try. Tom handed over a smallest forging hammer. Joan tried it in his hand and felt that the weight was just right. He smiled satisfactorily and beat hard with Tom's instructions. The iron was really exhausting. Joan was sweating and tired after 5 minutes of beating. He simply took off Tom's coat and wore only a short-sleeved vest to continue to forge the red dagger. While he was burying his head in iron, Mr. Flint walked over with his hands on his back, and saw Joan slamming his head in iron with sweat, and couldn't help laughing. Joan looked up to see Flint, quickly put down the hammer, and scratched his head awkwardly. "Don't look at me. Go on." Flint made a gesture of encouragement. Joan blushed and grabbed the small forging hammer and continued to compete with the dagger blank. After repeatedly beating for 10 minutes, he was too tired to lift his arms, and Flint motioned to stop him. "Mr. Flint, Joan looked at the dagger on the anvil that he had beaten into a lodge, and he was ashamed. "I have a lot to learn about forging." "Yeah, you still need to learn, my child." The old dwarf pinched the young mage's white and slender arms and added a smile with a smile. "But before that, it's more important for you to eat more meat. How long it is. Just this toy forging hammer can't create a decent weapon." Joan lowered his head, feeling deeply self-confident. "Don't think him laughing at you, good boy. As a mage, you will be very rare if you are willing to succumb to the hammer." The old dwarf waved away his nephew trying to replace Joan's forged dagger, rolled up his sleeves, picked up the forging hammer himself, and waved a powerful blow to the anvil. Expert shots are extraordinary. Joan's own beating was pure noise, but Mr. Flint's iron-hitting sound was as rhythmic as drumming. It sounded not only harsh, but also made Joan feel excited. After just 10 minutes, the twisted loach on the anvil was reborn under Flint's forging, and transformed into a beautiful wave-edged dagger. "My uncle hasn't worked on forging weapons personally for a whole year. The opportunity is rare. Looking carefully, I really can't just learn it by hand," Tom reminded Joan softly. Joan nodded and noted Flint's forging technique. Chapter 96 Weapon Enchantment Laugh. The dark red short blade dipped into the sink, and the white steam rose. Flint clipped the quenched dagger from the sink and looked at it. A satisfied smile appeared on his face, and then the dagger was thrown to his nephew. "Tom, I'll leave it to you to sharpen the blades, and Joan will learn to use them in the future." Joan hurriedly thanked the old dwarf, and suddenly remembered his intention, turned to retrieve his coat, took out a letter from his pocket, and handed it to Flint respectfully. The old dwarf had become accustomed to Joan's quirks that he had to write in the letter. He took the letter paper and read it again. He smiled and said, "It seems that the magic weapon I gave you a month ago, the scroll, can finally come in handy. Tell me, how are you going to start the weapon enchantment experiment? If it sounds reliable, I can provide the venue and materials for free. Just start with that dagger." Joan pointed to the wave-shaped broken blade that Tom was polishing. "This is my first attempt to enchant a weapon. I dare not guarantee success. My forged dagger doesn't need to be played. Are all enchanting materials ready?" "Most of them are just together, but I still need 1 ounce of magic crystals as a magic stabilizer," Joan said embarrassedly. "The magic crystals in the town's grocery store have been bought by Mr. Longfellow. If there is still stock, I want to buy some. The market price of 1 pound of magic crystal is 10,000 gold dagger, and 1 ounce is equal to 116 pounds, which is 625 gold dagger." In order to temper his weapon enchantment skills, Joan also counted his blood. If he fails 3 or 5 times, he can only declare bankruptcy. Flint nodded thoughtfully, The money thing will be discussed later. I will provide the magic crystal, and then it will depend on your craftsmanship, little guy. I hope you can give me a surprise." Joan felt the pressure doubled, and wiped the sweat and said, "I try my best." In fact, he had no confidence in his heart, but in the face of the expectant gaze of the old dwarf, he could only stand on his scalp. Tom gave Joan the dagger he had just polished with sandpaper and told him to be careful not to cut his hand with the sharp blade. Joan took the dagger and placed it on the workbench. Without any effort, he spent a minute combing the enchanting process in his mind. After that, he took the deep-sea squid ink and goose feather pen neatly from his backpack. Placed on the stage, Flint placed a ceramic jar filled with magic crystal powder in front of Joanne, and he raised his eyebrows in surprise when he saw him writing a strange line of characters on the side of the dagger with his pen dipped in ink. The old dwarf has been engaged in the forging industry for many years, and he has a deep understanding of weapon enchanting craftsmanship, but he is unheard of the enchanting technique displayed by Joan at the moment. The dagger is neither a spell book nor a scroll. What is the use of depicting magic spells on steel-forged weapons? Even if the mantra is really magical, it is too fragile, and a rag can wipe it out of sight. How can the magic be preserved for a long time? Flint guessed that Joan's spell on the knife was just a manuscript, and later the manuscript would be inscribed or etched. This is a conventional process in the field of enchantment, and the carving tools with diamond blades are placed on the stage so that Joan can access it at any time. However, Mr. Flint soon realized he was wrong. Joan wrote number 6 rune Ken on both sides of the blade with ink. This rune has a double meaning. On the material level, Ken stands for power and energy, and on the spiritual level, it also has the meaning of potential and inspiration. It is conceivable that the first meaning of the number 6 rune Ken is to point to the plastic energy system. Most of the arcane magic of the plastic energy school that uses ice, fire, electricity, magnetism, acid and even positive and negative energy can be obtained through this rune. To express, as for the moral meaning of Ken, it is even more profound. It is difficult to find a strictly corresponding school in the field of arcane, but it is more in line with the concept of psychic powers. Joan is not an eminent, and he can't understand Ken's spiritual meaning for the time being. At this moment, only the magic of matter and energy is used. After completing the first stage of the process, Joan carefully picked up the dagger, carefully looked at the sides of the blade against the sunlight coming through the window, and confirmed that the runes were depicted impeccably. Then he sat down satisfactorily and took a white rag to leave the nib, wipe the ink clean, and then open the jar containing the magic crystal powder, dipping the pen and dipping the powder, and rewriting the Ken rune on both sides of the blade like painting red to ensure that the undried ink is evenly stained on the ink. Covered with a delicate layer of light blue magic crystal dust, the rune showed a beautiful ice blue luster. After completing the second procedure, Joan put down the quill pen and began to cast. He pointed his fingers at the side of the dagger facing upwards, made a complex series of gestures, chanted the elven mantra in his mouth, and finally recited a short start character. Maker. Maker is an adjective, with the meaning of sharp in ancient elven language, which is suitable for initiating the first ring of arcane demon weapon. No matter what kind of craftsmanship is used to create an enchanted weapon, it is inseparable from the spell of enchanted weapon, mainly because the affinity of ordinary metal materials and magic is too poor, just like oil and water. Long-term preservation. The primary function of the magic armament is to enhance the affinity of the material with the magic power, so that it can maintain the magic power lasting and stable. In addition, the strength and toughness of the material processed by the magic armament will also be significantly improved. The weapons that come out are also more powerful. The higher the caster's own level, the more significant the effect of using enchanted weapons to improve the performance of the material. Armaments below the legend are usually divided into 5 enchanting levels. With Joan's current mage level, the enchanted armor cast can barely reach the level 1 enchantment standard. After the dagger blesses the enchanted weapon, the metal blade automatically emits a bright brilliance. The magic crystal particles attached to the blade body seem to be melted by heat and continue to penetrate into the inner layer of the blade body to transform the metal performance. During this period, Joan must continue to add magic crystal dust to the blade body until this expensive magic stabilizer fully penetrates the inner layer of the metal, and the effect of the magic weapon can be fully exerted. The higher the enchantment level, the more magic crystals will be consumed during this process. This is the main reason for the higher cost of the Magister. The cost is mainly concentrated except for the spellcasting service fee of the mage on the magic crystal consumed during enchantment. After the dagger has condensed the light and no longer absorbs the magic crystal dust, the rune depicted on the knife also penetrates the inner layer of the metal with the magic crystal, and the ink marks used to make the primer disappear. The third phase of the enchanting process is completed. Chapter 97 Electrooptical Blade. At this point, the dagger in Joan's hands became significantly sharper than before the enchantment, and the faintly radiating magical fluctuations were already called a magic weapon. In the jargon of the enchanting craftsman, it was called +1 dagger. The so-called +1 means meet the level 1 enchantment standard, which is regarded as a quality certification label recognized in the industry. Joan wiped the sweat from his forehead. The success of the stage doubled his confidence and looked up at Flint. The old dwarf's eyes were full of gratitude, and he smiled and compared him with a continue gesture. Obviously, he already saw that Joan's enchanting idea was more than that. Joan was encouraged by the old dwarf's smile, carefully turning the dagger over so that the blade with the ink mark on the other side was facing upward. Next, Joan repeats the operation process just now, using the 6th rune Ken written by Inkazakaria, blessing the spell for it and adding magic crystal dust as a stabilizer. But there are two differences in details compared to the previous one. This time Joan blessed his no longer enchanted weapon, but another one-ring spell Electric Claw. In addition, Joan cast Electric Claw. A super magic skill spell Spike was also added. The magic spell Spike originated from an unanimous book given to Joan by Nick's elder brother, in order to thank him for destroying the water ghosts occupying the unfrozen lake and helping the two brothers take home. This skill can greatly improve contact spells such as Electric Claw and increase the range by 5 feet. Joan injects a modified Electric Claw into the dagger, causing this weapon to undergo a radical change again, gaining characteristics commensurate with the injected spell. Electric Claw penetrates into the inner layer of metal under the action of rune and magic crystal dust, which brings the electric shock effect to this dagger. During the attack, the blade automatically activates a high voltage arc, causing an additional 1 to the target. Energy shock damage. In addition, since the Electric Claw was forced to increase the range by the spell spare, the dagger also showed similar characteristics. Under normal circumstances, a dagger with a blade less than 1 foot long can only be used for close combat, but the dagger created by Joan is very special, and the excited current can extend 5 feet. Even if the dagger itself cannot stab an enemy 5 feet away, it can also be hit by the arc burst from the blade. This is undoubtedly a boon for the mage with low melee ability. At this point, the first enchanted weapon created by Joan was successfully completed. According to the conventions of the enchanting industry, the addition of the electric shock effect on the basis of +1 dagger can be called +1 electric dagger. However, Joan also added a spell stab super magic process to the dagger, extending the attack range of the dagger by 5 feet. How can this be reflected in the naming? This rookie is unknown, so he had to ask Flint. According to the naming conventions in the industry, your dagger should be called +1 and Farshock dagger. It's very lengthy and sloppy, right? The old dwarf laughed while touching his beard. My child, we don't have to follow it is customary in the industry to name your masterpiece. It is better to give it a nickname that is both simple and handsome, such as, how about the Electric Blade? Very good, Mr. Flint. Joanne also thought the name Electric Blade was very handsome. Tom seemed to have a different opinion, but Flint did not want to hear him verbose, waved his nephew to shut his mouth. Don't interrupt. Joan, to be honest, I lived for 150 years, And this is the first time I have seen an enchanting craft like you. Compared with the conventional enchanting craft I know, the efficiency is scary. You know, if you know it takes less than 3 days to complete such an electrooptical blade by conventional techniques, and you can get it done in just an hour, it must be said that this is a miracle. Unfortunately, my enchanting craft is not more cost-effective than traditional craft. Kiaon sighed regretfully. The electrooptical blade that I just created cost 2 ounces of magic crystal feet, which is more than double his budget. This is a bit embarrassing. The cost of 1,250 gold dagger. In fact, there is no advantage compared to the conventional enchanting process. No, my child, you are still too young, don't understand the principle of time is money. One day you will understand that under certain conditions, higher work efficiency and lower costs can be planned equally. The old dwarf asked Joan after feeling emotion. Apart from the electric blade, do you have any other enchanting plans? I originally wanted to modify a magic shield, but I have no money to buy magic crystal powder. Kiaon told the truth. The old dwarf smiled and touched his beard. Enchanted shield, it sounds very interesting. I suggest you complete this work, child. Don't worry about money, I have enough magic crystals for you to use. But if this makes you feel that you owe me something, then after you complete the second work, you may wish to take the time to help me build an enchanting weapon to compensate for the magic crystals you use. What do you think of this proposal? Lint asked. Joan nodded quickly and agreed to use his own enchantment service to compensate for the cost of the magic crystal, which can be described as the best of both worlds. It not only saves a lot of expenses, but also exercises the enchanting skills. Then let's start. Boy, I can't wait to enjoy your performance, Flint hurriedly urged. Joan nodded, turned around to find his backpack, and took out the human face shield from it. This shield is only 1 foot long. The middle is wide at the ends, and the left and right sides are upturned. The shape is exactly like a small boat. The arc in the middle fits exactly with the arm. If it is firmly fixed on the back of the forearm with a belt, it will hardly affect it. Arm movement is more like a large elbow pad than a shield. This size and shape of the shield is certainly not prepared for melee occupations, and is more suitable for thieves, assassins or mages like Joan. The shield is made of light and tough black wood, covered with leather, which is lighter and has certain protection functions. It can block swords and even arrows, and it cannot be blocked by the elbow. On the leather on the front of the shield, a black face is depicted in black paint, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, but the portrait is distorted by the curvature of the shield, which looks a bit funny. If the shield holder recites the start character Kuru, the word means skill in the Elven language, of course including Yanni, the magic trick attached to the shield will be activated, prompting that Zhang Yi's serious face randomly made various expressions, such as anger, contempt, sorrow, pain, laughter, etc. In short, no matter which expression looks very funny. Chapter 98 Flash Shield. One of the major sorrows of the low-level mages is their poor ability to cast spells. A series of complicated gestures, a long spell, and finally a spell was cast, and the lethality was not as good as Samion's sword. Since it is impossible to knock down your opponent with a spell, you will often be forced into a melee fight. Joan's personal experience in the village of Poviton is enough to show that it is necessary for the low-level magi to carry a handy dagger with him. A small shield is even better, and it can save life at a critical moment. It is precisely because of the above-mentioned practical needs that Joan spent a lot of time thinking about forging enchanted daggers and shields. Now that he has successfully forged a powerful electrooptical blade, the next step is to upgrade the human face shield. Out of homage to the original author of this magical shield, Joan did not change the original author's proud paintings. The useless face, with the pen in his face, he wrote to number 16 Lune Rune Sigil. The basic meaning of the sigil rune is light and sacred, and the extended meaning is order and victory, which symbolizes the victory of the day and the night. The sun dispels the shadow, The deity defeats the devil, and the order defeats chaos. All spells related to brightness, order and divine power can be expressed through the number 16 rune sigil. In fact, this rune is more suitable for expressing divine magic than Arcane. Of the spells currently in Joan's hands, only 2 light system tricks are suitable for matching sigil runes. One is brightness and the other is flashing. It is a good idea to create a shield that can be used as a torch to light at night. However, Joan does not lack lighting means. The shield is an armor after all. Instead of being used as a lantern, it is better to fully strengthen its role in combat. So Joan chooses to match flash for sigil runes. After the idea is determined, the next specific enchanting process is similar to that of the electric light blade just made. First bless the sigil rune written on the left eye of the human face shield to increase the affinity of the combination of shield and magic, and then add the flash to the sigil rune on the right eye. The enchanting process consumes a total of 1.5 ounces of magic crystal powder. The enchantment Zero Ring spell only requires half an ounce of magic crystal as a stabilizer. In this way, Joan wished to upgrade Human Face Shield to +1 Human Face Flash Shield, referred to as Flash Shield. The shield that has completed the upgrade and transformation can't see the obvious difference from the previous one, except that the big face on the shield is even more shiny and bright. Joan, what magic effect does this shield have? Tom asked curiously. There are 2 effects. One is that the face on the shield can't change the expression ... Well, I know it's useless. Joan shrugged, then said, there is also the flash technique I just blessed on the shield. As long as I pronounce the Kenya word Anna, which stands for light, the shield will emit a strong flash. Before Joan had a chance to speak in the second half of his speech, the human face shield's eyes burst out a pulse of intense light, instantly engulfing Tom standing directly opposite him. The poor dwarf was totally unprepared. His eyes were irritated at the moment when he was irradiated with strong light. He quickly shouted his head and evaded. Tears poured out of his eyes uncontrollably, and his eyes stung and could not be opened. It took a full minute for Tom to recover his vision, and his eyes were red and swollen like rabbits. Joan quickly apologized to Tom. In such an accident, he was blamed for being too careless. During the conversation with Tom, he accidentally pronounced the word Anna, and his finger happened to touch the shield. The bright light stung the eyes. Tom rubbed the red rabbit's eyes, and said with a lingering fear, fortunately, it is just flash, which can cause temporary dizziness at most. If you enchant their burning hand on the shield, I'm afraid I have been baked to 3 mature. Joan was amused by Tom, but Flint was inspired by the nephew's joke, and solemnly asked Joan, can the burning hand really be attached to the shield? Joan thought for a while and replied carefully, I haven't tried it, but in theory there is no problem. Can you imagine the specific effect of the enchantment? Flint continued to ask. Most of the time, after launching, the shield's surface emits a cone-shaped flame, and the attack range and lethality are almost the same as the burning hand I normally play. Joan thought for a while, then added, I have unlimited 0-round spell slots. Flash Shield can also freely release 0 rings of flash, but I only have 3 1-spell slots per day, and the enchanted shields I create are unlikely to release 1 ring of burning hand and definitely can only be released about 3 times. Flynn agreed with the head. Most magic weapons have the charge feature. The magic attached to the weapon, unless it is a 0-loop trick, can only be released a limited number of times per day, and after a full day of charge recovering the magic power is like a mage running out of spell slots and waiting until the next day to get a new spell slot. Mr. Flint, do you want to enchant the shield? Joanne guessed the old dwarf's plan. Yes, I want to attach a burning hand to my shield, as we just discussed. The old dwarf cast an encouraging look at Joan. Come and try, my child. I believe your craft. Joan nodded solemnly, determined to make this work as perfect as possible. In return for Mr. Flint's generous support, the old dwarf personally brought his own fine gold kite shield and told Joan to be careful when enchanting. so as not to damage the family crest of the Anvil family. Joan knew that the dwarves value family glory very much, although his enchanting craftsmanship did not leave obvious scratches on the surface of the objects. He carefully avoided the emblem on the shield when depicting the rune. The following enchanting process is similar to the previous processing of electric light blade and flash shield, or the number 6 rune Ken is used as a spell carrier, and the enchanted armament is first added to increase the enchantment level, and then a burning hand is added. It's done. After the completion, Joan planned to pick up the shield for testing. With both arms, he tried to lift this heavy shield of heavy gold with all his strength and was already tired of sweating his forehead. So I said, "You have to eat more meat and have more strength." Flint smiled and took the shield from the young mage. "Release their burning hand here, and my loss will be great. Let's find an open space to test." Of course, Joan agreed, and followed Flint and Uncle Tom to the empty river beach. Flint held the shield in one hand and faced the undulating Dillon River and asked Joan, "Okay, now tell me, how can I make this shield breathe fire?" Chapter 99 Mysterious Intruder. The body stays in contact with the shield, and then recites the start character Ur in Elven language. Joan explained beside the old dwarf. Ur has the meaning of flame and scorching in Elven language, and is of course suitable as the starting character of fire spells. Humphrey. Elven language again. "I don't really like this girly language. Boy, you should really try to use dwarf language as a spell activation character, at least more imposing than Elven language." Despite many complaints, the old dwarf chanted the word Ur skillfully. The voice fell, and the shield of adamantite suddenly radiated red light, and then a large blaze of flame was sprayed straight ahead. The flames rushing across the sky showed a cone-shaped radiation, instantly covering the 15-foot space directly in front of the shield. After igniting the riverside bushes, they spread to the water and dissipated. From Flint chanting the start mantra until the cone-shaped flame erupted, it took only a second from beginning to end. After the flames raged, a large piece of charred grass was left, and a large cloud of steam rose from the river. "Wow, that's great!" Tom clapped excitedly. Come again, come again." Flint was also frowning, drawing the lush beard back to avoid being burned by the flames of the shield, and then chanting the mantra again to activate the enchantment special effect, and a cone-shaped flame spurt out. Repeated this 3 times. The magic halo around the shield dimmed, and then the old dwarf did not respond to how to recite the mantra. Flint was not surprised by this scenario. As he had guessed beforehand, the magic power stored in the shield is limited, and the burning hand can only be released 3 times a day. Joan is also very satisfied with his work, and finally lives up to Flint's expectations. Looking up at the sky, and unconsciously the night had come, he said goodbye to Flint and Tom, packed his backpack and went home. After an afternoon of forging hammers, Joan was so tired that he went home to take a hot bath and sat at the dining table for a hard dinner. After returning to the desk, he habitually opened the spellbook and suddenly remembered that he hadn't visited Grandpa today, so he put away the book and ran to Haoshan Lodge, and showed the 2 magical weapons forged today to Grandpa. Old Man Thiel was polishing his bow and arm under the light. His daggers and shields displayed by his grandson just glanced lightly and nodded and said, "Not bad." Even if you can't become a master in the future, you can still rely on this skill to eat together. Joan didn't expect his grandfather to praise himself. He was very satisfied with this evaluation. Old Man Thiel waved at him and said impatiently, "Don't linger here. Didn't you see that I am busy? You go to Haoshan to see Jamie and the big guy named Gray. Go to bed." Joan responded, and said that Grandpa went straight to the Haoshan woods. As soon as he entered the forest, he heard the dog bark, and Jamie greeted cheerfully. Gray followed behind the half-breed winter wolf, carrying a wild boar on his shoulder, which seemed to be a good harvest tonight. Joan rubbed Jamie's head and hugged Gray again, walking in the woods with the wolf and the beast. Joan is not good at speaking, and he does not need to use language to communicate with Jamie and Gray, nor to force himself to talk about uninteresting topics in order to avoid the cold. This warm and tacit atmosphere is a rare enjoyment for him. When approaching the forest hut, Jamie stopped suddenly, first sniffing restlessly, and then roared sharply towards the forest hut. "What's wrong, Jamie?" Joan asked puzzlingly. Jamie still roared non-stop. Gray blocked Joan behind him, and whispered to the woodhouse to warn him, "Mudge, Mudge." Now Joan understood that Jamie and Gray both smelled strangers, and the uninvited guest was probably lurking in the cabin at the moment. Seemingly disturbed by the barking of the dog, the door of the cabin slowly opened with a creak, and a weird figure crept out of the door and appeared in Joan's vision. The moment his eyes touched the man, Joan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, realizing the big trouble he had been worried about this month. Finally he came to the door. Appearing in front of the hut is a lizard man wearing a sacrificial robe, holding a wooden stick, and looks like a shaman. However, Joan soon noticed that the right arm of the man with the stick was wearing a thick bandage, the white linen was bleeding and dizzy, and the look of the eyes was intertwined with panic and alertness. Not so much that he came to the door to seek revenge. It looks more like an embarrassing fugitive. Gray's mind is not as complicated as that of Joan. The first time he saw the lizardman appear in front of the door of his lodge, he immediately recalled the crocodile lizardman shaman, who was killed in the swamp more than a month ago. And the lizardman shaman Shud who came after him to find it troublesome. At first, in order to avoid the lizard man's pursuit, Gray was forced to follow Joan to escape from his homeland swamp and hide in the mountain forest behind Dylan to avoid the wind. It has been more than a month since the lizard man, who has almost been forgotten by Gray, suddenly appears in his place, and the peaceful and happy life is destroyed again. Gray naturally takes the lizard man on the opposite side as a killer who comes to seek revenge. Unable to contain his anger, he clenched his fists and snarled at the lizardman. The lizardman didn't seem to expect to encounter a furious gray beast in the woods of this human town. The dark green scales of the face fluttered a bit of hesitation, and with their sticks back to the door, they tried to hide into the hut to avoid the conflict. Gray became more and more angry when he saw the scene. In its simple mind, this cottage belongs to Joan and his grandfather, and he and Jamie shoulder the sacred mission of replacing the owner to guard the cottage and the surrounding fruit trees. The ugly lizard man dares to occupy the cottage, which is more than the door. Seeking revenge is even more unforgivable. Driven by anger, the grey beast strode forward. The lizardmen apparently also realized that the cabin could not help themselves to stop this angry beast, hurriedly cast a series of spellcasting gestures, chanted natural magical prayers, and the scorching magic power was then let out, quickly condensing and forming. Joan initially thought that the lizardman shaman tried to release fire burning or flaming sphere, but he soon recognized that the magic that the other party guided was not only fire, but also merged with more pure divine power. It means that the spell has both the attributes of flame and divine power, and the lethality is far from comparable to fire or flaming orb. Joan learned a lot about the druid while he was in contact with the Conti family. When he saw that the golden and bright magical power of the lizardman shaman was coming out, he immediately foreseen the crisis and quickly reminded Gray, "Don't go past it, watch out for the fire strike." Chapter 100. Fallen Prince Gray heard Joan's warning, stopped immediately, and after a little hesitation, tamely returned to the forest. The lizardman shaman maintained the state that the spell could be activated at any time, and looked deeply at Joan, and looked at him up and down for several times before speaking. "Mr. Master, you have great eyesight." He spoke with a lizardman's unique hiss accent, but the lingua franca was quite fluent. Joan stared silently at the lizardman shaman and quickly figured it out. Inflammation Strike is a foreign natural magic with a large attack range and strong lethality. The lizardman shaman opposite can perform Inflammation Strike, which means he has at least 7 druid levels. Strength is much stronger than yourself. Of course, there are 2 big helpers, Gray and Jamie, next to Joan. The 3 of them have a chance to fight against the lizardman shaman, but even if they are successfully killed, they will have to pay a heavy price. Gray and Jamie are both physically strong, and they may have a chance to save their lives when they are hit by a flame attack. A small mage like himself who is fragile in health will definitely die if he is bombarded by the flame attack. Thinking about it this way, Joan made a gesture, indicating that Jamie and Gray were moving apart. The explosion radius of the flame strike is about 10 feet, and if it is together, it is likely to be one pot end by the other party. Conversely, pulling away from each other can ensure that the spell released by the other party hits at most one target no matter who the lizardman shaman chooses casting the spell. The other two opponents can take advantage of the counterattack and kill him. The lizardman shaman saw Joan's calculations, and looked nervous in his eyes. The two sides maintained a fragile confrontation. The conflict was on the verge, and the atmosphere in the woods was suffocating. Just as the two sides were afraid of each other, there were rapid footsteps between the forests, and the two figures quickly approached. Joan worried that the coming person was the lizard man shaman's partisan. He glanced in the direction of the footsteps with the corner of his eyes. The result surprised him greatly. The two Dingle brothers came over. What surprised Joan even more was that the lizard man shaman, when he saw the Dingle brothers running over, also showed a relief on his face. What exactly is going on? Which side is the Dingle brothers? Just when Joan secretly suspected, Roger Dingle had rushed out of the woods and saw the scenes of the two sides struggling, and quickly raised his hands and shouted, "Don't do it. Both sides are own people." Dick Dingle ran after his brother, looked at Joan first, and then shouted to the lizardman, "Vice, don't get me wrong, this is the Joan Vida we are looking for, mine good buddies." The lizardman shaman named this obviously relieved, then cancelled the spell, dropped the wooden stick and raised his hands, showing that he was not hostile in the traditional way of the lizardman. Joan whistled and called Jamie and Gray back to his side, asking Brother Dindale with confusion, "What the is going on?" "It's not clear in a sentence or two." "Let's go to the house and drink slowly." Roger wiped his sweat and lowered his voice. "Vice escaped from the big swamp and took refuge. He lives temporarily in the wood cabin in your house so as not to be caught by the townspeople and cause trouble." Joan glanced at Vice and thought, "It's really my guess. This guy is indeed a fugitive. If he doesn't mind companionship with Gray, it's okay to stay in the hut for a while. Gray, don't you object?" Joan looked at the Gray bag. Gray pouted, refusing to say much. It didn't like living with the lizardman, but considering that the other party was also a fugitive, out of sympathy, he finally nodded and accepted Joan's arrangement. "Thank you so much, Mr. Vader." Vice bowed to Joan deeply. Joan was also the first time he met such a polite lizard man, and his impression of Vice improved. A group of 4 people, plus a dog and a grey beast, successively drilled into the wooden house and almost squeezed the hut. Joan gave the only chair to the guests from the Everglades and sat on the table by himself. Gray hugged Jamie with his back against the fireplace. The Dingle brothers hid to sit on the windowsill. Dick took the water bag from Joan and slammed it, then wiped his mouth and became addicted. "Polly," he begged Joan, "there is only this forest in Dillintown that can accommodate Vice. My good brother, can't you die without help?" Joan frowned, expecting a big trouble to come to the door. "Dick, don't worry, let's make clear what trouble Vice is having and how you met each other there. It's quite complicated to elaborate on this matter." "Let's ask Vice to tell it personally," Roger suggested. Joan's eyes turned to the lizard man shaman, and he listened to him with respect. The chair specially designed for humans is not suitable for the body structure of the lizard man. Vice sits on the chair, and the thick tail behind the hips is very troublesome. I have to turn the chair 90 degrees in place and sit on the back of the chair. Be more comfortable. Thoughtfully sorted out the thought before breaking the silence. "Mr. Vader, have you ever heard of the Cold Blood Tribe?" Joan nodded. The Cold Blood Tribe is a group of lizardmen living in the southern swamp. At first, the lizardman shaman Cohen, Chud and the 2 lizardman attendants killed by Gray and he were from the Cold Blood Tribe. Also from this tribe. Our cold-blooded tribe has always served as chief elder, that is, the patriarch, as the chief shaman, leading all the tribes to preside over the religious ceremonies to worship our God, Samuel and the contemporary elder of the cold-blooded tribe, which is widely loved by the tribes. Mirik is my father, Vice said with a hint of pride. It turned out to be a prince. It's really disrespectful, Joan said politely. Vice shook his head. Don't mention any prince, now I'm just a fugitive with a vendetta. The deceased lizardman prince gritted his teeth and restrained his grief and continued, our lizardman family has never expanded beyond the swamp in these years, and maintains a good relationship with the residents of Dillon Town. This is all due to my father's restraint. His elders have warned countless young people in the tribe not to harm humans on their own initiative, and it is strictly forbidden to rob human villages and towns, so that our cold-blooded tribes and the human communities around the swamp have maintained peace for many years. Nothing. That's the truth. Roger nodded in agreement. My father had dealt with Elder Milik and admired this wise old man. It was precisely because Elder Milik signed a non-aggression agreement with my father. In recent years, our residents in Dillon have been able to hunt and fish around the swamp without worrying about being attacked by lizardmen.